So get in the car, you can ride it wherever you want. Get inside it, and you wanna steer. But I'm shifting gears, I'll take it from here. Oh yeah, yeah, and it goes like this. Take me by the tongue and I know you.
Is it the microphone? Yeah?
1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Mesdames et messieurs, merci de prendre vos sièges, de vous asseoir. Le programme va commencer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm from Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I just wanted to request you, if all these fellows can clear. And
That's what
yes,
I'm doing.
That's what I'm saying. Just you also just announced that they reserve the front row.
Please, everyone, we need the front row to be clear. Leave the front row, please. Everyone, merci de laisser libre le premier rang. All, please. Thank you. First row has to be free. Thank you.
Philippe Piron, c'est un des main speakers.
Alors attendez, je ne peux pas être sur beaucoup de choses et je fais ça. Yeah. Attendez, je peux vraiment, je sais pas. C'est juste là. Ok. Excusez-moi. Hello, my dear. Music. We don't hear any music. Okay.
Please, we need the front row to be clear. S'il vous plaît, pouvez-vous laisser libre le premier rang? We're about to begin. Thank you, everyone.
I think
Get
we're
some music.
pretty well set up for at least another year.
Okay.
I like it, Genevieve. I think that she's so sweet. And Nadia Buhari, 'cause she know the drink I read. It's not about you know. You cannot play me though. I wanna have them all. I know it's wrong, but the truth is that I'm just an Oliver. You like it too, Baba, and you like Pali Kupa, and I know you love Trey songs, but you know the singing song. I thought as much you know. I do not blame you though. You wanna have them all. You know it's wrong, but the truth is that you're just an Oliver. Oliver, Oliver, you just an Oliver. Oliver, Oliver, you just an Oliver. Oliver, Oliver, you just an Oliver. bum bum, shake your bum bum, bum bum. You must need your bum bum, shake your bum bum, bum bum. You must need your bum bum, so you don't You must need your gong gong, oh you don't You must need your gong gong, so you don't Need your gong gong, You must need your gong gong, so you don't Need your gong gong. Oh, the John John, John John, oh, the John John, John John, I know the John John, John John. You must need to come, oh, the John John, John John, John John, John John, John John, John John. You must need to come, oh, the John John, John John, John John, John John, John John. Must need to come, so you don't You must need to come, so you don't
Hello everyone, we will start. Please sit. We can have people standing in front of the stage, so please sit, all you. Please sit, we will start. We can have people standing in front of the stage. Please sit, we will start. We can have people standing in front of the stage.
na basi pull it up. Select the chesa doba once from the top. Whoa. Don't show my bed, don't show my bed, don't show my bed. Tunisha speaker, we mash it up. Fire, we light it up. Don't show my bed, don't show my bed, don't show my bed. Tuko tao, CBD kwa penthouse. Wanadhani CBD ni guesswork, lakini jobidi tunazoza. Nani magrami tundo tunangoja. Don't show my bed, kwa mdomo ni kupe. Na doba joni mwaki ukipenda imele. Napendwa na maten, na wote joni ten. Nikikusalimia unanijibu tunaper. Napenda, napenda vile magala wamekuja wame.
Nairobi nyaje. Muko salama. Sisi tuko poa. Prime Cabinet Secretary.
This is interesting, isn't it? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, please be seated. Well, thank you. Thank you, my friend Noel. Ladies and gentlemen, business leaders, investors, this is a moment for Africa and France to be on the dance floor. It's time for us to dance in Nairobi, dance and create new momentum, dance and create new investment, and consolidate our partnership. My friend, what do you think?
I fully agree. And I thank you very much, dear Musalia, for hosting us today.
We are all delighted. And really, thank you for honoring this great Africa Forward Summit. We look forward to engaging in your vision, understanding your concerns, and also developing common solutions. Thank you so much for being here.
And I thank you very much, Prime Cabinet Secretary, for hosting us today in this university, in this library, actually. Big round of applause for my friend Musalia. Louder, louder. I also want to thank BPI France and Business France and Proparco and AFD and the French African Foundation that have turned this place upside down. Big round of applause for them. And I want to say, dear Minister, dear Musalia, how important this day is. It's an important day. It's a great day for Kenya and France. It's a great day for Africa and France, and it's a great day for you and for us. It's a great day for Kenya and France. We have very strong relationships. There are a lot of things that we share together. We share a commitment to democracy, to the planet, to peace and prosperity. We both drink French wine and Kenyan tea. And we both rock at Rugby 7. But today, we're taking our relationship to a completely different level. Together, with our two presidents, we have signed contracts worth more than $1 billion yesterday.
Yes.
Together, we are organizing the largest ever business forum on this continent, dear Musalia. You will be more than 8,000 today, coming from 40 different African countries. And together, we want to build a common future. It is also a great day for Africa and France. The bonds between France and the continent have no equivalent. They are rooted in the heart of people. They are rooted in the heart of the millions of French citizens that have African connection, and in our very vibrant diasporas that are cultivating these links. But over the past 10 years, under the impulse of President Macron, we have completely reshaped this relationship between France and its African partners, transforming it into a mutually beneficial partnership with shared responsibilities. We've created new bonds, we've broadened the horizons in many different sectors, green tech, AI, health, culture, industry. And we've developed more partnerships with Benin, with Mauritius, with Nigeria, with Angola, and with Kenya. And a lot of you in the room have benefited directly or indirectly from these new cooperations that France has built with the continent. And what we're doing now is to accelerate. Why? Because we believe in Africa, not as the continent of the future, but as the continent of the present, setting the pace of the global culture and being the driving force of the global economy. And France is here to accelerate the tempo, because we know that Africa has all it takes to thrive in the 21st century. The best ideas will come from the continent. The best startups will grow on this continent. The best innovations will be invented on this continent. The best stories will be written on this continent. And France is here to help make this happen. And finally, this is a great day for you and for us. Think about what you were telling yourself this morning coming in. I want to be rich. I want to be famous.
I wanna be rich, I wanna be famous, I wanna have lots and lots of money. Soar above the clouds, I wanna be free, like Nelson Mandela. Stand tall like a pyramid, so courageous. No place I'd rather be. Oh na na na, oh na na na. There's no place I'd rather be. Oh na na na. Live and die.
No place I'd rather be, no place I'd rather be but Nairobi. And we're very happy to be here dancing on Kenyan music. And why is there no place we'd rather be than Nairobi? Because this is a gathering of talent, ambition, and vision. If you are here, it is because you're the most talented people on the continent, whatever is your field. Whether it's entrepreneurship, whether you're an artist, whether you're a sportsman or woman, you're here because you have a huge talent. You're here because you have ambition, and your ambition has no limit. Sky is the limit. And you're here because you have a vision. You have a vision for yourself, you have a vision for your company, you have a vision for your country, and you have a vision for the continent. And this vision holds in two words. Remember them. Africa forward. So repeat after me. Africa forward. Louder. Africa
Forward.
Once more. Tena. Africa
Forward.
Thank you very much.
Well, we want you to get down to business as soon as possible. But I want you to imagine for a moment, what is the quantum of the investment that is in this room? I can see James Mwangi. What is equity worth? I can see Dangote. What is he worth? I can see all of you. Can you imagine if we multiply what you have tenfold, what it would do for Africa, what it would do for France, what it would do for the world? It would be wonders. And that is why we are here, so that we can draw from you, learn from you, so that we can have consistent policies, predictable policies, very clear guidelines, proper legislation, proper support, strengthening of financial institutions, growing the manufacturing sector. This is why you are here, to lead us in this business forum. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is looking forward to you. Thank you. We're done. We are off the dance floor.
It's all yours.
Yes, I'm going to.
Elle communique pas.
Just now, first. Now? Okay. Habari za asubuhi. Karibu to Africa Forward, to this forum. My name is Philippe Gauthier. I am leading MEDEF International for the past 10 years. I first discovered Africa 25 years ago. This continent has become, after my own family, of course, one of the great passions of my life. And I have grown alongside its transformation, and all its transformation in turn have transformed me. So what I feel here every time I travel across the continent is a unique energy, is a new generation, young generation that dares to build, a creativity that invents, and innovative spirit that impresses, inspires the entire world. So I am here with my two friends, John and Baidi. Baidi, across the continent, the same energy takes many forms. You know this perfectly because you are the president of Business Africa.
Well, thank you, Philippe. I am here today because I strongly believe that Africa is moving forward, not backward. And as such, Africa has what it takes to exactly do that. I am the president of Business Africa, and within the continent, we have millions of voices that always also are saying exactly that. We want to go forward. As a president, again, as I indicated, my personal and professional life has been always in the belief that we need to implement, we need to impact our environment. And I grew up as a young age within that belief that Africa has to go forward. And to that truth, we have to recognize the role of the private sector to be and to remain the engine of growth, and the private sector to address the issues that we have in the continent, to uplift our population from poverty, and as I like to say also, to leave government to stay in the business of facilitating business and private sector to be in the business of doing business. Thank you. John, we're here in Kenya. You have everything it takes. We listen to you.
Thank you. First of all, it's always good to have all of you in the room. We are home of humanity. We are home of humankind. Welcome to Kenya. But the story I want to tell is a very short story of the dichotomy of how I see it being a Kenyan. Growing up in the rural villages in Kenya, transitioning to the urban cities and trying to reconcile the urban dynamic, which is the speed at which urban cities are moving, and the reality of trying to connect the dreams that happen back home in the villages. And it is always good to imagine what is the transition point, especially for entrepreneurs and business people. And I will tell you, I'm the CEO of the Kenya Investment Authority, and we are the nexus between private sector and government. And one poignant thing that really keeps us awake, or keeps me awake at night, is imagine in a week or in a day meeting a multinational bank looking to acquire a local bank, or an investor looking for a JV partner that he knows nothing about, or a pure greenfield investment that is looking for a home. And because you're in Kenya, our story is we want to really connect the dots. And the dent I want to leave on the stage at the end of my career in public sector is to ask myself, what exactly did we convert? Can we really say we are the generation that is represented here that stopped, talking and started doing and implementing? I believe the challenge of Africa is execution and delivery. And I want to then tell you the urban and rural dynamic I just presented, Philippe, is the one that we have to face, all of us. And how can we grow this story, Philippe?
Yes, John. Exports for France is really essential. 2/3 of our export is going to Europe today. But our real strength has always been our ability to look beyond the borders. And not only to export, but also to invest internationally. We are proud to bring our expertise, our innovation in every country, but you know that in that world, John, we have to choose our friends, we have to choose our partners. So, and we are here today, here in Africa. Our presence across the African continent is a clear illustration of our ambition. The relationship between Africa and France and between Europe and France is not longer what I think a diplomatic concept. It's entrepreneurship, it's business, it's innovation, it's shared growth, very important, and it's already changing lives on both continents. There is no need for a new narrative. It already exists, and it's right in front of you. We heard the Prime Minister and Minister before, and I think we can feel it here in Nairobi today. So what does it mean to be French entrepreneur? Very short, in a very short story, what does it mean to be a French entrepreneur in Africa? It means sharing common DNA with our partners, the same belief in boldness, the same determination to shape our future, our own future, the same attachment, and it's very important today, to sovereignty. And it means embracing one simple reality. Africa and Europe destinies are intertwined. The great challenges of tomorrow, demography, environmental, food, energy, technology will not be solved in Africa without Europe. It's what I am convinced. And nor in Europe without Africa. So being French entrepreneur in Africa is not only about coming to sell, but it's co-investing together, sharing risk, creating complementarity partnerships. We should be proud to build shared value chain together in agriculture along strategic corridors through the local transformation of raw materials. So Africa-France relationship built every single day on the ground, in factories, in ports, in airports, in training centers. So being French entrepreneur in Africa means creating a long-term impact. It's what you said, John. Recruiting locally, developing talent, transforming raw materials, creating local value. A few examples, if you look at trains co-manufactured in South Africa. If you look today also on producing TV series everywhere in Africa in, I think, 80 languages, local languages. If you look at many aspects of our life as entrepreneur in Africa, you have still this common value. Building logistics corridor, where also, while also conquering space together. So we have an agreement with Space Agency for Africa. Yes, I have to run. And today, French companies, last word, today French companies represent more than 530,000 direct jobs across Africa, an increase of 30%, 30, the last 10 years. So yes, just building value chain, investing locally and creating long-term impact also requires stronger African private sector, Baidi.
Thank you, Philip. What you're saying is, you're saying the world is changing and alliances are being formed. And Africa cannot be an exception. And for that, we need to address basically 4 issues. We have to handle the issues of access to market. No market, no business. And therefore, we need to put in place and implement what we've been saying for years, the African Continental Trade Agreement. We need to unlock trade within Africa. We need to do the investment that are needed for roads, digital, all of that. We need to do that, access to market. Of course, after the market, we need to access capital. And that's why the initiative that has the African Development Bank with its president, his new vision of NAFA is extremely important. We need to finance our development. And that new architecture that being put in place by the African Development Bank, we need to support it to do everything that we need to do. Of course, government and business environment need to be more stable and more predictable. We need to know what we're going with our governments, because they, very often they change different things while private sectors and securing investors and stuff like that. We do have also the issue of the partnership. While we're here, we're talking how we're going to build that partnership that we need. We all know Africa has the resources, plenty of it. What we're going to do with it? We want partners that come and invest. They come to invest, to transform, to manufacture, not just, come and say, taking out resources of Africa has. And the good partnership is the one who's addressing those issues, and we count that this meeting we're having today is going to be a big step of making that happen. Not just, of course, if you hear all of us talking about the partnership that we need, and I see Mr. Dangote and everybody, I think we can assume what we're doing here must be serious. And if it is serious, we need to also, at one point, say, okay, we're going to do different things. And John, I know we're here in Nairobi,
yes,
and I know you have a lot of things to tell us about investment and all of it. You have the floor.
Well, thank you. My points, I want just to make some points around global themes that we continue to see that are really important for business people that we can relate to. And I don't want to talk about finance. You've spoken about it. I will talk possibly about climate and possibly about technology. And the world is changing faster today than it has ever done. AI and technology are changing faster than any law or regulation can adapt. So what that really means is we must really be the agile continent, because we are the future. But I want to point out that the African continent, the $3.4 trillion combined GDP that all of us here have, and the nearly 740 million people, young people who will join the workforce by 2050, really presents the real nexus of how this continent is accelerating. And because Africa will have all these enablers by 2050, I dare say that the future demand for the world will be poised out of Africa. The production hubs of the continent will be in Kinshasa, in Lagos, in Nairobi, in Dakar, in Cairo, in Nairobi here. So I want to say what investors used to look for. 10 years ago, they were keen on asking us about land and licenses. Investors today are talking about the cost of finance, sovereign balance sheets, climate exposure, and I'm sure most of you here will relate with this. climate is no longer now an environmental issue. It's really a business issue. So because that is what business people want today, tomorrow Africans will be asked, who can you partner with? Because today, those are the questions. But tomorrow is, does Africa have the right partners? Investors are looking for the right partners. And I think when all that is done, we can say Africa is done being called the frontier continent. We want to be invested in. We want to wait to invest with people. And I fully resonate with you that we are not going to be the extractive only continent. It's a continent that also does value addition and where we build supply chains. So let me then hand over to you, John, to say, you know, the question is, how do we invest, build together for the long term? What do we need to do?
Well, Philip, if you allow, my call to action is let's move Africa forward. I say my call to action is let's move Africa forward. And moving Africa forward, it means we need to have private sector solution for public sector challenges. Private sector need to be at the center of the thing. We have also in this room so many young entrepreneurs, women, young entrepreneurs that are very talented, that are looking only to be put in place to move forward, to bring with the solution that they have. We're talking about the young entrepreneur. Of course, we have the major one, the champion of the continent, like the Dangote, that can carry also, like different sectors, different young people. We have all of that here. We here in this room also is about partnership. What partnership do we want to put in place? What do we want to do together? Where do we want to go together? And in my sense, we have everything that is needed here. We have financial people, institution, private sector, the champion, the young, the woman, everybody. What we hope is that event is not just going to be another one. It's like we have done this thing, we have done it so many times, but what would be the difference of that one we have? And we count on all of us here to put something forward, going forward, Africa moving forward, to see what we're going to do together. Thank you.
Yes, John, in one sentence, what do you say to our friends?
My call to action, in a minute, not a sentence, right? Is we must build for the African who is yet to be born. We must decide every deal as if it can defend itself in the year 2050 going forward. We must stop running the playbook of the last 40 years, and we must start executing and executing now. And to every investor in this room, bring your patient capital, longer tenures, price it right. The risks are de-risked. There are a lot of people to help you de-risk so that in the build cycle, we can ensure that Africa rewards and capital is for this decade. Bring technologies that you can share with us in Africa. Bring yourself as partners, not visitors. And I'm sure if your strategy is to extract and exit, this is not the continent, but if it's to extract and build value chains and supply chains and value addition here, then this is a continent for all of you. And the African Continental Free Trade Area dream is a good nexus. We are here. We are really adding the missing middle, and we must move together. Thank you.
Yes, to achieve this ambition, last word, by D.
Well, I mean, we want a partnership that is fair, that is just, that is a win-win, and a partnership on which we can build our future together. Thank you. And move forward.
And we must move the logic. Sorry, we must move beyond the logic of development aid. It's my word. And what lies ahead of us is not assistance, but is really economic alliance. Thank you. Thank you to everybody.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Hamjambo. Hamjambo, mabibi na mabwana. Excellencies, distinguished guests, more importantly, friends, good morning and welcome to Kenya. I stand before you very proud to be home. Let's see where we can. A jingle to find where the space is. I stand before you proud to be a Kenyan, but more importantly, proud to be an African. University of Nairobi has many fond memories, probably those that you would not expect.
I think it's much better.
Let's try this one. Okay. I have many fond memories of University of Nairobi. Those memories, fondly enough, typically go back to 5 a.m. in the morning many years ago, where we were training to represent Kenya in various international events. We typically trained 4 hours a day in many cold swimming pools to prepare for these competitions. But what did that teach us? It taught us discipline. It taught us resilience. It taught us how to be ambitious. It taught us to win, but more importantly, it taught us to win together. I stand here also as a proud Pan-Africanist. I'm blessed, my family is Pan-African in nature, and I think it's quite unique. I have an uncle I have many uncles who are Kenyans, but I also have direct uncles who are Ugandans. And our family also has been very open to welcoming other Africans into our family. We count as blessed Ghanaians, people from Benin, Liberians, among others. And that has taught us the beauty of being Pan-African, the uniqueness of the tapestry that we call Africa, albeit with its own challenges. I stand proudly here before you running a bank, EcoBank Group, which is present in 34 countries across the continent. That is always an interesting endeavor, and no 2 days are ever the same. And when people ask me, what is it like to run a Pan-African group? And given the French audience we have here, it is the equivalent to how the French would handle 34 different cheeses. They each have their own character. Whether it is Roquefort, which is bold and complex, whether it is Camembert, which is rich and delicate, or whether it is Munster. Those of you who know Munster know that it has got a lot of power and it can clear a room in minutes. But we embrace that diversity and we don't run from challenges. Now, when doing business across Africa, we must confront some realities. There is a very real perception gap about Africa. When investors look at Africa, they think about risk, not opportunity. Risk, but not opportunity. And this is based on legacy thinking, the current world that we are living in. World Bank did a study over 40 years where it looked at sovereign risk, it looked at the perception of risk, and more importantly, it looked at the real default. And what came out clear is that the facts and the figures show a different story than what is typically sold on the streets. It showed that the default risk within Africa was typically lower, and I say again, lower than other equivalent countries in emerging markets across the world. Why is this important that I say this? is because we must tackle the issue of perception of risk across Africa. There are many investors, many of whom are among us, who are investing in Africa and getting superior returns. And we need to break this perception that we currently face. And why is this important? Because we face much higher risk premiums to doing business. This strangles business, this strangles economic growth. So we must celebrate and recognize our diversity. We recognize that we're not saying it is easy to do business. We recognize there is a lot of currency volatility. We recognize there can be political risk in some of the markets, but we celebrate our diversity. Fragmentation is an area that we also have to contend with, being 54 countries. And I will ask Françoise to talk about how she deals with fragmentation as running Proparco.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy. And good morning to everyone. I'm so happy to be here today. I would like to start with on a personal note. As you may know, Proparco is a private sector arm of the French Development Agency, AFD, and investing in Africa is our mission, our expertise. €1 billion per year. My first engagement on the African continent as CEO of Proparco took me precisely here in Nairobi 4 years ago. I can still remember the energy I felt on the ground from our partners, entrepreneurs, financiers, among Proparco's own teams, a shared drive to act, to invest and to build. Concrete initiatives were already taking shape, each one showing that transformation is not only possible, but is already happening. A few weeks later, a journalist asked me a very direct question: are you Afro-optimistic? At the time, my answer was simply, yes, it's my job to be. 4 years later, I think I would put it slightly differently. It's just no longer part of my job, without downplaying the challenges of the continent. But Afro-optimism as a guiding principle based on observation and facts. Over the last 4 years, I've seen tremendous change on the continent. Take, for example, the acceleration of renewable energy, where several African countries are at the forefront now, or the growth of local capital markets, which are becoming powerful levers for financing economies. This is my reality now. This is your reality, our reality. Africa is a continent in motion, and we are here for it today. So what we see, Jeremy and I, from different angles, leads to the same conclusion. Gap is not in reality. It is in how reality is perceived. Jeremy, what do you think?
Absolutely. When you look at the richness of the continent, we have 60% of the world's arable land. We have 30% of the most essential minerals on the continent. We have 17% of the population, but yet we only have 3% of world trade and somewhere in the same region of GDP. We have to break this cycle, and that is what we are working with Proparco to try and do. I will ask Françoise to talk about some of the global realities that we must contend with in this environment as we do so.
Thank you, Jeremy. It's interesting but very challenging environment, what seems to be a never-ending succession of crises, and those shocks are not abstract. They affect farmers facing unpredictable seasons. They affect entrepreneurs struggling to finance their growth. They affect households coping with rising costs of living in a very fragmented world. So what do we do in that fragmented and unpredictable world? Africa is disproportionately affected by those shocks. It has to be more resilient, and for that you need partners. Development finance institutions like Proparco have not only proven to be reliable partners, but they have also stepped up, making a clear case for an ongoing shift of paradigm. Sustainable and inclusive investment enables building long-term, durable, and mutually beneficial partnerships. Investments where financial performance and impact move forward, sustainable, preserving global public goods, and ensuring that the most vulnerable are not left behind. Within these frameworks, my conviction is pretty clear. The private sector is pivotal to addressing the key challenges of the African continent. And at Proparco, these convictions translate into a very clear strategy. Connect, invest, and scale. And it starts with working with one of the most powerful levers of the continent, African financial institutions. Why? Because they know economic reality. They know the risks as well. They are the closest to entrepreneurs, to corporates, to people. I could not be happier to share the stage with Jeremy today, because EcoBank and Proparco, we invest in MSMEs, we invest in critical sectors as agribusiness, and we promote greater financial inclusion. So, Jeremy, partnerships, tools, frameworks exist. How we do move forward at scale?
So because I see we're running out of time, we as EcoBank have had a partnership with Proparco since 2012. We have done business together worth $400 million, and today we are announcing the next stage of that partnership, and that is 300 million euros to be invested over 3 years in agriculture and agri-development. For too long, we have been known to export raw materials as opposed to finished products. This has to change. We have to create value on the continent, create jobs here by African hands on African soil. Ladies and gentlemen, as I wind up, I would like to be very direct with you. Now is not the time for talk. Now is the time for action. Now is the time for execution. Now is the time for commitment to action. The global landscape is changing, and the question is not, is Africa investable? The question is, are you ready to invest in Africa? And are you ready to be part of that growth story as we go forward, or will you be left behind? Thank you very much for your attention today.
Well, hello, Louis.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Maurizi. Nice to be with you today.
It's lovely to be here with you as well, Louis. I'd like to just say hello to everyone who's here. It is an extremely large, audience. So it's really a change, I suppose, Louis, from 4 years ago.
Absolutely. I'm very glad to be here, and I would like just to share two small experiences, very personal experience. 4 years ago, I was almost alone in the landscape. I left my jacket, I left my tie, I kept my shirt, just to meet people in the landscape because I went to the parliamentary elections. And first of all, during my first political meeting, so-called political meeting,
yeah,
only one people came, only one people.
Oh wow, only one person.
So it doesn't mean that I won't be elected some weeks ago, but some weeks before, after.
Well, I'm not sure if everyone is here for Louis, but it's certainly more than one person in the audience. So I feel like that's a huge improvement already. So well done, Louis.
Thank you. And the second one I would like to share is during my campaign, I met some people, and especially some CEOs, some local CEOs. I used to support them.
Yeah.
And the first time I met him, he said to me, I have two things to request from you. The first thing is to lower taxes.
Obviously.
It was not a surprise, and to lower regulations and so on.
Yeah.
And the second thing, maybe much more important than the first one, is let me go. I don't want to see you if you'll be elected. Because as soon as public sector came in the private sector, it's always a mess.
Yeah.
Maybe he was kidding, I don't know. But the conclusion I made is this guy is now a friend of mine, so there is no worries. But what is important is the relationship that you have and the confidence you can create between people. And beyond the institutions, beyond what we do represent, there is the relationships between people. This is exactly what you do in your job.
Exactly, and I think you make a very important point, Louis. Identity is such an important thing, and sometimes really spending time to understand who you have across the table better creates that ability to connect. And so I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'll try to be short. As you see, I'm a woman. What you might not know is that I'm a mother as well. I'm also a CEO of two beautiful and amazing companies that I'm extremely excited about that actually allow me the ability to have a bit of creative expression. So I may not have art, but I suppose for me, my entrepreneurial exploits are my art. I'm African and South African born. And so when I was born, there wasn't, in the society that I was born, the society didn't confer on me freedom, but freedom was something that I already knew I was worthy of. And so I think sometimes, although our identities are singular and they're individual, it is also true that we stand on the shoulders of so many people who have come before us. And an important person that I want to bring with me here today, who is no longer, is my grandmother. Now, my grandmother, at the age that I am today, at 40, was a widow with 3 children, and actually it was a lot of her decisions that afford me the opportunity to be in front of such an esteemed audience, and so I'm super grateful for that. And through her journey, I now have the drive and curiosity and maybe the restlessness that it takes to be truly a global citizen and have ambition that goes beyond borders. So I also see identity in a different way. I'm a mother, as I mentioned, of a beautiful young 4-year-old boy. His name is Alexandre Gwazi. And in that, you have a wonderful combination of French heritage and deep isiZulu and South African roots. So for me, I think identity matters. I think it's important. If we're serious about partnering and understanding and building together like we are here today to do, we must understand each other. But beyond identity, which is extremely important, it is also our shared humanity that matters even more. But of course, Lou, you know this maybe even more than I do, that our individual journeys are coming together really in a landscape that is quite unsettled and in a world that is going through a lot of structural shifts.
Absolutely, you're right. I totally share what you said. I mean, the world is, by definition, not uncertain. I mean, the world is insecure, and we face different type of crises. I mean, international crisis, energy crisis, geopolitical crisis, and so on. And I would say now it's the normal life.
Yeah.
And what entrepreneurs, what shareholders, what CEO, what employees are facing is the fear, maybe not the fear, but the fact that they are not sure that they can be paid at the end of the week or at the month or at the year, depending on the situation. And what we have to do here, public institutions or whatever, or even private institutions, is to support and to help to lower the risk as much as possible. And the point is not only pushing the doors of embassies, not only pushing doors of ministries, which is, by the way, of course, important. I would say that I come from this world or this type of activities. But still, it's more the question of relationships. Here in Business France, I have the honor to lead more than 1,400 people, and half of them used to work abroad in several countries, in more than 50 countries. And most of them speaks at least 3 languages, French and English for obvious reasons.
Yes.
But also most of the time local language, like here in Kenya or like in several offices in Africa. And what they do is 700 pairs of eyes, and these eyes are very concrete for making the matching between any type of initiatives, between what an entrepreneur wants, what an entrepreneur needs, and what an investor, whatever, or a buyer, or whatever
Yes.
could have and could make the connection. So making the connection, making the matching is very important, very concrete, very pragmatic, and I would say most above all the crises he's facing on.
Yes, that's true. And I do share the opinion that you have. Business France has been obviously instrumental in my own journey, so I do see the value of the work that your organization does. But yes, the global dynamics don't land the same, and that's what I think is quite important. The global dynamics land on asymmetrically, depending on where we sit between those that have and have not. And that's why I think in that particular landscape, it is so important that the solutions that we develop are not just solutions for a theoretical exercise. And so at Brain Africa, we do market research. And we don't do it for the academic exercise. We do it so that we have an in-depth understanding of the people that we want to build solutions for, and so that shows up in our products or the services that our clients then deliver. And even further to that, through Brain Tech, we combine that market understanding, that deep market understanding, with technology. And for us, an area of concern and where we've seen that there is this inconsistent landing of financial instability is really when it talks to climate. And so for Brain Tech, our core strategy is around developing inclusive insurance solutions that look at serving the communities for which impact and instability is more severe.
With the question of jobs, we haven't speak about the question of jobs, which is important.
Do.
Absolutely. The people they are speaking about why you are here, not only for making export. I mean, export maybe it's more a reduction of what we want to do, what we need to do. But the question of creating jobs, because jobs is a kind of responsibility in the society, and I know that we need to create jobs here in Kenya, we need to create jobs here in Africa, but also as well as in France. So the question of jobs and the responsibility that you have in the society is very important, and it does match with what you do.
That is exactly it. So for us at Brain Africa, of course, our vision is to be a recognized leader with insights and really shaping decisions that matter and shaping solutions that will endure. But over and above that, it means that we also allow other people who are as inclined as we are at Brain Africa to also find creative expression in being a part of our journey. We have a big ambition, and our ambition is clear. We want to be able to impact 1 million lives through the inclusive insurance solution that we want to launch. We are early in our journey, so we have a lot to learn. And for that's why we know that we need partnership, we need sponsorship, and importantly, we need an ecosystem and structure that will allow us to build together.
Absolutely. And what is important is a clear conviction that Africa's growth, or even what the world growth, is not, I mean, it's not a dream, it's not a paradox, it's an invitation to have these small meetings. I mean, as I've been appointed by President Macron for now 2 months, and I met, of course, my team, and I'm very honored to lead my teams. And they said that today I have been called by a distributor, by a retailer, and find me a French company, find me a Kenyan company that could produce this type of service, that could produce this type of product, that does respect all the great values that you mentioned, that you raise for people, for young people, and for the future of our society. So that's basically what is important: making sense, create value, and ensure that we have sustainable jobs. So it's very important and to share it. So making business, and I wish you a very fruitful meetings, more than 800 meetings that we're going to have.
Yes, excellent. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
So, I'm extremely honored to be here. I'm Odile Renaud-Bassot. I'm the president of EBRD, which is an international organization. Je suis aussi française, et donc extrêmement heureuse d'être à la fois avec mon chapeau française et en tant que présidente d'une banque multilatérale. It's also a very specific time for EBRD because we start investing in sub-Saharan African countries. So it's a new journey for us. We are the new kids in the block and looking forward to work with all of you. Before joining the bank as a president, I was at the head of the French Treasury. So working a lot on public policies, how you ensure growth is dynamic growth, how we ensure sustainable growth, but also international cooperation, debt restructuring, European issues, and so forth. And I learned a lot about what policy environment, what regulatory framework, how much this is important to facilitate a private sector investment and to have a vibrant economy. Before starting in sub-Saharan Africa, and when I joined the bank in 2020, EBRD was already investing a lot in North Africa, in Morocco, Egypt, Tunisia. There I measured how much ambition, willingness to grow, and policies together with capital and investment are fundamental for economies to strive, for creating jobs, for supporting people. We've invested 24 billion in North Africa, and that's why we decided to start also investing in new countries, 5 now: Senegal, Benin, Côte d'Ivoire, Kenya, of course, and Nigeria, and hopefully soon Ghana, really focusing on investing in the private sector. And we've had to start very dynamic starts already, from projects in cashew sectors to electrification to trade finance with banks, and we look forward doing more. We see a lot of transformation going on in the continent, this willingness to have the private sector at the core of growth model, very significant reform from trade liberalization, cross-border activity to reduction of state-owned subsidies, foreign exchange liberalization. All these elements create a big shift towards private sector dynamism and economies. And we really see this momentum, this appetite, this ambition, this willingness to develop markets, to export, to become the beacon for global growth, and a lot of opportunities. Our priorities in Africa will be on energy and key infrastructure, transformation of agribusiness and moving up in the value chain to develop transformation, manufacturing, and so forth. SME support, because we know all how much SMEs is at the core of economic dynamics, jobs, so important for stability in the countries, but also digitalization, new tech, fintech, and so forth. And in this area, we see, of course, Kenya is a big driver, and we all know about Silicon Savannah and the big step forward made in fintech, AI, new technologies. But we saw this trend everywhere in a number of countries, in a number of places, with new entrepreneurs willing to leapfrog and bring all these new tools and these new technologies everywhere in Africa. So we work, our call for action is to work in partnership. We work with other MDBs, DFIs. Our first project was with Proparco, but also with EIB and with, as I was mentioning, the project in electrification in Benin, but also investing in bank in Nigeria, investing in telecom infrastructure with other MDBs in Nigeria also, and in agriculture project in Côte d'Ivoire and Nigeria. So a buoyant activities, very steep start, working with partnership with others and working with entrepreneurs, being open for business. That's where we are here for, and so happy to be here today. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning to you all. What an amazing, amazing crowd. Habari, Kenya. It's such an honor to be here, distinguished guests, partners, friends. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I am Abdul Samad Rabiu, founder and chairman Boa Group from Nigeria, and I stand before you today not just with the title, but as a builder. An African business owner shaped by one conviction, that Africa must not only consume growth, but create it. Over the years, I have built businesses in environments where uncertainty is constant. But so is opportunity, if you are willing to commit, persevere, and execute. I have seen what it takes to move from vision to infrastructure, from ideas to industries, and from industries to jobs that sustain economies. I have built where there was nothing to build, developed industries where none existed, and helped create systems that now sustain thousands of jobs and serve millions of consumers across our continent. And through that journey, one belief has become very clear. Africa does not lack potential, but it lacks coordinated execution and long-term capital at scale. We are operating in a world defined by contrast, where capital is abundant, but not always directed to where it can create lasting transformation. And within this global context, Africa stands at a defining inflection point with a young, fast-growing and ambitious population, vast natural and industrial potential, and increasing global attention. But attention is not transformation, and potential is not progress. From where I stand as a builder, the constraints are consistent. Access to long-term affordable capital remains limited. Infrastructure gaps continue to raise costs and reduce efficiency. And policy inconsistency slows investments and weakens confidence. But we must also be clear about what works. When governments provide clarity, investment follows. When the private sector is empowered, it delivers scale. And when partnerships are built on execution, transformation happens. No single company, institution, or government can carry Africa forward alone, because the scale of the opportunity demands collective execution. The question is not what Africa needs. The question is whether we are ready to act differently. First, execution must become our standard. Africa has no shortage of dialogue. What we need now is disciplined delivery, clear priorities, measurable outcomes, and accountability at every level. Second, we must commit long-term capital with conviction. Africa is one of the most compelling long-term growth platforms in the world. This requires a shift from perception-driven caution to fundamentals-based investment. Third, we must accelerate industrialization. No economy has achieved prosperity without producing at scale. We must move beyond exporting raw potential to creating finished value, jobs, stronger currencies, resilience. Fourth, we must strengthen African enterprises. African businesses must be enabled to scale beyond borders through coordinated improvements in energy, logistics, capital access, and market integration. Fifth, we must build systems, not just projects. Projects deliver progress, but systems deliver transformation. We must build institutions, infrastructure, and policies that outlast individuals and political cycles. Sixth, we must lead with courage and accountability. This is not a moment for incremental thinking, it is a time for decisive leadership, measured not by intention, but by outcomes. And finally, to investors, business leaders, and partners around the world, Africa needs global partners who will engage with it respectfully and follow through with action. This is no longer the time to hesitate about investing in Africa. Every opportunity you pass on becomes an opportunity for another willing partner to invest, collaborate, and achieve strong returns. Africa is rich with credible partners, innovation, and untapped potential. We remain committed to Africa's long-term growth and will continue to invest across the continent's industries, institutions, and opportunities. The moment is critical. The responsibility is shared, and the time is now. We are not here to imagine the future. We are here to construct it. So let us move forward with urgency, clarity, and resolve. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Jean-Louis Billon from Côte d'Ivoire, the Ivory Coast.
Good morning, Nairobi. How are you doing? We want to feel energy in the room. Nakupenda Nairobi. Louder, please. A big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, my grandfather arrived in the Ivory Coast 100 years ago, in 1926. He created a business, and my father took over. I am the third generation, and we are preparing the fourth one. Just to tell you that it is possible on the African continent to have a long-lasting business. And I have this particularity, being a businessman and also a political actor. Unfortunately, I lost against President Ouattara in the last election, okay? But he was a heavyweight. I have to train again. What I wanted is to make the voice of business sector heard by politicians. We have to be more business oriented on the continent, and this is the battle that I have for years. That's why I was also president of the Chamber of Commerce for 10 years. I entered government, and I'm still in business, and I believe that the next frontier of business will be on the African continent. And you, Asnei, what's your story?
Thank you very much, Jean-Louis. Listen, I'm very happy, very excited to be here today. Very excited because I met a lot of friends, and very excited because feeling the energy and that a dream is coming true. Because finally, private sector and public sector are meeting to build coalition, partnership, talking together. My name is Asnei Niriji. I'm the CEO of Axian Group. I'm from Madagascar. I'm an entrepreneur in infrastructure and services. We're active in telecommunication, energy, financial services, and properties. We're today the 6th largest telecom operator of Africa with 50 million subscribers. We're the 5th largest fintech player with 20 million subscribers. We're building massive renewable power plant in Africa. We are doing above 1 gigawatt at present. What is very important for us as an entrepreneur, for me, is that we've got huge potential in Africa. But when we go to a place, it's very important to understand the needs, what is really required in those countries. This is the core values of Axian. Second thing, we are very much aligned in terms of mutual respect with the stakeholders. And I think that this cooperation cannot happen if you don't discuss, understand all the local stakeholders. Last thing, as being an entrepreneur, our DNA is to be very agile, nimble in our decision-making process, in our speed of execution. So Jean-Louis, tell me now, we're right now in Nairobi meeting amazing people, but we're seeing that the world is upside down. Give us your perspective about that.
Well, you said it, the world is upside down. Every morning we wake up and something has changed. Not long ago, a container from my country to Europe was $1,500. Today, it's around $10,000. It's a huge change, and you have to maintain the prices of your product, and everything is volatile. But we have to run the business in this environment. It's not easy, but we have to do it. And we are processing from the plantation all the way to the finished product. Palm oil, rubber. When you drive your car in Europe, you have a chance that some of the natural rubber comes from Africa. And also, we are in sugarcane. And we transform. We transform. Our market is in the sub-region of West Africa. Thankfully, we have the ECOWAS. It works not so bad, but we still have too many hurdles, too many of them. We're supposed to be in a free zone, but we cross border, we have customs, we have roadblocks, It's difficult all the time.
We know that.
So what we need is politicians to understand how to ease the business. Because I strongly believe that Africa is the future. And you?
Listen, thank you very much, Jean-Louis. We're seeing a very, very particular situation right now throughout the world. On one side, I mean, we're seeing that the world is in a total mess. War everywhere, Middle East, Africa tension, Europe. And at the same time, the world is accelerating so fast. We're seeing that artificial intelligence is bringing a lot of disruption in our markets, in Europe, in the United States, and it's coming to the shore of Africa. It's going to change a lot of things in terms of employment, in terms of value creation, in terms of knowledge. So many things are going to happen. So I mean, that's a very great moment to be in, and particularly for Africa. For Africa, we have to make sure that we'll make the most of this revolution. We shouldn't miss it. Africa's urgency is very clear. Africa's urgency today is scalable, sustainable infrastructure to have digital inclusion, energy inclusion, financial inclusion. Africa's challenge, Africa's deficit in terms of infrastructure shouldn't be seen as a problem to manage. It should be seen as an opportunity to seize, to accelerate the growth on the continent. Today, we're seeing that in Africa, electricity penetration rate is below 50%. That's not possible. We're in 2026. How come we still talk about that? Smartphone penetration is still a challenge. So that's also a great opportunity. But we'll not be able to do it alone. We'll need to build strong partnerships, strong coalition. Let's take the example of what World Bank with IFC and Africa Development Bank is doing with N300 program. That's a great platform. This is a lot to be achieved together. Of course we have problems. Let's be serious. I'm seeing our colleagues from regulators, ministers in the room. I'll be very frank and honest with them. Of course we have the tax man coming and knocking at the door and saying, sir, you know this. What is my predictability about that? Of course the cost of capital, I'm looking at my banker's friend in the room. Cost of capital is always too high, but we'll find solution. Of course, we have so many issues. But Jean-Louis, tell me one thing now. What do?
We have to talk to the political class.
Agreed.
And tell them that business is creating wealth, and development of our country will go through business. A developed country is an industrialized country. You cannot make it if you don't transform. You cannot make it if you don't have business champions in your own country. And you have to protect them. You have to support them. You have to help them. Don't get me wrong there. The US is doing the same, Europe is doing the same, Asia is doing the same. In Africa, we have to support our business community. And don't think that you have to produce African champions, to create them. No, they are already there. You don't create them. You have to identify them because they are already there. They just need you, your support, and the ecosystem that you have to implement to have sound business, profitable business, long-lasting business, because as I said, Africa is the future, is the largest continent on earth, and it's the youngest one, and it's the future market. The big game will be played on this continent tomorrow.
Jean-Louis, thank you very much for your inputs. For me, what is very important today in the coming days, let's not continue and make the case about Africa. Let's stop to say it's a land of opportunities, of potential. We have now to talk about execution. We have to talk about action. What we need today, according to me, what we need is bold decision. What we need is willingness from governments, from businessmen, commitments. We need, the continent deserve massive investment. I see my dear friend Aliko in the room. When Aliko started its refinery project in 2006-07, he didn't say, I'm going to do blah, blah, blah. No, he said, I'm going to build the largest one. And he did so. A big round of applause for an amazing entrepreneur in the room, my dear brother Aliko Dangote. Hats off to you for what you're doing, Aliko, from the bottom of my heart. When my friend Abdul Samad is bringing his investment, same thing, bold decision. We have to be big, we have to think big. Second thing, speed of execution. Let's stop discussing, let's act, let's just not wait. Third thing, my dear friend, colleagues, ministers, honorable ministers, regulators, let's stop now, let's cut the bullshit. Let's be very serious. We are there, we are here to invest, we are here to accelerate. The money is there, the DFIs are there, the banks are there. What we're just waiting from you is that we stop sometimes with this stupid regulation. Why, for example, in telecommunication, it has been transformational because regulation opened all the barriers. But right now in energy, you can just produce, you cannot transport, you cannot distribute. Why? That's very important. Please listen to us. That's key. Thank you very much. One last thing. I have a strong belief, a strong commitment that Africa can, Africa will, and Africa must. Thank you very much.
Africa forward. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Nairobi Jumbo. Well, that was actually the conclusion. Africa can, Africa will, and Africa must. That was not a conclusion. That was an introduction. I tell you, it's always good to be back in Nairobi. Well, I have to share with you a story. I invite you to rewind in time. In 1999, last century, most of you young people in the room were not born. And I came here, I was living in Africa at that time, working for Schneider. And I created the first office of Schneider in East Africa. And we've not stopped investing, and I've not stopped coming here in East Africa and in the whole Africa to develop partnerships on our presence. To tell you why we are here in Africa, we are in Africa because what we do at Schneider has even more sense in Africa. Share a story. A few years ago here in Nairobi, the teams came to me and to us, and they proposed a project. And it was about a clinic. And that clinic had a good equipment. But because electric power was not stable, then they couldn't store medicine. And women didn't dare to come to the clinic to deliver babies because they wouldn't know if power would be available at the time they would deliver. So we did a project, a small grid, microgrid, with solar and with batteries, which made the power stable and reliable 24/7. And since then, vaccine is available in this clinic, and women come to deliver babies. And this has reinforced when I left Africa and went to Paris to become the CEO of the company and to the chairman of the company. That was more than 20 years ago. I came to the leadership of the company with one very strong conviction, that energy is a fundamental human right. And actually, access to energy is a passport to a decent life. It's actually the passport to progress. And when you get access to energy, you get also access to digital. And digital is another passport, is the one to education on economic inclusion. So when you get access to your first energy, then you get access to progress, to education, and to economic inclusion. And from that, we built Schneider with a mission to develop technologies to offer progress on sustainability for all, to everyone, everywhere, and at every time. On which other country is the best example for progress on sustainability? Kenya is a super young country. Average age is below 20 years old. People are hungry for progress, for prosperity, for success. And at the same time, the fantastic nature here reminds us every day of the imperative of sustainability. So when you look at what's happening here, Schneider has been an actor for the past 30 years, since I created Schneider in Kenya. On Kenya, what I love, it's not a place where there is only an ambition and a plan. It's a place which is executing on the ambition. 2013, only 37% of the people had access to energy. Today, 80% of the population has access to energy, which is an incredible progress. Plus, 90% of this energy is clean, coming mostly from geothermal and hydro. So Kenya has created the base for energy to support the development of economy. Now, zoom out to the whole of Africa. Schneider is the world leader in energy tech, and I can tell you that Africa will be the epicenter of energy for the next 25 years. 600 million people don't have access today to energy. The next 1 billion people will be born in Africa. That is both a challenge and an opportunity. The challenge is the scale, the magnitude of what we have to build here together. But the opportunity is that there is no place in the world that will build more cities, more industries, more technology, more data centers, more AI, because Africa is digital native. People are young, and we want here to benefit from the power of AI. So, when you look at my industry, which is about technology, this acceleration of Africa is coming just at the juncture of two revolutions in the field of technology. The first one is AI in the field of digitization. Look back at the past 15 years. IoT, big data, digital twins came to maturity, and now you can inject at every level artificial intelligence. On the electric side, used to be one way to do electrification, and now you've got renewable storage, which means you can be decentralized, you can be on spot of every application. So Africa must leapfrog. It must put in place solutions which have never been deployed before. Places which are digitized from the power plant to the plug, a connection that was not existing, on energy systems which are mixing fossil, renewable, centralized, decentralized, on intelligence at every level. On that Schneider, we accompany Africa not only on the clinic I was mentioning. We do here the largest and the most advanced data centers like IX Africa here, on ICORO here in Nairobi. We do here the most advanced refineries, pipelines, like at the moment in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Nigeria, with Dangote and with other companies. We support the digitization and the decarbonization of cities all over Africa. The most important challenge here, if we want to deploy technologies, will be, as always, people, which is the foundation of every transformation. And I'm happy to announce you that number one, this week I'm going to be inaugurating our new office here in Nairobi. And number two, we're going to be signing with this university, among other universities in Africa, a massive program of energy transformation and energy lab to train the next generation on the existing professionals to the newer technologies. So it's all about partnership. In this room, we are all engaged to the transformation on this massive acceleration of Africa. Be sure of one thing, Schneider wants to be your energy tech partner in this transformation. Thank you. Asante sana.
Bonjour and Jumbo. I'm Stavros Nikolaou, and I'm in the healthcare business. When people ask my kids, what does your dad do for a living? They say, my dad sells drugs for a living. That's one way of looking at it. But what I do, ladies and gentlemen, for a living, I save lives every single day, and I improve the quality of life of all people who live on our planet, but particularly in this continent. My company is Aspen Pharmacare. We are Africa's largest pharmaceutical company. We also are Africa's largest investor in France and the largest pharmaceutical investor on the African continent. I want to share a story with you. During COVID in 2020, Africa could not access vaccines and critical pharmaceuticals. Unnecessary African lives were lost, livelihoods were lost, and for the first time we became aware as a business community the need to have health security on our continent. We produced, as Aspen, the first COVID vaccine produced here in Africa by an African company. We were the first in the Southern Hemisphere, the first in Africa. But however, our continent still remains one that is heavily reliant on imports of its pharmaceuticals, of its critical medicines. Today, the AU-France Summit and Forward Africa is very much about how we harness these partnerships so that we in our lifetime can give Africans health security. Africa shares 25% of the global disease burden, but yet it only has 15% of the world's population. Africa in 2050 will be 25% of the world's population. We will have a youth dividend. But how does that youth dividend work out? Will it be a youth dividend that doesn't at all reduce the poverty gap, the debt burden, or is it a youth dividend that will escalate and rise to the heights that we expect them to? This can be achieved through industrialization. No better sector to industrialize than the pharmaceutical sector. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, we have achieved this at Aspen. Today, Aspen is the world's largest supplier of general anesthetics in the world. So we should never doubt ourselves as Africans that we cannot achieve these things. Because as I said to you, outside of the United States, Aspen is now the world's largest supplier of general anesthetics. And these are sophisticated products. I want to share another story with you. During the height of the HIV crisis in 2000 in South Africa, we were losing 350,000, mainly young South Africans. We were facing economic catastrophe. The drug prices in those days were $15,000 per patient per year. Clearly unaffordable, inaccessible. to most Africans. Through partnerships, like the ones we are discussing today, we were able to bring the prices from $15,000 to $180, ladies and gentlemen. Hundreds of thousands of African lives were saved. We can achieve these things through partnerships. Now let me end off, because I need to make a commitment today. So what is it that I'm committing? Aspen is committed to strengthening the partnership between France and the African Union through the following. We will continue to grow our business in France. We have a very important manufacturing facility. We make a number of important medicines for Europe and the rest of the world. And we will commit also to the manufacture of critical vaccines, which you will start seeing rolling off our production lines in the next few months. We commit to producing insulin for the continent. We have a problem with diabetes in our continent. It's a massive problem. It will overtake HIV. And lastly, we commit to also considering these weight loss products, the GLP-1s, for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa deserves health security. Africa deserves its own pharmaceutical independence. Please join me in this partnership to achieve exactly that. Thanks very much. It's been a great pleasure.
Nobody can go you, my woman. Nobody come close to you, my woman. You're so beautiful. If you leave me, I'll cry a river. If you leave me, I'll kill the
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dhaneshwar Damri, the Minister of State for Finance of Mauritius, and I'm accompanied by my very dynamic Minister of State for the Blue Economy and our very efficient French Mauritian ambassador to France. During the inaugural ceremony, the Prime Cabinet Secretary of Kenya and the Foreign Affairs Minister of France asked for Africa to dance forward together. And I'm pleased to tell you that Mauritius has joined, will join, and will even lead the dance in certain sectors. Dear friends, I'm really humbled to be here today because before joining politics, I was an entrepreneur. I have been an entrepreneur in data center tech, in cloud tech, in payment tech, in the continent of Africa. So I understand the challenges faced by entrepreneurs. I understand the aspirations, the difficulties. I understand the frustrations. And now I'm on the policy side. I'm in government. And the role of government is to facilitate entrepreneurship. The role of government is to make sure that the private sector participates in the economy of the country. Now, being on the policy side, Mauritius faces certain problems, certain issues, and the whole continent faces those issues. Amidst the internal and external risk and shocks, we all face severe fiscal deficits, severe debt repayment problems, and limited fiscal space. And this is where governments need the private sector. When I was in the private sector, I was driven by creating value for my enterprise. When I'm in the public sector now, I'm driven by a higher purpose, that of creating jobs and inclusive growth for our people. And my call to action is very simple. I'll make two calls to action to the continent. The first one is that the continent needs, amidst our diversity, we need to be unified in our economy. Governments should facilitate this unification. Let's say the African Free Trade Continental Agreement, international protection agreements, double taxation avoidance treaties, the COMESA, the SADC, economic blocs, and all the policymakers who are here at this conference, I'm sure we can advance this agenda together. The second is I'd like that every country, the economy of Africa is a global value chain, and every country should focus on its strength. Mauritius has two strengths. Firstly, we are a de-risking center for digital finance and climate finance into the continent. Secondly, we are an enabler, a force multiplier for digitalization led by AI. These are our two strengths. We are a force multiplier for the blue economy. Although we are a small country, we have a lot of potential, and we have a catalytic role to play in the growth of Africa and in the creation of jobs and inclusive growth. That's our mandate. I want to double my GDP the quickest. I want to create more jobs. I want to reduce poverty. I want to eradicate drugs. That's what every policy maker wants to do. So dear friends, my brothers and sisters from Africa, allow me to call to turn pledges into actions and promises into progress. Let's reform, perform, and transform together for jobs and inclusion. Mauritius will play its role of a de-risking financial center and an enabler in digitalization and the ocean economy. So ladies and gentlemen, please come to Mauritius. The three of us are here at your disposal, and we thank you very much for your attention. Long live Mauritius, long live Africa.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, dear friends, Jambo. My name is Jean-François Falaché, very French name, and I'm the CEO of Eutelsat. Eutelsat, we are a global satellite provider delivering broadcast services, delivering connectivity and advanced services to people, businesses, and governments around the entire world. On a personal note, I'm someone who has spent his career building networks, building telecom networks that connect people in countries, across the oceans, across cultures, across reality. And I'm very happy to be back here in Nairobi after 18 years, where I had the great chance to help building the mobile network of Telecom Kenya, and that was back in 2008, so I'm very, very pleased to be back here in Nairobi. Building networks across my career, I have clearly seen that when connectivity arrives, it transforms life. Jean-Pascal Tricot from Schneider was telling us that electricity is the access to everything in life, and then comes connectivity. Connectivity is bringing people together. It is opening access to knowledge. It is enabling business and supports development. This is this conviction that is driving me, and this is this conviction that is also driving Eutelsat. Connectivity nowadays has expanded in an unprecedented pace. Yet, at the same time, fragmentation and division are increasing. And in this era of digital, of AI, the internet is evolving in a way that is sometimes separating rather than creating and broadening horizons. In Africa, actually still hundreds of millions of inhabitants are having not access to the world and to the connectivity. And this situation is definitely not sustainable. Because as I was saying, connectivity is really a basic need. Governments are requiring now secure connections. Enterprises depend on reliable and resilient networks, and citizens expect affordable access to the world and seamless access. We have also the pressure that is growing with climate disruptions, geopolitical tensions, and really rapid technological change that are reshaping the environment in which we operate. At Eutelsat, we believe in offering that choice. So who are we? We are combining two different satellite technologies. For more than 47 years, we are delivering media access to people in the world with 31 geostationary satellites that we are operating. Here in Kenya, when you watch DSTV, actually this is a satellite of Eutelsat that you are using. But we are also delivering connectivity with our geosatellites, but also with a constellation, a low orbit constellation of 650 satellites called OneWeb that is live, operational as we speak. One of my friends that I met from Ivory Coast this morning was telling me, Jean-François, when are you launching your LEO satellites? We are not launching them. They are there, they are flying, they are delivering broadband services everywhere in the world with flat panels, everywhere in Africa where classical telcos are not, and also over the oceans and in the air for boats and planes. This combination of geosatellites and LEO satellites providing low latency broadband access is really, I believe, particularly relevant for Africa, where basically terrestrial infrastructure and mobile infrastructure is not yet reaching. And connectivity from satellite is not only coming from the space, from the satellite. It's also coming because we can connect these satellites to the ground, and we have invested heavily here on the continent to be able to cover the continent, and we are very proud to announce that end of this year we will connect actually 100% of the African continent. And let me be clear now about our commitment at Eutelsat. We're, as I was saying, having heavy investments in the continent in many countries. Let me quote a few ones. Nigeria, Angola, Mauritius, Mr. Minister, South Africa, and we are, we speak, building 2 huge new antenna sites, both in Senegal and in Tanzania, to cover, as I was saying, 100% of the African government. Let me tell you a few words about our engagement, which is the most important to my eyes, about people. We have also connected through our satellites in Africa, on the continent, more than 1.3 million people. And we aim, thanks to the support of the European Investment Bank and to the European Commission, to connect 2 million more people, 2 million more villages with very, very affordable, sustainable, solar-based energy, Wi-Fi bubbles that we are developing in more than 15,000 villages. This is obviously not alone that we are doing that at Eutelsat, but with a number of partners on the ground. So clearly, we are here today at Africa Forward. At Eutelsat, we have the satellite technology. It's now operational, working on the African continent. We want to deliver connectivity, choice, resilience. Africa is moving forward. In this continent, there is a fantastic energy, fantastic ambition, and innovation is there everywhere, as we can see today. So connectivity must follow that pace, and we at Eutelsat are committed to being a long-term partner and to serve Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. We are delighted to be with you in Nairobi today. Let me first briefly introduce myself. I started my career in the financial markets in Europe, first in Paris and then in London, where I spent over 15 years. It was a great experience from an intellectual perspective, and I've learned a lot about financial instruments and financial techniques. But a few years ago, when I turned 50, I felt the need to give more meaning to my work and to have a social impact. So, I left everything behind and decided to move to West Africa, where I was able to use my financial expertise to serve my continent and have a real social impact. My name is Yedo Ogundele. Thank you. My name is Yedo Ogundele. I'm married and the mother of 2. I now live in Lomé, in Togo, and I'm really pleased of my new life. So this is who I am and what brought me here today. What about you, Abisa?
Thanks, Yedo. My name is Abisa, but before the titles, please allow me a memory. Before joining Atlantic Group and becoming later the CEO, I was preparing to meet Mr. Dosongi, the founder of Atlantic Group, for an interview. But at that time, I didn't know him personally. So I did what any candidate would do. I checked my phone and I discovered that I was about to meet one of the great economic builders of our country, Côte d'Ivoire, and the continent. I will admit, I had a moment of doubt. I told myself, you didn't prepare well. Fortunately, things worked out well for me. But that lesson never left me. Faced with the scale of what needs to be built in Africa, you are never fully prepared. You learn by moving forward. I have a background in finance. I'm a CFA charter holder, and I'm excited and very delighted to be part of this journey, leading Atlantic Group, covering banking and insurance business under the brand AFG Bank and AFG Assurance, mining activities, industry, cocoa, cement, and being present in more than 15 countries. So, Yedo, that is who I am. But now my question to you is, from where you stand today, how do you read the world with all those challenges?
Well, Abisa, West Africa is really a fascinating region. Imagine a region where 2 out of 3 people are under 25. A region full of energy, of ambition and potential. Yes, that is West Africa. But here is the challenge. How can this new generation build their future? Of course, all these young people, they will all have to find a job. But a job is not enough. Without a home, there is no stability, and without stability, there is no future. Today, West Africa faces a massive challenge. The housing gap. It is estimated to 3.5 million homes. It's huge. And even worse, every year, this housing gap increases by 800,000 more homes. This is massive. And when I think about the housing gap in West Africa, an image comes to my mind. A woman, her name is Kai. She is a nurse living in Togo. The first time I met her, she told me, I would love to have my own roof over my head, even if it's a small, modest house. But I know it's impossible. I know I can't afford a mortgage loan to make that dream a reality. I lead CRRH UMOA, which is a financial institution working at making affordable housing possible. We connect banks, investors, and government to help family to access affordable mortgages to be able to buy their house. Our mission is to promote the access to affordable mortgages to population with lower to mid-income in West Africa, and most precisely in the 8 WAEMU countries. And CRH contributes to the financial inclusion. People who were excluded from the banking system can now have access to mortgage loan in order to buy their house. So housing is infrastructure, the foundation without which no economy stands. So Abisa, what does your window on the world look like right now?
Okay, Yedo. Leading Atlantic Group means looking at the continent through 3 windows at the same time. The banking and insurance window, the mining window, and the industrial window. It is from this last one that the African challenge appears more clearly to me. Let's take the cocoa. Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana combined jointly produce 60% of the world's need in terms of cocoa, roughly 5 million tons. Adding Nigeria and Cameroon add another extra 10%. But the bulk of the value is captured by the rest of the world. By the bulk of the value, I mean the processing, the chocolate manufacturing, and the brand. Last year, things got worse when the price of the cocoa dropped dramatically by 70%, causing harm to the countries and to the farm, while the chocolate price remained at the same level. At Atlantic Group, we decided to do the opposite by deploying capital into processing plants in 2 countries, 1 plant in Cameroon and 2 other plants in Côte d'Ivoire. Our combined capacity will be around 250,000 metric tons. That represents 5%.
More recently, the power grids of Algeria, and naturally, obviously, control center for Kenya. All of these experiences taught me one thing. There is very few regions offering more economic potential for the next 50 years than Africa, because of geopolitics, of its demographics, and as well of its energy. We are living through the most profound reorganization of the global order since the end of World War II. A multi-regional world is emerging, where nations are racing to control not only territories, but networks. Energy networks, data networks, mineral supply chain, maritime corridors. These are the choke points of the 21st century economy. And unlike the Suez Canal or the Strait of Hormuz, these choke points are energetics and digital, and Africa sits at the intersection of all of them. Africa holds 60% of the world's best solar resources. The Sahara alone received enough solar energy every 6 hours to power the entire world for 1 year. The Congo River Basin has the potential for over 100 gigawatts of hydropower. And Nigeria, Angola, Algeria, Libya together sit atop over 125 billion barrels of proven oil reserves. This is not abstract potential. This is bankable and exportable energy wealth. But here is the truth. Energy potential without grid infrastructure is a stuck potential. You can have the finest energy resource, it will remain untapped if none of them reach the point of consumptions, homes, factories, plants, hospitals, telecommunication systems, and even data centers. The power grids, the transmission and distribution electro-digital networks that transform raw energy into economic activity are the spine of everything. Kenya, here, is already showing the world what is possible. A national grid at 90% of renewable energy, not an aspiration, today's reality. Kenya is proving that becoming a
a regional energy hub, is built on a foundation of bold policies and infrastructure. And it is the model this continent is ready to scale. However, Africa's grid infrastructure reflects decades of underinvestment. Companies in sub-Saharan Africa lose an estimated $65 billion of productivity per year due to power outages. But today, the technology to close this gap has never been more capable, more affordable, or more rapidly deployable. HVDC, high voltage direct current, can now carry power over 3,000 kilometers with nearly nil losses, opening the possibility to connect the solar field of Sahara to the industrial west and eastern region of Africa. Digital grid management systems using AI, artificial intelligence, can now optimize power flows that was impossible even 5 years ago, providing the right level of power flexibility and stability across each country. We are at the moment where Africa has the rare opportunity to build the 21st century grid without the legacy of aging assets. The African Development Bank reminds us that with the right infrastructure, the African growth could reach 8% per annum, adding $1,500 billion of GDP to this continent by 2030. It is really exciting. Already, 40% of African power generation runs on our Nova equipment. 70% of African power operators utilize our grid technology at Nova. Our mission is clear: electrify to thrive and decarbonize. Africa is repositioning the world. It is already happening. We are here to build with you an Africa the world needs tomorrow. Faster, higher, stronger, together. Thank you.
On est bon.
Good morning.
Morning.
From as early as I can remember, I always thought and believed that my life had to serve a greater purpose than myself. Growing up in Benin, I was aware of its potential, but also of the many challenges holding it back. I became interested in finance, not just for the numbers, but because of what finance can enable. Structure, long-term vision, and the ability to transform ideas into reality. My journey took me overseas to the US, where I had the opportunity to work for major financial institutions such as Bank of America and the US Treasury, and where I was exposed to the global financial system. But even then, I kept an eye on Benin. I was observing, learning, and thinking about how to contribute. But then, the real shift came in 2016 when I decided to move from preparation into action. The newly elected president of Benin, President Talon, gave me the opportunity to join his team to work on improving Benin business climate to work Benin more attractive for investors. Then in 2021, I was entrusted to lead one of the most important projects in the country, the development of the Special Economic Zone of Glojigbe, GDIZ. It is a project designed to accelerate industrialization, to create jobs, and to change Benin economy. At some point, commitment becomes a choice. It is not about what you do, but it is about where you choose to do it. Over to you, Maurice.
Thank you so much, Letonji. Today, let's talk about choices. I'm not standing here only as the managing director of CDC Benin. I'm standing here as Maurice Lokoso, a proud Beninese woman that decided, like Letongier, to come back to my native country, Benin, and to stay in Benin and to stay in Africa. I did my studies in France, and I started my professional career in French banking groups. I spent over 12 years before deciding with my husband, who is also Beninese, to come back to our country. In 2017, after the death of my father, we returned to our roots, and this is where I really found my purpose. I started my professional journey in Benin in 2017, serving the public sector. As the technical advisor to the Senior Minister of Economy and Finance, who is now the new elected president of Benin, I was in charge of the sovereign rating and the first international financing. And I spent 3 amazing years in this position. And after that, I moved to West African Development Bank, for more 3 years as the chief of staff to the president of this institution, taking care of the financing of our West African region. In 2023, I came back to my country to respond to the call of my government to take the lead of CDC Benin. And throughout my journey, I acquired a strong conviction, the conviction that our countries definitely need long-term and patient capital to be developed and to transform. This is exactly the mandate of CDC Benin. But before talking about what we are doing in this institution, let's go back to Letonji. Thank you.
When we look at the world today, we see a rapid mutation happening everywhere. We are moving from a unicentric world to a multipolar world. Global supply chains are shifting. Economic power is being rebalanced. Africa is becoming part of the solution. Benin is crafting its own path toward development. In Benin, over the past few years, we have been building up our economy. And as part of that build-up, we have fully developed the first phase of our industrial zone, Glodigbe Industrial Zone, GDIZ, which is one of the largest special economic zones in Africa, 1,640 hectares. Over 20 factories are now in operation. More than 25,000 jobs have been created. This is what transformation looks like. But transformation does not come without obstacle. It must be approached with long-term perspective. Every day, we face the high cost of energy, electricity, and gas. We have limited access to competitive financing, whether it's long-term capital, working capital, or CapEx. But all these challenges limit our ability to compete globally. So what did we do about these challenges? We decided to take matters into our own hands. We are now investing to create our own infrastructure. We are creating energy infrastructure, logistic infrastructure, and industrial infrastructure, because we believe that industrialization requires execution, coordination, and long-term vision, and most of all, capital.
Thank you, Letongier. This is where capital becomes critical. You may know that our local ecosystems are driven by short-term vision, short-term capitals, and short-term expectations. But our countries in Africa definitely need long-term vision, patience, stability, and long-term commitment. And this is why the government of Benin made a very strategic decision by creating CDC Benin in 2018. Our mandate is clear. We act as the public sovereign wealth fund of Benin. We collect long-term savings and resources and invest them in equity, in public and private projects that are strategic for the government action plan and mainly in the industrial zone. We sustain the vision of the government to transform our raw commodities. You may know that Benin is the first producer of the continent. We also produce raw cashew nuts, and we decided to invest massively with the local private sector and international investors like you in the construction of plants that are now transforming around 13% of our raw cotton production and around 50% of our raw cashew nut production that are exported. But beyond all these figures, I would like you to keep in mind that investment, all these investments, allow the country to create jobs. And jobs change young people's life in Benin because we offer them stability, we offer them new skills, and this is exactly what long-term capital does. It changes life. So we are very clear with what we aim to ask you today. We want to attract investors and partners like you in our country, in Benin. Come and invest. CDC Benin is there to de-risk your project with you and to make your journey, your investment successful and at scale. Over to you.
As mentioned by Maurice, industrialization can create impact. And if you believe in industrialization, you believe in transformation. If you believe in transformation, you must think at scale. Our ambition in Benin is to process 100% of our cotton locally and to create integrated industrial ecosystem. This represents billions of dollars in terms of investment, hundreds of thousands of jobs will be created, and there will be a structural shift in our economy. But this is not some sort of future vision. Projects are already running and value is being created. What we need now is scale, speed, and alignment.
And to conclude, our call to action to you is very clear. Benin is the country of opportunities for all of you. So please come. The whole ecosystem is ready to welcome you, ready to assist you, and to make your investment journey successful in our country.
It is no longer about why invest. It is about how fast are you ready to move to invest in Benin. Let's join forces together, choose Benin, let's make impact and thrive together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone. Pleased to be here. My name is Béatrice Buffon and I am the CEO of EDF Power Solutions. So I have been working in the energy sector for more than 25 years in different companies and different roles. Initially in the development, in the field, I learned a lot from working hand in hand with people, with municipalities to develop projects. And then I worked in the structuring and financing of complex projects. And I can tell you, I know what it takes to reach financial close, to reach final investment decision. I must say I never got bored, because we have always fantastic challenges that need to be tackled, continuous transformation of the sector, and constant changes in terms of technologies. But while the obstacles have been sometimes significant, it is truly thanks to a collective effort and teamwork that we manage to find solutions, alternative pathways, new ideas. To accelerate our ability to deliver projects within EDF, we decided last year to lead a major reorganization.
we merged all our international teams and expertise within one single entity, EDF Power Solutions, combining our global know-how in hydropower, solar, wind, thermal, but also networks and storage, all together in EDF Power Solutions to be able to have a global approach to electrical systems. So today we operate in more than 20 countries and we employ more than 8,000 people. In Africa, we are strengthening our development. Today, we operate and build 3.5 gigawatts of electricity projects compared to 500 megawatts a few years ago. We do that with three key principles. First, if our name is EDF Power Solutions, it's because our DNA is to provide tailored solutions to the needs of the countries, of the electrical systems. To do this, we can use our diversified portfolio of technologies. Again, hydro, biomass, some gas, solar, wind, batteries, network, transmission. All together, we combine these technologies to optimize the solutions we can bring, considering the challenges of the electrical systems. One example, in South Africa, we are finalizing now the construction of Umoyelanga project, which combines solar and wind and batteries to be able to provide stable electricity throughout the day to the national grid operator. Second key principle, always we act in partnerships. Nothing meaningful can be achieved alone. All these projects are developed with governments, investment partners, commercial banks, development banks, financial institutions, construction companies, and local communities. One example, the Nachtigal Hydro Project in Cameroon. It's a big dam, 400 megawatt, that we commissioned last year, so it is in operation today. It supplies 30% of Cameroon electricity consumption. This project became possible thanks to a public-private partnership with the state of Cameroon, the participation of 5 co-investors, so EDF, the government, STOA, Africa 50, and IFC, and a financing pool of 15 commercial banks and international development institutions, all together to make it happen. So it's always a lot of work, but partnerships is key for the success. And third principle, last but not least, we pay close attention to ensuring that our projects are developed with local population, that they are built by local population, and that they benefit the economy locally. We work closely with the communities all along the life cycle of the project. 2 examples. Cameroon. During the construction phase of Nachtigal, 94% of the 3,000 employees on site were from Cameroon, and 60% even from the region of the project. Today, they represent more than 95% of the team which operates the dam. Second example, South Africa. We recently commissioned a large wind farm project, Coruscant. Almost half of the construction costs come from the local economy. Local teams for construction and operation. Local sourcing for equipment like concrete towers for the wind turbines. So it's a very high proportion for wind farm that we are able to source locally. In conclusion, we will continue to deliver structuring energy projects, but with one objective, and I believe it is shared by everybody, to shorten the lead time from origination to delivery. Because population and economies need these projects today and not in 10 or 20 years. We need to move quicker. Let's carry on building these projects all together
Thank you.
Hello, distinguished guests, leaders, change makers, agents of change and transformation leaders, and visionaries. I'm deeply humbled to be amongst you today to share my little story. A story of a young boy who grew up in this proud city of Kinshasa, which today is the capital of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The first 15 years of my life were transformational, falling deeply in love with the land, the beautiful souls, and more so, the opportunity that stood before my eyes. Growing up, I grew up in a land of paradoxes, coming from a foreign family who spent 4 generations in Africa, and more specifically in Congo. In my early days, I came up with one thing that was just a perpetual injustice that I had to live with. How is it that so many people in my country, the country that I love so dearly, have such little means? And that shaped me, and that shaped my philosophy, the way I thought about business, and what I wanted to do with my life. Fast forward, a few years later, I find myself as the CEO of the largest bank in the country. And you would think that a platform of bank is an ideal platform to transform lives, to finance SMEs, to finance gender. And you'll be surprised how much regulation and to what extent banks have been hamstrung to actually commit to the real purpose of what they're meant to do. And that's the alleviation of poverty. So I set out to look at this industry from a totally different perspective. We went aggressively financing over 20,000 SMEs. We included millions of users on our digital mobile banking application, and now we're rolling out digital and AI in order to mass produce economic development, transformation, and changing lives of the people. A mission that speaks very closely to my heart and to my soul. As we look at developing of Africa, there can be no development or meaningful development in Africa without the development of the DRC. As you all know, this country is endowed with immense mineral resources. We look at our river systems, be it the Inga Dam, be it the lithium, copper, cobalt deposits, or our forestry assets. Africa cannot develop if the DRC doesn't catch up. My sole purpose and my mission is to invite you all to hold our hands, be part of us. Our success story is one I'm happy to share with you. A bank that started with $5 million of capital 20 years ago, today has over $1 billion and $8 billion of assets, and produces revenues of over $700 million a year. So yes, it's possible in Africa, and more so, it's possible in Congo as well. A determined population, smiling people, and transforming lives. How else would you want to spend your time if you could be really building legacies and focus on how you'll be remembered? We invite you all to visit the country, see the burgeoning population, see the investment that's taking place, and join us. Be part of this beautiful story of the DRC. I thank you very much and look forward to connecting with all of you, business leaders and visionaries, as we move forward. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oui. Je peux y aller? OK. Oui.
Il faut commencer.
Oui, d'accord. Mais j'ai pris l'option de parler en français, donc ce sera peut-être plus simple. Ans, c'est le temps que j'ai passé dans la finance panafricaine et internationale à identifier les mécanismes qui organisent, captent et créent la valeur sur notre continent. Mais aujourd'hui, l'essentiel de mon temps, je le passe à identifier donc aujourd'hui, l'essentiel de mon temps, je le passe à me focaliser sur l'industrialisation de la créativité africaine. Et pourquoi? Parce que une évidence s'impose aujourd'hui à nous. L'Afrique est devenue l'un des épicentres de la création africaine. Nos musiques, nos esthétiques circulent. Nos récits traversent les frontières. Nos talents façonnent des générations entières bien au-delà de nos frontières. Et pourtant, nous devons bien admettre que bien que nous soyons au centre de la création, nous restons à la périphérie de la création de valeur. Combien de nos acteurs et nos talents créatifs captent à peine une minime partie de la création de la richesse? Combien de nos acteurs du secteur de la création contrôlent les canaux de distribution? Combien de temps allons-nous assister à ce qui aujourd'hui apparaît comme des visibilités éphémères? Le sujet pour nous aujourd'hui n'est pas seulement culturel, il est économique, il est social, il est même profondément géopolitique. Ce que nous produisons pour les générations futures ne sera pas seulement structuré par ceux qui contrôlent les matières premières ou les infrastructures. Il sera aussi façonné par ceux qui en maîtrisent les imaginaires, ceux qui influencent les désirs, les récits, les références culturelles et les symboles, influencent aussi les flux touristiques, les investissements, la confiance, la désirabilité de leur marque et parfois même la perception du risque. Dans la relation du monde à l'Afrique, la perception a malheureusement trop souvent précédé la réalité. Et cette perception se construit aussi par la culture. Voilà pourquoi les industries culturelles et créatives ne doivent plus être considérées comme des industries à la marge, comme un supplément d'âme, mais plutôt comme une infrastructure de puissance. Et il faut avoir le courage de le dire. Nous avons parfois collectivement sous-investi ou mal investi dans cette puissance qui pourtant est réelle. Trop souvent, nous avons orienté nos investissements vers des modèles économiques qui distribuent une valeur qui est créée ailleurs, plutôt que vers ceux qui créent ici, en Afrique, des marques, des droits, des plateformes, des institutions durables et des actifs immatériels puissants. Nous avons parfois financé même ce qui constitue des éléments de notre dépendance. Investir n'est jamais un choix neutre. C'est un choix de société. C'est un pari sur le futur. C'est Genesis Holding Company. Nous avons fait le pari de nous investir dans cette transformation. Nous avons fait le pari de nous y investir. Nous avons fait le pari d'y investir. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous participons à la structuration de cet écosystème. Ouais. Pour finir, je voudrais que mon message ici soit une exhortation à ce que les industries créatives et culturelles soient maintenant un facteur de développement économique en Afrique et pas simplement des éléments de visibilité éphémères comme je l'ai indiqué tout à l'heure. Je vous remercie.
Good morning, everyone. Bienvenue au Kenya. Karibu Kenya. We just want a few minutes of your time to talk about building capability in Africa. If we could just have a few minutes, that would be amazing.
Let's do this. Go ahead.
My name is Disha Kopro, and I'm a third-generation Kenyan. I grew up in an entrepreneurial family, and I was deeply shaped by my father, who built a very big business in East and Southern Africa. I was inspired by his courage, his discipline, and his belief in building real African businesses. As the CEO of Redlands Roses, my journey is about shaping my own leadership legacy by drawing on that influence and that inspiration, and by defining myself what globally competitive African businesses can be. Redlands Roses is a premium boutique rose farm located in Ruiru, and we employ 1,000 people. We grow and export the most luxurious spray roses all over the world.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tijan. I'm from Senegal, a bit west of here. I see the West African crowd in front. I've had the privilege of growing up rooted in my Fulani community in Senegal and being educated in France, working in Europe, the US, before starting my company in Africa. And nowadays, as a VC investor, I partner with many institutions in this room to back entrepreneurs, African entrepreneurs. So throughout this journey, I've built this simple conviction. If founders and builders drive innovation, it becomes the engine for change at scale. But here is one thing. I know global tech from inside, and I know global finance from inside. But I've also seen across the continent ambitious African building everywhere. And here is my conviction. I refuse to accept that capital should have less conviction in Dakar, in Kinshasa or Nairobi than it has in Paris, in Palo Alto or in Shenzhen. We need the ambition. But Disha here will tell you from her experience, building from Africa means facing uncertainty, friction. And my question to Disha and to every entrepreneur in Africa is, how do you combine the resilience against this friction with the ambition you have to scale? How do you do it?
So, Tijan, after years of experience, you can become a bit arrogant, and then I would say it's not rocket science. I think working in Africa is all about building operational rigor in your business. So I want to be very clear. I work in the agricultural sector, and we are not some cheap production shop. We're not a factory of flowers. We've actually built a very well-run and tightly managed businesses that rely on processes, quality standards, relationships with international customers. So what does this look like for me on a day-to-day basis? Well, I need my technical manager to manage in varying climate conditions. Quality standards need to be documented, understood, and implemented. Processes need to work like clockwork. So these are a couple of the things that, define capability for me within the African context. In terms of financial discipline, we're backed by private equity company called Adenia Partners. So we have to hold ourselves to financial accountability every month. And what that means is that today I can tell you with certainty where all the costs are in my business, how to manage them, and how to actually save on them without impacting on the quality. And finally, if there are global shocks like the one we experienced 2 months ago, we have to pick up the phone to all our customers, and we agree bilaterally how we're going to carry the burden of that geopolitical risk together. So you see, all this to say that it doesn't just happen by magic. It's very deliberate. Building capability is very deliberate.
Well, but then the question, Disha, is how does, are the systems and capital moving fast enough as you're building this capability? Is it moving fast enough? Because my truth usually is it doesn't. As capital, we don't meet you. Actually, I have this beef that we, as a whole world, we are wasting African entrepreneur time. You have to think of entrepreneurs as a very scarce resource. There are not many of them, and their most creative years are limited. And we waste them as they are slowed down by friction in regulation, in institutions, or when capital doesn't move fast enough or is too slow. If you think about it, an African entrepreneur typically will take 2 to 3 years to pilot a project that a founder in the Europe or US will do in 6 months, because they have the systems, the institutions, and the capital to give them speed. And this is the thing. The role of capital is to give velocity to innovation. Capital, smart capital, that is patient enough to reframe this whole risk, that is bold enough to accept the risk, will give entrepreneurs faster cycles to learn, to test, and to scale. Now, if you look at my space, technology, we'll tell you that in 2025, about $4 billion were raised by 570 African startups. It's a lot of progress if you compare it to where it was 10 years ago. It's 15 times more. But for a whole continent of 1.5 billion people, $4 billion of investment is nothing. It's not a capital market. What it is really, it is a bottleneck that very few will overcome. Currently, as we speak, every year about 200 new startups get their first ticket above 200K. It's incredibly low if you think about all of the founders and builders across the continent who are unlocking, access to financial services, who are enabling wealth insurance for informal workers, or who, like Disha, are taking high quality African products to the world. So, the question I ask to this room, because in this room there everybody who's making this happen. The question I'm asking to this room is, how do we bring institutions, regulation and capital fast enough to meet the ambition these entrepreneurs are reaching for? Disha, how are we doing it?
So, thank you, Tijan, for that. As an investor, I actually have a call to action for yourself. When you come to Africa, well, you're from the continent, so it doesn't quite count. But when you do come and say to a new country like Kenya, understand the operating realities of operating in Africa. Adjust your investment timeframes accordingly. Those are the successful investors, not the smart ones, but the patient ones. Of course, the business still has to make sense. We've got another one who's standing there from Créadev, Tom Rostand. He really understands how to operate in Africa. And I would strongly recommend that he's a very good example of capital that has landed well in Africa. My second call to action is to African businesses themselves. Businesses just like Redlands Roses. Focus on building your capability. How do you expect to get respect on the global stage with really reputed investors if you don't build that capability yourself? You need to build good systems, processes, invest in your people, good financial discipline. These are non-negotiables. And finally, the partnerships that we build, they cannot be purely based on extractive relations. Whether it's a relationship between a government and a business and an investor, or a business and an international customer, those relationships need to be built on mutual respect, transparency, and dignity. And if there's one parting message that I have for the audience today is, let's shift the conversation. It's no longer about African resilience and African, resilience. It's more now the conversation should shift around building African capability. Tijan.
At scale. And guys, you heard Disha. Capability like the one she has needs capital. Smart capital. Context-aware capital. Capital that will give her the cycles to execute. So, my own call to action, because this is the good news. The performance is already here to attract this capital. Capital just needs to recognize it and match it. I'll give you an example. In technology, only 1.5% of VC-funded companies ever reach $100 million. This is the global stat. In our first fund, Partech Africa Fund 1, we have 4 out of 17 companies that have reached that milestone already. This is not to make it a Partech story. I think this stat should force global capital to rethink the African risk and the African upside. So my call to action to everybody in this room. First, if you are running global capital and you are chasing, AI outliers elsewhere, I tell you, you should be looking hard at this continent. You may be missing some serious upside. If you are running a patient capital that has a long-term outlook, I tell you this. The African tech is building the infrastructure for our economy. And finally, to government, because there are a few government people here. Please, don't pick winners. Use your regulation to build the market and the systems for innovation. Mobilize local capital for us. Because the one thing you need to all remember, African entrepreneurs are not waiting, whether they're in Dakar, Nairobi, or Cairo, they're not waiting, they're building, and we need to match them with capital. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very happy to be with you. I am Thierry Hébreau. I'm the CEO of the Mauritius Commercial Bank, a Mauritian bank major in our country. We are ranked 10 in Africa. Before joining this bank, a little bit of my history. I was raised in Madagascar. I worked the last 35 years in Eastern Europe, including Russia, in Southeast Asia, in India, in North Africa. And so you have been exposed to different realities. And this is what I would like to speak today. I am speaking as a Mauritian and African banker. I think it has been said already, Africa, it's 600 million Africans who have no access to electricity, but I would add Africa is less than 4% of the CO2 emission. We will be 2.5 billion Africans by 2050. So you understand that if we need to change and to integrate and to include our population to at an acceptable standard of living, we cannot continue to be an exporter of raw materials and an importer of goods, finished products. So that's the topic I would like to address with you. And definitely, when we speak about energy, transforming our continent will need a lot of energy. This energy will have to be a mix between renewable energy, it is essential, but using as well the energy we have at our disposal, which is our energy, which is oil and gas. And we will have to continue to accept a mix between these two energies, working together in order to develop our economies and our societies. Africa as well is a lot of opportunities, as all of you know here. I mean, we have 30% of the resources in metals, mineral, rare earth needed to the electrification of this planet. Africa represents 65% of the available land, arable land in this planet, that should be sufficient to our self-sufficiency food. So the question I have is, why are we continuing to import products which have been done elsewhere or in China from our raw materials? Why are we still dependent on importing wheat from Russia and Ukraine? Why are we continuing to give to outside of Africa our own value chain, our own capacity to create value for our own continent? And there is a topic in this which is, fortunately, I would like to say that some African corporates and international corporates have started this agenda. The most emblematic one I would like to name here is Dangote, who is creating the biggest refinery in the world in Nigeria. And when we think about that, we understand today how it works, helping the neighboring countries in Africa as a substitution of importing refined product from the Gulf. This is very important to have that in mind. The major problem and the major challenges we have in Africa is access to financing, access to funding. Why do we have this problem of access to funding and funding? It's because the main part of funding we don't ask charity here. We need funding. We will pay for the funding, but you need to understand that our transformation is not on the exclusive agenda of climate change. The social, the economy, the change of our societies is a major item in our transformation. If we don't do that, if the funders do not understand that, if they are not supporting us in this transition, we will fail. And this is where we need you. We need you guys, funders. We need to have effectively a partnership between our governments, between the DFIs, between the banking sector in Africa, with the private sector, both international and African, to build, to construct this transformation of the continent. This is the message I wanted to pass today. So we are not here for charity, we are here for partnership and building together the transformation of our continent through its realities that you have to accept and work with. Thank you very much for your attention.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Benga Oyebode. I'm a Nigerian, but a citizen of the continent. I wanted to put a little bit of context on what I am going to talk about today. First, that over the last 5 decades, I've spent a significant amount of my time on the continent, investing, staking my career, and all my time on making sure that we can grow business, grow investments, and particularly around the law, but recently more around philanthropy. Let me say that what I see around the world today is geopolitics that's changing. The world is rapidly changing, and Africa's partnerships have become ever so important. My belief is that the response for all of us on the continent is one that should be extremely strategic in the way that we approach partnerships, strategic in the way that we see investment, such that the continent reaps the benefits and the rewards. However, I would like to look at the continent 3 lenses. These lenses are the way I see the continent. One, as a founder; secondly, as an investor; and thirdly, as a philanthropist. So as a founder, I am chairman of the Africa Legal Network. This is a network of law firms across the continent. It's a network over 15 countries where we have given advice on approximately $8 billion of transactions. But what is important about the network, and to the firm that I founded in Nigeria over 35 years ago, the law firm of Aluko and Oyebode, is that we set up this at a time when there's no real template for a global law firm in the country. However, we've built firms that have focused on governance, on credibility across jurisdictions. As an investor, I think it's important to look at the macros and how they are trending. They're trending really positively. They're trending in Nigeria, where the GDP growth is at 4%, inflation is down to 13%, and net reserves are up to $50 billion. And this is no accident. This is good governance by the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In Ghana, a country that flirted with sovereign default a few years ago, we've seen GDP growth at 6% and inflation under 4%, and this is John Mahama doing what he knows how to do. In Kenya, we've also seen GDP growth at 4%. I think it's important that we see that when there are steady hands, that countries grow. I was part of an investment group 25 years ago that invested in MTN Nigeria. Today, there are 87 million subscribers and on the MTN network, and approximately 200 million subscribers across the country. There is a new generation of investors that we're starting to see. This new generation of investors, essentially around MoneyPoint, where I am chair of that board, which is valued at over $1 billion. It does 1 billion transactions every month and has 10 million customers. This is not isolated. You can also see that in Flutterwave and Paystack. I also would like to raise the concerns around artificial intelligence, which I think is particularly important. I think we need to be able to build our own models for African health, for agriculture, and financial services. Data sovereignty, as you know, is the new resource sovereignty. Around philanthropy, I think it's important that we note the changes in the world, the Western world pulling out of philanthropy on the continent. But this in itself isn't a problem. What I would like to emphasize is that philanthropy is not the answer. It could stand in breach, but it will not close the gap. And I think it's important for us to put that in perspective. I chair the Africa Philanthropy Forum, where we do significant work around strategic investment on the continent, and I'm also a trustee of the Ford Foundation.
let me say that the problems that I see on the continent are around income inequality and around education inequity. And I think that these issues can only be resolved by continued investment and sustained public commitment. Africa does not need more people believing in our potential. What Africa needs, what Africa requires, significantly, is people willing to bet on the future. And that's what I see today when I look at this room and I see my friend and brother Aliko Dangote, Abdul Samad Rabiu, Jimovia, Aigode Aigi Mokweda. These are people that have put their money where their mouths are. They've continued to bet on the continent. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Good morning all. I'm very happy to be with you today. Who am I and why am I here today with you? I am Xavier Gir, I am CEO of Suez, a world leader company with more than 40,000 people dedicated to bringing affordable and innovating water and waste solutions in more than 40 countries. In Africa, Suez has been active for almost 80 years and has designed and or built infrastructure for water in 80% of African cities. Today, we are active in plenty of African countries, in Senegal, in Angola, in Gabon, in South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, just to list some of them. And beyond that, I am 57 years old, and I have dedicated almost half of this time to waste, water, environment, energy, and almost 100% of my professional life. Leading Suez is not only a job for me, it's my passion, it's my life, it's my way to contribute to a better world for tomorrow and for today also. How do I see the world, trends from where I sit today? Rules, of course, disruptions, for sure, risks, no doubt about that. But also a strong optimism, a deep enthusiasm, because I deeply believe in science and I deeply believe in joint cooperative action, bringing together public and private contributors, corporates as Suez, bringing technical solutions, and international financial institutions bringing financial solutions. Let's take some examples. We all know that water scarcity is there and water bankruptcy is coming if we do not act. However, all the solutions are there. Smart meters to make everyone know and control their consumption, key milestone towards sobriety, wastewater reuse, to close water cycle, aquifer refill to avoid corrupting the resource, and desal technologies to get access to additional water resources when there is no water underground. We all know that water quality is a prerequisite also and affordable for a healthy and affordable world. €1 spent in drinking water infrastructures saves €6 in all kinds of costs, such as illnesses, loss of productivity, and others. Basic pollutants, but also micropollutants and even PFAS are today massive stake. We provide all kinds of solutions to solve that. From the most traditional ones, inspired also from nature, to the most innovative ones, including low pressure reverse osmosis or activated carbon. Suez has built more than 10,000 water infrastructures around the world. What a track record. Same as regards waste. All the solutions exist, from green landfilling, as we developed in Meknes, for example, to EFW with the highest quality of flue gas treatment and even CCUS when appropriate, or recycling. We at Suez deliver the best expertise in each of these fields thanks to our 1,300 experts and researchers, and here in Africa thanks to the 5,000 people who work day after day to serve with our partners, African countries. This leads to my call for action. We have We, industrial leaders, to go on investing, innovating, taking risk. Political leaders, to set clear long-term ambitions for infra development and consistent regulations. And financial leaders, with the support of the states when necessary to bring competitive long-term financing. If one of these building blocks fails, everything collapses. This is our current challenge: overcome wars, disruptions, risks, but also overcome short-term pressure, immediate financial imbalances, to set the appropriate rules, public-private partnerships and financing schemes. In a nutshell, to dedicate together all our strengths to make these infrastructures emerge and bring better perspectives to our children. We really owe that to the younger generations to give them confidence in the future. Our role as leaders is to nurture the unique energy of youth through optimism, action, example, and to guide them toward ambition, not resignation, towards openness rather than withdrawal. And nowhere is this more critical than in Africa, the youngest continent in the world. By 2050, 40% of the world's population under the age of 18 will be African. This is not just statistic. This is our responsibility. I thank you for your attention.
What a hater say, sipping on that haterade. I'm tipsy off that Tanqueray and Alizé, I'm hella paid. Pair of J's on me as I hit the stage, elevate. Toast to the hard work, so every day we celebrate. I'm just a dream chaser trying to reach paper. A few years ago, you know we hadn't seen better, so I had to get up. Hustling never seemed better. I'm fed up, but it won't get the best of me, my nigga. I live a fast life, if you can see. Mula team holding down Africa from the east, please. You know we're trying to stack up all the G's, getting money overseas. Mikey Tony had a dream, Luther King, we believe.
And if I'm gonna make it worth it, then I gotta go hard. Got my city on my back, if you feel me, holla back. I do it for the truth, Buffalo. We hold it up when we down, you know we holding it down. We hold it up when we down, you know we holding it down. We hold it up when we down, you know we holding it down.
See, I gotta get that dough. Your money been the motive. Mama told me take it slow, what? Keep your options open. Now we be all up inside your TV. With a couple more beanies while we treat them haters like Stevie. Wonder why these niggas bother anymore. Push up a man, Gary better know that we swaggy right. Out your swaggy. She's rolling doobies with some beanies in no backseat. But I don't trust these bitches. I don't trust these bitches. I don't trust these bitches, cause they might catch me slipping. But you already know Kimula, that's that type of flow. Yeah, so we holding it.
And if I'm gonna make it worth it, then I gotta go hard. Got my city on my back, if you feel me, holla back. I do it for the truth, Buffalo. We hold it up when we down, you know we hold it down. We hold it up when we down, you know we hold it down.
Il est là, on va prendre le temps. Ça c'est le bordel. Confirmer qu'à la fin il fait son discours, reste derrière. C'est pour ça que j'ai besoin de savoir. Et aussi, est-ce qu'il invite quand même à liser les autres, même sur scène, radio et vous me le dites là,
You can't take me for direction. Move your legs like this and that. You can't drive away the pressure. Hold my waist, hold my waist, hold my waist. I like I see they go, baby. I like I see they go. Hold my waist, hold my waist, hold my waist.
body come, my body make I cool my tension. Mama give me, I don't feel like your body, they call my attention. Big way, fight face, I know the life for you, I don't place for you. Mama give I don't place for you. Follow me, make me chop life for you. Anything you want, girl, I go buy. You dey put me for high tension. This one, I'm my confession. We go do all the day for goodbye. Anything you want, girl, I go buy.
Yes, I remember you. But you're still with Grace? I thought you had. Very nice. Sorry, I have very small time.
Extra pressure, baby, when you wind and fall. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy. Extra pressure, baby, when you wind and fall.
On va pas commencer. Alors je vous dis,
You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy.
This is not working.
Put my life on pause and follow you where you're going. And if I make you my business, I suffer no loss. Cause I'm in love and it's showing.
It's not working, I cannot hear anything. Yes. Not good though, not good. Louder.
Extra pressure, baby, when you wind and fall. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy. Extra pressure, baby, when you wind and fall.
Oui, mais pas bien. Pas facile.
You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy.
Good morning, Nairobi. Good morning, everyone. I see that there's a lot of activity in this room. We will all be distracted by all the celebrities that just arrived. I understand, but we now need to start because we're about to start an amazing session, the creative industry session. So you might be wondering what creatives are doing at a business forum, right? Well, I have an answer for you. Much more than you think. Culture is not just the soft side of the African economy. It is its fastest growing engine. The creative industries already account for more than 8% of all jobs in sub-Saharan Africa. That's more than any other region in the world. And they have the potential to create 20 million more. The creative industries build brand equity for nations. They power tourism, tech, and of course, fashion, gaming, film, music, entire ecosystems of value. But also, even more importantly, the creative industries are what make people want to be part of the Africa story. So that's why Creation Africa exists. This flagship platform has already brought together over 1,000 entrepreneurs, investors, and creators, first in Paris in 2023, then in Lagos just last October. We were there. And now today we're bringing that spirit to Nairobi. So I want to call on stage 3 people who are the embodiment of what happens when you back African creativity with intent. First, Liz Gomez, the director of Mensa, Maison du Monde Africain. Welcome, Liz. And 2 creators who have been receiving the support of Creation Africa, Yara Agbefoa, founder of The Revival from Ghana. Please clap for her. And Dina Valisoa, founder of Red Rocket Studio in Madagascar. Thank you all for being here. So Liz, you've spent years and years
trying to get a home for African creativity, a real home with a roof and walls and a budget. And now that Mensa exists, what can it do that was not possible before?
We have to expand that home, and that home has a base in Paris, but it has to happen everywhere on the continent and everywhere in the African world. That's our name. So that's our mission. Our mission is to link the diasporas and the continent. Our mission is also to create tools to be producers. As I was saying, we need to be in front of the camera and behind the camera. We can't just be artists. We have to be producers. We have to be directors of festival. We have to be in charge of our own data. We have to have the pen. And this is what we are creating with Mensa. It's not just about diffusion. It's not just about, giving a space for artists. Of course, we are going to do that, but also we really need them to be actors of their own destiny, of their own, of their own future. It's a question of agency.
Wonderful. And so now we have actually two examples of what Creation Africa can do. Yara, you're the founder of the Revival in Ghana, and you're an activist against Fashion Week. But by the way, I hope you're appreciating the outfit. Tell us exactly what you're doing and what this kind of support is allowing you to continue doing.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. So basically what we're doing is...
Is yours mic working? Sorry, I don't think you're working.
Is it working? Take this. Yes. So basically what we're doing is to tackle textile waste in Ghana and in West Africa. Ghana has been seen as one of the largest used clothing markets in the world. But then growing up in the market in Ghana, which is Kantamanto market in Accra, I have seen millions of clothes come into the country, but a lot of them go to our dumping sites, destroy our environment, open air burning, air pollution, and our beaches are dirty. So then...
Already? You're not waiting your turn.
I will make order. Excuse me, everybody. Hey! I'm sorry, guys, but it's impossible to speak about culture, to have people like that super inspired coming here, making a speech with such a noise. So this is a total lack of respect. So I suggest, if you want to have bilaterals or speak about somebody else, something else, you have bilateral rooms or you go outside. If you want to stay here, we listen to the people. And we play in the same game. Okay? Thank you.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is called leadership. All right.
So I'm just
continuing. Go ahead.
So basically we are trying to turn this problem, which is affecting Ghanaians, affecting countries in West Africa, into an opportunity. And through that, we've been able to transform textile waste into new materials. And currently we are building a recycling infrastructure in Ghana that is going to expand across West Africa as well. What Creation Africa did was not to save us, but actually is to help amplify what was already happening. We live in a market in Accra, which is the most advanced circular economy in the world, which is built by informal sector, who are the tailors, the repairers, the upcyclers. And these people need to be encouraged, they need to be invested in. So what we're doing is building that community and trying to be able to scale up this from what destroys our environment to actually being something that creates opportunities for young people, especially women. Whatever I'm wearing is from textile waste, but I think I look cool, right? Exactly, and that is the opportunity we could create. And for everybody in this room, the institutions, the investors, the brands, policymakers, I want us to stop seeing African communities as just recipients of the solution, but rather should see us as co-authors of the solution and co-authors of the future. We cannot achieve this alone. It's collective. This is not a one-man show. We have to do this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Yara. And so Dina, you operate in a completely different sector. You're in video games, but you're also taking something that existed, that's rooted in Malagasy culture in your case, and asking what can we do with it that's completely new. So tell us about your work.
Well, so thank you. I'm Dean. I'm a video game developer, and my journey didn't start in a tech hub. It started in my bedroom and in a garage in Antananarivo. In Madagascar, we build games between water and power cuts. But we have something stronger than electricity, our culture, our stories, and our resilience. And so we built our game, Kalanur. So that game, talent was not enough. So we needed an ecosystem. And for us, the catalyst was the Projet UN. With the booster program, they gave us the structure to become a professional video game. And it is vital because the gaming industry is worth $200 billion. A lot of money. But Africa is not almost visible on this map. It's not that we lack stories. It's not that we lack talents. We lack a bridge to the world. We lack investors in the infrastructure to build them. For us, that bridge was made with a publisher, a French publisher, New Tales. So this France-Madagascar alliance, it's a proof that together we can achieve great things. And thanks to this partnership, now our game will be launching on PlayStation 5, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, PC. A demo is also already available on Steam. You can wishlist. And so we want to prove that the Made in Africa is a world class. So, to the investors, to the leaders here today, I tell you, the audience is ready. Our youth wants to see their culture in the games they play, but the world too, they want to discover our stories. So Africa Forward should means we should own our own narrative, but we need a production ecosystem. So let's make that together, let's build it together, so we can turn our stories into global reality. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you to the three of you. It's very inspiring, and you're seeing Creation Africa in motion. Thank you all. Yes, clap for them. Our next speaker, I am very excited to welcome on stage Mr. Maxime Saada, the CEO of Canal+, the man who has made the single largest investment in the African audiovisual ecosystem when Canal+ acquired MultiChoice last year. Let's listen to him.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here. Thank you, Mr. President, for putting culture at the center of this summit. We appreciate it. Canal+ has big ambitions, two really big ambitions with Africa at their heart. The first ambition is to become the only non-American global media company in the world. We're almost there with 42 million subscribers. 25 million of those subscribers are now in Africa with the acquisition of MultiChoice that you kindly mentioned. And of course, Sub-Saharan Africa counts today 1.2 billion people, expected to grow to 2 billion by 2050. And with this growth, I expect Africa to become a dominant force in the cultural industry in the world. And Canal+ will play its part to make that happen. Next step for us is to list Canal+ in Johannesburg on June 3rd. It will be the first French company to be listed in Africa. We're very proud of that. Thank you. Our second ambition, we're even prouder, more excited about, is really to tell African stories. African stories, but from an African perspective, and to make them travel around the world. Not the American way. We love American content, but I don't know about you, but I've never been to Wakanda. We really wanted to do the African way, and like Shaka Ilembe was the greatest, most successful story series of multi-choice because it told the story from an African perspective. And why hasn't this happened yet? Why haven't we seen great African movies or series travel around the world? I believe there are really three reasons. One, talent, trained talent. There's a lot of talent here in Africa, but it needs to be trained. And Canal Plus, with Canal Plus University and the help of the French government, the AFD, we are training thousands and thousands of people to all the career paths, creating jobs, and all the career paths of the media industry. And we will double down on this investment. We will train 7,000 people every year to how to write a script, how to direct a movie, all the careers that we need behind and in front of the camera, acting, of course, which is very popular. The second thing that we need in Africa is financial resources. We need, for series and movies to travel, we need them to have world-class production standards. I mentioned Shaka Ilembe, which is the greatest success of MultiChoice. It's also the most expensive series ever. So in the end, we need the financial resources. Spinners, which was also a very big production, was the first series, African series, to be selected at the Cannes Series Festival. And we will now invest in making these African stories more ambitious. We have announced Americana, based on the Nigerian bestseller. We have announced, yes, this would be our most ambitious project. And I can see fans here. And we have announced The Road Home, about the Graceland album and how music played a big role to fight apartheid at the time. And this would be also very ambitious. Thank you very much. And I have said I would be short.
Yes,
I just want to conclude and say this is the time.
You have a call for the room. That's very important.
The only element that we have to fight is piracy. This is really the one element that governments need to help the ecosystem nurture. We need to be able to foster investors in the economy, and for that we need to fight piracy, and this is where we really, really need the support of government. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Maxime. Thank you very much. Very inspiring and a great call to action for the room. And now we're going to hear from the actual filmmakers who make up this ecosystem. I welcome on stage two big figures of the African film and TV industry, Abderrahmane Sissako and Calista C. Please join me on stage. Welcome, Abderrahmane and Calista. Please come here. Please join me here. Don't hide yourself. So we're going to switch to French for this one. I hope you have your translations on. Abderrahmane et Calista, vous êtes tous les deux des raconteurs d'histoires, mais vous représentez deux sections complètement différentes du cinéma et de la télé africain, et même deux époques complètement différentes. Abderrahmane, vous êtes un vétéran du cinéma, vos films ont été à Cannes, aux Oscars, au César. Calista, vous avez eu un énorme succès avec Maîtresse d'un homme marié sur YouTube. Donc deux complètement visions différentes. Abderrahmane, je vais commencer avec vous. Vous avez fait votre premier film en 91, ça vous donne donc 35 ans de carrière. Quel est votre regard sur la place du cinéma africain aujourd'hui?
C'est lorsqu'on rencontre une fille comme Calista qui fait une série extraordinaire et qui veut dire tout simplement qu'aujourd'hui l'Afrique se raconte elle-même et se regarde elle-même. Il y a 30 ans, nous regardions des séries turques, mexicains, brésiliens. Aujourd'hui, ce n'est pas le cas. Et donc, j'ai un espoir très très fort sur l'avenir du cinéma africain, avec quand même une sorte de petit regret, parce que nos pays ne se sont pas engagés pour véritablement former des jeunes. C'est un problème. Et sans formation, sans éducation, on ne peut pas créer une industrie culturelle cinématographique. Ce n'est pas possible. Donc une industrie a besoin pas seulement d'argent, mais d'hommes et de femmes, de jeunes filles qu'on doit former. Et cette formation doit avoir lieu en Afrique, sur place.
Très bien, on va en reparler un petit peu après. Et Calista, c'est donc malgré peut-être quand même des améliorations qu'on a vues, c'est encore difficile aujourd'hui vraiment pour les gens d'accéder aux films africains, sauf si vous trouvez vos propres chemins de distribution vous-même, et c'est exactement ce que vous avez fait. Racontez-nous un peu.
Ce qu'on a fait, nous, c'est d'utiliser notre téléphone pour en faire notre salle de cinéma. On est arrivé à une époque où l'Africain avait besoin de se raconter. Le storytelling, c'est notre pouvoir aujourd'hui et c'est ce qu'on utilise pour raconter nos histoires. Des histoires modernes, des histoires hybrides, des histoires qui parlent à tout le monde. Maîtresse d'un homme marié est tirée un peu de Desperate Housewives, qui est venu d'ailleurs. Quand j'ai regardé le continent africain, surtout l'Afrique francophone, il n'y avait pas d'histoire qui pouvait permettre aux femmes d'avoir une voix, une identité, et c'est ce qu'on a eu à faire. Hier, je suis arrivée à Nairobi, j'ai été invitée quelque part et j'ai été choquée, surprise de voir qu'aujourd'hui, des gens qui vivent ici ont regardé Maîtresse d'un homme marié, qui a été une série tournée principalement en Wolof et en français. Donc, ce qui nous a permis aujourd'hui de démocratiser l'audience et de nous permettre aujourd'hui de toucher des milliers et des millions de personnes à travers un storytelling. Aujourd'hui, j'en prends ce que disait le président Macron, on est aujourd'hui des Africains modernes, panafricains et positifs. Et c'est ce qu'on fait avec nos storytelling.
Sans aucun doute. Et donc, justement, tous les deux, avec vos films et vos séries, vous résistez à des images de l'Afrique qui peuvent être encore inexactes ou vraiment anciennes. Et vous proposez de nouveaux récits. Alors, qu'est-ce que vous faites de cette responsabilité qui est importante quand même, Abderrahmane?
Il faut, vous savez, l'Afrique a peu été racontée par elle-même. C'est clair, on a souvent parlé de l'Afrique, elle a très peu parlé d'elle-même. Et donc si aujourd'hui on prend la parole parce qu'aussi il y a une démocratisation quelque part de l'outil cinéma, donc on ne peut que se raconter. Et c'est ce qu'on voit dans les séries et dans le cinéma. Moi je suis d'une ancienne génération et qui a été formée à l'étranger, en France, en Russie, etc. Tous les grands cinéastes africains ont été formés à l'étranger. Aujourd'hui, et on a créé des films. On a créé des films aussi avec le soutien, il faut le dire, pour moi personnellement et pour beaucoup, par la France. 1700 films africains ont été produits en France. C'est important, parce qu'il n'était pas possible de les produire chez nous en Afrique. Cela change aujourd'hui. On peut produire en Afrique, on se raconte en Afrique et on montre en Afrique.
Notre responsabilité à nous, c'est de participer au développement de l'Afrique. Quand je démarrais Maîtresse d'un homme marié, la garde-robe des femmes africaines venait essentiellement de l'extérieur. Aujourd'hui, 70 à 80% de la garde-robe des femmes africaines viennent de l'Afrique. On porte nos vêtements, on a nos accessoires et on porte nos bijoux. Et ça, on le doit à nos séries. Il faut qu'on puisse continuer à se raconter parce qu'aujourd'hui, c'est le parti pris qu'on a pour faire avancer cette Afrique. Je ne peux pas raconter quelque chose de négatif parce que ce n'est pas dans mon quotidien. Dans mon quotidien, il y a des hommes et des femmes qui aujourd'hui ont le monde avec eux et vivent avec ça. Je dis que je raconte des histoires d'Africains hybrides. Je suis sénégalaise, quelque part française, et quand je me raconte comme le monde m'a créé. Je ne peux pas me raconter comme une Sénégalaise en oubliant les autres parties de moi qui me font. Si on conduit une voiture française, qu'on voyage en avion, quand on rentre chez nous, on va manger du tchèp et de l'attiqué, et c'est ça qui fait l'Africain d'aujourd'hui.
Super. Donc, vous êtes tous les deux super optimistes et ça fait très plaisir à entendre. Mais il y a encore un fossé entre ces histoires qui s'écrivent et qui veulent être diffusées et vraiment encore ce qui se passe. Là, devant vous, vous avez un parterre de gens extrêmement influents. Quel est votre message pour la salle? Abderrahmane, vous avez parlé de votre académie, vous l'avez teasé, dites-nous en plus.
Alors, d'abord, on est optimiste parce qu'il y a une Afrique qui bouge, il y a une Afrique qui change. C'est une réalité. Nous le vivons au quotidien. Nous savons aujourd'hui que les banques africaines, les grandes institutions, se sont ouvertes au financement de l'industrie culturelle. C'est nouveau, ça n'a pas existé. Et ce ne sont pas des artistes, mais ce sont des Africains engagés pour l'Afrique. Et quand il y a des Africains qui sont engagés pour le continent et qui ont de l'argent, les productions deviennent vraiment quelque chose de possible. Aujourd'hui, parce que j'appartiens à une génération ancienne et je sais combien la formation professionnelle est importante. Et c'est pourquoi je me suis engagé, aujourd'hui c'est mon combat, et bien sûr avec d'autres gens, de créer cette école de cinéma et studio de cinéma dans un pays magnifique qui est la Côte d'Ivoire. L'Afrique de l'Ouest est très important aussi. Parler de ce projet ici au Kenya qui nous accueille, je pense que ça montre l'initiative quand même de ce sommet, qui est un sommet historique, que l'Afrique, qu'on vienne en Afrique pour parler, pour échanger. Et donc, cette dynamique, elle est extrêmement importante parce que la Côte d'Ivoire, où s'ouvre les 10 dernières années, il y a une dynamique dans la production de films et de séries et en Côte d'Ivoire. Donc pour moi, c'est très important.
C'est important, en effet. Calista, vous, quel est votre appel à la salle?
Je suis ici devant vous, je suis un pur produit du digital. Sans le digital, il n'y aurait jamais eu le storytelling de Calista qui a fait en sorte que les femmes en Afrique aujourd'hui puissent se voir. Le plaidoyer aujourd'hui, c'est qu'on fasse en sorte que ce digital-là soit un levier de puissance économique. Parce que le taux de bancarisation aujourd'hui en Afrique est assez limité, mais les gens ont un wallet et avec ce wallet-là, ils peuvent acheter du contenu. Comment on fait pour que ces infrastructures-là soient utilisées par le grand public pour pouvoir acheter nos contenus, nous donner de la force et faire en sorte que notre storytelling aujourd'hui puisse compter, parce que le monde aujourd'hui se voit, l'Afrique a besoin d'être vue et d'être entendue, et c'est notre génération qui porte ça. Merci.
Merci à vous deux. Thank you so much energy. Even from the old guard, Abdurrahman. Thank you so much, and Calista, sorry. So now, we're going to talk about something very important. And I must warn you, the panel that follows will also be in French, so please grab your headset if you haven't. We've spent the past half hour or so talk about African creativity, the stories being told, the industries being built, and the investment that they need. But there's an important question that is running underneath all of this. What happens when the objects, the symbols, the foundational element of a culture have been absent for centuries, right? What does it do to a creative ecosystem when its heritage is housed somewhere else? So, 9 years ago now, President Macron, you stood in Ouagadougou and you made a promise. Last week, France passed a framework law on restitution, on cultural restitution, and it's a law that has been fought for, debated, waited for, and in many ways, it's a law that defines this moment in the Africa-France relationship. Restitution is now a fact, so here we're going to ask the next question. Now that it's happening, what does it change concretely on the ground, and what still remains to change? So I'm going to call on stage 4 people who have each lived this question differently. First of all, Mrs. Françoise Remarque, you've always seen the return of the famous drum DJ Ayokwe. You can come and join me, to Côte d'Ivoire as Minister of Culture and Francophonie. Please welcome the Minister. Can go here. Marie-Cécile Zinsou, you've spent 20 years building the case for restitution from the ground up, and you were in Benin. Come join me here. When the objects came home. Mr. Suleiman Bashir Diagne, you're one of the world's most formal philosophical voices on this question, and one that is the most challenging because you refuse easy questions. And last but not least, the man who has been the driving force behind this question and this law, Mr. President Macron. Let's squeeze in a little bit so we can all fit. Let's squeeze in a little bit. Come close so everybody can see us. All right, very good. So I'm now going to switch to French, people, because we all have very proficient French speaker here. Madame la ministre, je vais commencer par vous. Donc, la France a restitué en février dernier, en février 2006, le tambour parleur DJ Ayokwe. Donc, ma question, elle est très concrète. Qu'est-ce qui se passe sur le terrain une fois que l'objet est arrivé? Donc, pas sur le plan diplomatique, mais vraiment concrètement.
Effectivement, le tambour parleur DJ Ayokwe est arrivé sur ces terres le 13 mars 2026, 110 ans après avoir été arraché. Et en réalité, ce processus qui est dû bien sûr à cet appel que le président Macron a fait en 2017 a mis 6 ans, 9 ans pour voir son aboutissement avec l'arrivée sur ces terres ivoiriennes. Mais en réalité, la question beaucoup plus large, c'est la question de la transmission, c'est la question de notre patrimoine, c'est la question de la relation avec notre patrimoine. Parce que 110 ans après, les jeunes, les Ivoiriens, la communauté Atchan qui l'attendait, qu'il avait réclamé depuis 1958, n'ont plus rien à voir avec ce qui s'est passé 110 ans après. Et la vraie question, c'est de se dire, lorsqu'il arrive sur le terrain, lorsque notre patrimoine, notre identité, notre histoire, comment est-ce qu'elle est accueillie 110 ans après? Comment est-ce qu'elle est transmise? Comment notre histoire se transmet auprès de nos jeunes? Comment est-ce qu'aujourd'hui se pose la question, et finalement, parce que c'est tout l'intérêt du débat sur ces retours, cette restitution totalement indispensable, parce que c'est bien en représenter et continue de représenter une partie de notre histoire, comment nos jeunes, comment la société civile, comment les pays, comment le président de la République, le président Alassane Ouattara et le président Macron en ont parlé, pourquoi est-ce qu'on a décidé de le faire venir. Et en réalité, le travail ne s'est pas arrêté, puisque la Côte d'Ivoire a toujours mis la culture, comme vous le savez. En avril 2011, on sortait d'une grande crise et le président de la République a considéré que la culture devait être au centre de sa politique et notamment de développement, avec une politique sur la loi sur la politique culturelle nationale, mais surtout une loi sur la politique de sauvegarde de notre patrimoine qui met en avant aussi nos trésors humains vivants. Je sais qu'en France, je sais qu'au Kenya, les trésors humains vivants existent, ce sont des personnes qui ont une connaissance de nos savoirs immatériels, mais en Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons été plus loin, puisqu'aujourd'hui, ces trésors humains vivants ont un statut par un décret présidentiel, ils sont reconnus par l'État, ils doivent simplement donc être payés par l'État. La seule condition, c'est de transmettre à de jeunes apprentis ou à des apprentis, au moins 2 apprentis, ces savoir-faire, afin que l'on continue de perpétuer et de transmettre notre héritage.
Merci beaucoup. Professeur Diane, vous êtes connu pour une position qui surprend, qui va sans doute surprendre la salle ici. Vous soutenez les restitutions, mais vous avez écrit que tout rendre serait lui-même une forme d'identitarisme. Vous parlez de ces objets comme des mutants qui accumulent des sens à travers tout leur voyage, et donc je voudrais que vous expliquiez un peu votre position et que vous nous disiez ce que ces restitutions elles sont censées accomplir d'après vous.
Écoutez, je voudrais reprendre un mot de Madame la ministre, aboutissement. Il est heureux que l'initiative qui a été celle du président Macron en 1917, Oula. Je vous vieillis, Monsieur le Président. En 2017, avec le discours de Ouagadougou, ait trouvé son aboutissement avec la loi cadre qui permet de ne plus opposer simplement une fin de non-recevoir à toutes les demandes de restitution. Pendant longtemps, il y a eu des demandes de restitution qui se heurtaient à cette fin de non-recevoir parce que, évidemment, une fois qu'un objet était entré dans le patrimoine, il ne pouvait plus en sortir. Et je voudrais vraiment vous rendre hommage, Monsieur le Président, et vous remercier également pour ce que vous avez fait à Ouagadougou et l'aboutissement que ceci a trouvé. Cela étant, je reprends également un autre mot de Madame la Ministre, indispensable. Il y a des restitutions qui étaient indispensables. Les restitutions qui précisément permettent à l'Afrique de raconter sa propre histoire. C'est ainsi qu'il y a eu ces restitutions déjà faites, des objets du palais de Béhanzin, du tambour en pays, le Sénégal. J'y ajoute d'ailleurs rapidement, encore que ça ne soit pas une histoire francophone, la restitution par l'Allemagne de 1000 bronzes du Bénin. Il ne faut pas oublier les bronzes du Bénin. Tous ces objets partagent d'avoir été pillés pendant des expéditions coloniales qui ont été relativement atroces. Et donc, il y avait là une question de justice restaurative, et il est heureux que l'initiative qui a commencé à Ouagadougou ait permis à cette justice de s'exercer. Cela dit, et c'est ce qui fait ma position, il ne faut pas oublier que les objets qui ont été ainsi exilés, disons, arrachés à leur terroir d'origine, et amenés en Europe. Pas toujours arrachés. L'espace colonial était un espace d'échange. Il y a eu violence coloniale, évidemment, directe ou dissimulée, mais il y a eu également des hommes et des femmes qui ont échangé, qui ont acheté, qui ont vendu, et beaucoup d'objets demandent à être étudiés pour ce qui concerne leur provenance. J'en parle d'autant mieux que je suis le président du conseil d'administration du fonds qui a été mis en place par vous, Monsieur le Président, qui est un fonds pour la recherche sur la provenance des objets et qui a terminé une première phase qui a été un grand succès. Ces objets n'ont pas simplement été inclus de force dans une histoire qui n'était pas la leur, ils ont contribué à écrire cette histoire. Et dire simplement qu'ils ont été au fond des objets otages qui ne peuvent être authentiquement eux-mêmes que s'ils retournent à leur terroir, c'est cela, tomber dans le piège de l'identitarisme, qui consiste à dire que les cultures sont des îlots, des insularités, chacun chez soi, et qu'un objet ne peut exister qu'au sein de sa culture. Ces objets ont appris des langues nouvelles. Ils ont enseigné des langues nouvelles. C'est cela que j'entendais en disant qu'ils ont contribué à écrire l'histoire, simplement l'histoire du XXe siècle artistique. Eh bien, cette histoire qu'ils ont contribué à écrire, cela fait partie d'eux-mêmes. Comment faire en sorte que les objets africains, en particulier, puisque c'est de cela simplement que nous parlons, que ces objets africains, quel que soit le lieu où ils se retrouvent, dans des pays africains, ou que ces pays africains aient décidé, par exemple, cela peut se concevoir, qu'ils voulaient avoir des représentants de leur culture, de leur propre patrimoine, dans des musées universels qui se trouvent dans des villes mondiales. Cela peut se concevoir. Parce que
vous parlez du Louvre, du Met, ce genre
du Louvre, oui, j'ai parlé du Louvre comme d'un musée universel où, en effet, des nations pourraient avoir intérêt à avoir des représentants. Eh bien, ces objets ayant des histoires...
Votre position, parce que vous vous battez pour la restitution depuis 20 ans. Vous étiez là quand elles sont arrivées au Bénin. Qu'est-ce que vous pensez de la position du professeur Diane et pour vous, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire la restitution quand ça fonctionne?
C'est compliqué de parler avec après le professeur Diane parce qu'il dit des choses tellement merveilleuses et malheureusement je suis effectivement pas du tout d'accord avec lui. Se partager, c'est une idée qui est fabuleuse. L'universalisme des musées, du Louvre, du Metropolitan Museum, c'est fantastique. Je peux continuer, vous donner une immense liste de musées. Ces musées sont tous au nord du monde. Se partager, ça ne peut pas être avoir 100% du patrimoine du sud du monde au nord du monde. Se partager, c'est quand on va pouvoir nous dire qui nous sommes. On parle de cette jeunesse incroyable qu'on écoute aujourd'hui. On parle de nation branding. On parle d'avoir une image de soi, de construire son image en tant qu'Africain jeune et moderne. Il nous faut un ancrage, il nous faut des racines. On ne sait pas encore où on va, il faut savoir d'où l'on vient. La restitution, c'est ça. La restitution, c'est pas juste le retour de 26 objets, même si on est très reconnaissant à la France d'avoir restitué ce premier lot d'objets, mais la restitution, c'est pas ça. La restitution, c'est la réouverture du dialogue. C'est la restitution de la fierté. C'est la restitution de la dignité. C'est très particulier, mais si votre histoire a été effacée par la colonisation, qui êtes-vous aujourd'hui? Ce qui m'a frappé en 2006, quand les objets sont venus en visite nous voir pendant 3 mois pour une exposition, et quand ils sont revenus à votre initiative en 2022, c'est qu'il y a une émotion qui est double. Il y a l'émotion de découvrir un chef-d'œuvre, et puis il y a l'émotion de découvrir qu'on ne savait pas que c'était nos chefs-d'œuvre et qu'on était les héritiers de ces traditions. Donc la restitution, c'est beaucoup plus qu'exposer un objet dans une vitrine. C'est retrouver sa mémoire, retrouver sa fierté, retrouver sa dignité et avoir un regard vers l'avenir. Et c'est ça qui est frappant chez les enfants de 8 ans, 9 ans, 10 ans. L'universalisme, on va y arriver.
Chaque chose en son temps, donc.
L'universalisme, on va y arriver. On va y arriver tous ensemble quand on pourra partager qui nous sommes, quand on saura qui on est et quand on pourra le partager aux autres. Et à ce moment-là, on aura un universalisme égalitaire.
Très bien, merci. Alors, Président Macron, vous avez écouté tout ça très attentivement. Qu'est-ce que ça vous inspire, tous ces points de vue différents sur cette restitution?
Je sais. D'abord, bonjour et rebonjour à toutes et tous.
Alors là, maintenant, il faut vraiment se taire. Si vous voulez parler à votre copain, vous pouvez aller un petit peu plus loin.
Généralement, fait taire le bruit. Mais en vérité, s'il y a des tas de gens qui ont des discussions à avoir, ce que je respecte profondément, je ne vois pas pourquoi ils viennent la faire au milieu de notre réunion. Ok. Écoutez, c'est un long chemin, ce qui s'est fait depuis Ouagadougou. Mais au fond, la démarche correspond à ce qui vient d'être dit par l'ensemble des participants. C'est-à-dire que...
Il y a un retour de micro. Coupe les autres micros.
Et donc, au fond, ce que vient de dire Marie-Cécile est très juste. Ça partait d'un constat très simple. Le patrimoine culturel, ce qui permet d'écrire l'histoire, ce qui permet à la jeunesse africaine de connaître son histoire, ses racines, n'était pas en Afrique. Et donc, partant de là, on voit bien que quelque chose ne pouvait pas fonctionner. Et on ne peut pas dire à une jeunesse, si tu veux savoir d'où tu viens, qui tu es, il faut que tu ailles au bout du monde pour pouvoir le comprendre. Et encore, tout ça est dispersé. Et donc, ce que je m'étais engagé à faire en novembre 2017 à Ouagadougou, c'était en effet de dire on doit enclencher ce travail de restitution parce que beaucoup de ces œuvres doivent revenir dans les pays où elles sont nées et où elles avaient d'ailleurs un caractère qui était souvent sacré, religieux, beaucoup plus complexe que celui ensuite qu'on lui a donné. C'est vrai des 26 trésors d'Abomey comme du tambour-parleur ou du sabre. On pourrait parler aussi de ce qui a été fait avec Madagascar. Le travail ensuite a été fait parce que je veux quand même rendre hommage à tous ceux qui l'ont permis. Vos travaux ont beaucoup inspiré tout cela, professeur. Mais Bénédicte Savoie et Felwine Sarr ont ensuite fait un travail, et c'était un peu ce dialogue justement de deux intellectuels européens, africains. On fait tout ce travail pour dire comment on peut faire ces restitutions, quel en est le cadre. Et c'est là qu'on a posé les bases intellectuelles de ce qui vient d'être parachevé. Et ils ont dit deux idées fortes, c'est un travail formidable que je vous invite à aller lire, mais ils ont dit deux choses très fortes. D'abord, il y a beaucoup d'œuvres qui ont été volées, pillées. Et tous les cas que je viens d'évoquer, et donc là où on a arraché ces œuvres, elles doivent être restituées. Ce qui donne un statut différent à ces œuvres de celles qui ont parfois été achetées, ou qui ont circulé, ou qui ont pu être données. Et je crois que c'est un cadre déjà juste pour commencer. Et la deuxième chose importante qu'ils ont dit, c'est ça doit enclencher le retour d'un dialogue, et donc il faut qu'il y ait les conditions pour les préserver dans les pays où ils reviennent. Pas question de renvoyer des œuvres dans des pays où il n'y a pas de conservateurs, de curateurs ou des bonnes conditions pour les recevoir. Et on a enclenché tout ce travail. Je dirais que c'est vrai qu'un des pays qui était sans doute le plus près était le Bénin, pour beaucoup de raisons évoquées, l'expérience de 2006. Et donc ça a été un moment formidable et très émouvant. Il y a eu tout ce travail donc, qui a été fait, qui a été continué à travers les différents pays, jusqu'à ce que vous avez évoqué, Madame la Ministre, pour la Côte d'Ivoire, et ce qui a été rappelé pour le Sénégal. Il y a ensuite M. Martinez qui a fait tout un travail méthodologique pour aller beaucoup plus dans le détail et pour nous permettre de dire, au-delà du cas par cas, on doit bâtir une loi cadre, quelles doivent en être les règles. Et cette loi cadre a été votée il y a quelques jours, elle a été promulguée il y a 2 jours, donc maintenant elle s'applique. Et donc, je voudrais un peu réconcilier les deux positions, même si je ne les crois pas si différentes en vérité. Et ce qui a été dit sur l'universalisme, je pense que c'est tout à fait vrai ce qu'a dit Marie-Cécile. Il ne peut pas y avoir d'universalisme s'il n'y a pas un retour juste, et si ces œuvres qui ont été pillées dans les conditions définies ne reviennent pas, et qu'on ne bâtit pas justement des musées particuliers sur le continent africain, mais beaucoup dans des pays du Sud n'en ont pas eu, qui ont souvent subi ces pillages pour pouvoir, en quelque sorte, réhabiter leur propre histoire, se réapproprier leur propre histoire, et ce faisant d'ailleurs former des conservatrices et des conservateurs, inspirer des artistes, pour pouvoir complètement repartir et se régénérer. Et une des choses sublimes qu'on a vécues d'ailleurs, qui est une illustration de ça, ça a été ce qui a été fait par le Bénin en retour, qui était dans notre saison Africa 2020, quand des artistes béninois sont revenus et en quelque sorte réinventé avec des œuvres contemporaines sur la base des 26 pièces Trésor d'Abomey qui avaient été rendues. Et ça, c'était très beau parce qu'on a vu comment des artistes d'aujourd'hui, formidables, plusieurs sont dans cette salle, pouvaient être inspirés par le patrimoine qu'on leur rendait et créer des œuvres qui, d'ailleurs, racontaient quelque chose à des publics français ou du monde entier qui, parfois, ne connaissaient pas le patrimoine originel. Mais ça nourrit l'art contemporain. Et donc, on rétablit quelque chose d'une circulation, d'un dialogue, d'une compréhension mutuelle. Mais il y a un autre point important, c'est que pour autant, moi, j'ai jamais voulu dire on se débarrasse de tout l'art africain ou de tout l'art du Sud qu'il y a dans les musées du Nord. Parce que je pense que c'est aussi très important de continuer d'avoir dans nos musées des pièces, quand elles ont été parfois offertes, qu'elles ont circulé, qu'elles sont arrivées dans les bonnes conditions, qu'elles s'inscrivent dans un parcours et une démarche de nos musées, et qu'elles dialoguent avec d'autres musées du Sud. Et donc, ce qui va avec l'universalisme, c'est de permettre d'avoir, en quelque sorte, un universaliste qui se construit dans le Sud par ces musées qu'on est en train de bâtir, ces conservatrices, ces conservateurs, ces artistes, mais aussi à garder des pièces que nous avons lorsqu'elles sont dans un cadre approprié dans les musées français, américains, britanniques ou autres. Et je n'adhère pas totalement à la démarche qui consiste à dire on renvoie tout, comme s'il fallait se débarrasser d'un passé qui était trop compliqué. La condition, c'est qu'on continue d'être aux côtés des pays qui sont en train de construire leur musée, de le développer, de développer leur réseau de conservatrices, de conservateurs qui ont leurs artistes, et que ce dialogue se noue. Parce qu'en effet, il y a une chose à laquelle je tiens et qui a inspiré cette démarche, et qui est, je crois, à la racine de notre dialogue pour ce sommet, c'est que nous avons la conviction d'appartenir à une même aventure et une même démarche. Et c'est de ne pas être renvoyé, en effet, à des identités ou à des passés qu'on ne pourrait jamais digérer. Et ça, c'est, je crois, très important. Alors ça passe par des gestes de rétablissement, de circulation, par des gestes d'hospitalité réciproque, mais ça doit continuer à être inspiré par une vocation universaliste au Bénin, au Kenya, au Nigeria, comme à Paris, à Berlin ou à New York. Et ça, c'est très important à mes yeux, parce que c'est ce qui permet ce dialogue universel et ce qui évite la nouvelle fracture des cultures. En tout cas, moi, j'ai voulu lancer ça en ayant lu et écouté beaucoup d'entre vous, et aussi parce qu'il y avait une jeunesse à Ouaga qui, en fait, quand elle écoutait ce discours, n'y croyait pas du tout. Je vais être honnête avec vous. Il disait, d'accord, ok, il est venu nous faire un speech à l'université, c'est très sympa, puis il va repartir chez lui, ça ne se fera jamais. Je dois reconnaître que ça ne s'est pas fait simplement. Et si vous n'aviez pas été là, beaucoup d'entre vous, à vous battre pour qu'on continue d'avancer jusqu'à cette loi votée à l'unanimité, ça ne se serait jamais fait. Parce qu'il y avait beaucoup de résistance. Mais ce que je veux aussi vous dire pour que vous le mesuriez, c'est que cette loi, qui était rejetée par beaucoup il y a 9 ans, Madame la ministre de la Culture est là, elle a porté ce texte dans ses derniers pas, il y a beaucoup de nos parlementaires, je suis très heureux qu'ils sont là, elle a été votée à l'unanimité. Ce qui dit quelque chose aussi quand même du changement des esprits, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a des femmes et des hommes dans nos parlements qui il y a 9 ans disaient « c'est terrible, on ne va pas faire ça ». Ils disaient « c'est de la repentance, c'est les mots à la mode ». Dès qu'on ouvre quelque chose avec les pays africains, on nous dit c'est de la repentance, n'allez pas nous emmerder avec tout ça, c'est le passé, ne revenons pas dessus, débrouillez-vous. Non, tous sont revenus et tout le monde a voté ensemble. Et donc faire cette démarche, ça réconcilie aussi des femmes et des hommes qui ne pensaient pas forcément pareil. Et c'est très important, je veux que vous le mesuriez pour nous en France, parce que, Marie-Cécile en est l'incarnation entière si je puis dire, on a des millions de nos compatriotes qui ont cette histoire-là. Et qui, alors pour certains d'entre eux, ont la chance de pouvoir aller dans les musées, en effet, en France. Mais tout le monde n'a pas la chance de pouvoir aller au musée. Il est formidable, et je vous invite à y aller, au musée du Quai Branly, au Louvre ou ailleurs. Et c'est quand même très important que des jeunes d'Abidjan, de Cotonou, ou d'ailleurs sur le continent, puissent voir les grandes pièces qui ont fait leur histoire, leur patrimoine culturel, leur imaginaire, qui ont nourri d'ailleurs aussi leur religion bien souvent, et qui retournent dans leur lieu. Mais ils retournent, comme ça a été dit, avec ces décennies passées parmi nous. Et donc je ne sais pas ce qui va se passer maintenant, mais c'est formidable, c'est la création à venir. Et c'est vous qui allez faire vivre tout ça, c'est nous. Et donc on va continuer, c'est juste le début d'une aventure.
Alors, j'avais fermé tous les micros. Avant de vous laisser la parole peut-être un peu plus longuement, tout le monde avait une question pour vous sur ce panel. Ils ont tous une question à vous poser. Marie-Cécile, vous avez encore un micro ou pas? Attendez, je vous redonne votre micro. On a peur du retour, mais... Tenez, allez-y. Marie-Cécile, quelle est votre question spécifique pour Président Macron? Vas-y, il faut le rouvrir.
Monsieur le Président.
Très rapide les questions.
Rapide.
Mais...
Bon. Pourquoi la restitution? Vous en avez fait une bataille personnelle dès le départ, c'était impossible. Vous l'avez dit, le discours de Ouagadougou en 2017. Au Bénin, on est tous en transe de joie quand on vous entend prononcer ces mots. Et en France, on ne peut pas dire que ça vous évalue des concerts de louanges. C'était pas électoralement intéressant. C'était pas. Qu'est-ce qui a fait qu'est-ce qui vous a fait prendre conscience de l'importance de ce combat pour la jeunesse? Aujourd'hui, on voit que tout va changer avec cette restitution, mais personne ne pouvait le savoir en 2017. Pourquoi vous l'avez fait?
Alors, on me dit qu'on n'a pas beaucoup de temps pour les questions, donc on va juste prendre celle de Marie. Vous avez du temps? On me dit que vous n'avez pas de temps. Allez-y, posez vos questions
Peut-être
rapidement.
toutes les questions en même temps, parce que je crois qu'elles sont totalement liées. Déjà, je voulais encore une fois vous féliciter pour cette loi cadre. En dépit d'un contexte de repli identitaire, c'est d'autant plus appréciable. Mais justement, ces restitutions font revenir un objet, mais en réalité, la question, c'est comment faire en sorte que ces restitutions ne rendent pas seulement des objets, mais créent aussi du lien, un dialogue et un regard nouveau entre les jeunesses africaines, voire les jeunesses françaises, les jeunesses africaines, voire européennes.
Rapidement, Monsieur Diane.
Dernière question. Alors, la vidéo qui a suivi votre intervention de tout à l'heure s'intitule « Emmanuel Macron de Ouagadougou à Nairobi ». Ma question, c'est après Nairobi. Ceci est véritablement historique. Comment voyez-vous la suite quand vous n'y serez plus pour veiller au dialogue et aux possibilités que cette loi cadre ouvre?
Merci beaucoup. J'ai eu la chance, il y a une vingtaine d'années, quand j'étais un jeune haut fonctionnaire, d'aller en stage au Nigeria. Il y a beaucoup de nos frères et amis nigérians qui sont là. Et je me suis passionné pour la culture, l'histoire, pour le vaudou, d'ailleurs, c'était évoqué tout à l'heure. Et je me suis aperçu que c'était très difficile au Nigeria d'avoir un musée ou un lieu pour comprendre cette culture. En bon français, si je puis dire, je me suis dit, il faut aller dans quel musée pour comprendre tout ça, dans quel endroit? Il y avait des gens pour me raconter, il y avait des livres à me donner, souvent d'ailleurs écrits parfois par des intellectuels nigérians, mais ils étaient toujours allés travailler à Londres, aux États-Unis. Puis après on m'a dit, si tu reviens en France, il faut aller, le musée du Quai Branly commencer, il y avait le musée d'Apper, etc. Il y a des formidables collections, tu verras, c'est formidable. Il y avait l'émission de Michel Léry, ils ont ramené des objets. Et à ce moment-là, j'ai quand même conçu la forme d'injustice. Parce que je me suis souvenu de moi, enfant, et la chance que j'avais quand mes parents me disaient, pour expliquer notre histoire, on allait dans le musée de ma ville, à Amiens, on voyait une partie de notre histoire gallo-romaine et autres, puis après, c'était la grande sortie, on pouvait aller au Louvre. Je me suis dit, il y a quand même quelque chose qui on voyait quand même quelque chose encore d'une violence post-coloniale à ce qu'on ne puisse pas avoir accès à ça. Est-ce qu'on dit, tu veux aller voir ces objets? Va à 5000 km de chez toi. C'était fou. Et donc, j'ai après lu, écouté beaucoup. Je me suis nourri d'ailleurs de beaucoup de vous tous. Et quand je le lance en 2017, je ne le fais pas par visée électorale en France, mais parce que ma grande conviction, c'est que l'avenir pour la France, il dépend de beaucoup de facteurs, mais il y en a deux qui sont clés. Qu'on soit pleinement réconcilié avec notre diaspora. Je pense que notre idée profonde, notre jeunesse, beaucoup de nos compatriotes savent très profondément qui nous sommes. Nous sommes nourris par cette identité plurielle. Mais le discours politique le réduit et le refuse. Et donc je pense que cette démarche, elle participe de dévoiler le fait que nous avons une identité plurielle. Et donc je pense que c'est très bon pour la France à moyen terme. La deuxième chose, c'est que je pense qu'on ne peut pas être entendu dans le continent africain pour refonder un partenariat si on continuait sur les anciennes voies, en leur disant « Ouais, on va parler d'avenir ensemble, laisse tomber le passé, le franc CFA, on n'en parle pas, les restitutions d'œuvres d'art, laisse tomber, on les garde, ceci, cela, tout ce qui est mauvais, on ne le rouvre pas. » Ça n'existe pas. Dans un couple, si on ne rediscute pas des choses qui n'ont pas été, il y a peu de chances qu'on construise. Et donc, comme je crois que la capacité de la France et de l'Europe à bâtir avec l'Afrique est déterminante pour notre avenir, je pense que les restitutions, en fait, c'est une grossesse pour la suite. Ce qui me permet pour votre question de revenir, je pense que c'est le début d'un échange. D'abord, il va y avoir beaucoup d'autres restitutions qui vont continuer sur la base de cette loi cadre, et après, dans le dialogue, beaucoup d'autres questions vont se poser. Parce que je vous l'écris dès à présent, il y a plein de pays, d'intellectuels, d'artistes, de conservatrices et de conservateurs qui vont revenir avec des projets de restitution qui ne sont parfois même pas dans la loi cadre. C'est sûr. Et c'est très bien, parce que ça va être un dialogue intellectuel. Ça a presque au moins autant de valeur que la restitution elle-même. Parce que ça veut dire qu'il va y avoir un questionnement constant dans les pays du continent africain de se dire et ça, où ça se trouve, de reconstituer une histoire et un fil, et dans les pays européens, américains, parfois d'ailleurs asiatiques aussi, pour quelques-uns, eh bien de se dire quelle démarche on entreprend et comment on continue cet échange. Et puis je crois que cet échange, au-delà de l'échange académique, intellectuel et de recherche, parce que le déplacement de ces œuvres fait partie de leur histoire maintenant, et donc raconte différemment une histoire aussi entre le continent africain et le continent européen ou d'autres continents. Ça va être comment les artistes se réapproprient tout ça. Et donc je pense que c'est le début d'un chemin extrêmement fructueux, prolifique, auquel je crois beaucoup. Et professeur, pour répondre à votre dernière question, c'est aussi pour ça qu'en effet, de Ouagadougou à Nairobi, on a fait beaucoup de chemin tous ensemble, et c'est votre mobilisation collective, et pour moi, c'est incroyable d'être là parmi vous, parce que je revois beaucoup de visages que je n'avais pas vus depuis des années, beaucoup de gens qui se sont battus, et même au-delà, et de choses qui sont advenues, c'est très émouvant. Mais je crois qu'on a construit quelque chose d'irréversible et d'inarrêtable. Parce que ce ne sont pas seulement des décisions, ce sont des mouvements. Et donc, quand bien même arriverait en France quelqu'un qui voudrait revenir sur les restitutions, je pense qu'il n'y arriverait pas. D'abord parce qu'il y a un Parlement qui a voté à l'unanimité, et parce que ça a eu tellement de puissance que ce n'est pas possible de revenir en arrière. Et donc même tous les gens qui font souffler les vents mauvais, qui voudraient aller vers le repli, trop tard. Vous emballez pas? Trop tard. Et donc tous ensemble, on a construit, je crois, quelque chose qui est une force très profonde sur le plan culturel, intellectuel, d'innovation économique, politique, qui ne s'arrêtera pas. Et pour ma part, je serai toujours là, à continuer à me battre à vos côtés, dans d'autres oripeaux, avec d'autres habits, mais au combat avec vous pour faire avancer cette cause et surtout la puissance d'innovation qu'il y a derrière. Voilà.
Merci. I think this is a perfect ending to this debate. Thank you, everyone. I think we can leave. I will keep President Macron with me on stage quickly because I think you have another announcement. So we will also bring on stage Lise, you can come back, Lise Gomis, please. Thierry Deo, founder and CEO of Meridiam, and Abdul Saman Habiou, executive chairman of BUA Group. Please don't hide. Come here so you can be seen. Right, great, thank you.
No, thank you very much. Look, thank you very much, and I think all these discussions was super important. I would like to say that since Ouagadougou and after Montpellier, we launched a series of cultural initiatives very important. In order to be beyond the restitution, we launched the Saison Africa 2020, and Gonefal is here with us. And Gone, merci infiniment. And you can please big applause for Gonefal because we built, and even if you remember, it was COVID time, but for the very first time in the iconic places in France, in Paris, and everywhere, we allow innovators, artists to exchange and create. And the Saison Africa 2020 was a huge hub of creativity and innovation for arts, technology, culture, economy, everywhere in iconic places with iconic artists and emerging artists. It completely transformed the relationship between Africa and France. And we launched after that a series of Creation Africa with Mansa. And from Lagos to Paris, Nairobi, other places. And perhaps we will come back to Lagos, guys. We promoted artists from France and African continent. And here I invite you to go to what is built by Mansa and with in the university a perfect showcase of this Creation Africa, which is the baby of Saison Africa 2020. So we launched a series of very important initiatives, and thousands of artists expanded the talents everywhere in the continent in this relationship with France. On top of that, we launched a series of residences for artists. More than 1,000 artists today work on the African continent, create. They are French and African artists. And thanks to the Institute, thank you, and the teams of the Institute, with the help of our embassies and sometimes our alliances as well, the Alliance Française, we have this résidence d'artistes everywhere in our program, and we will launch additional ones dans la ville du Cap et au Bénin. Merci aussi Marie-Cécile pour ça. So it's an ongoing process of all these residents to have this common creation program. And we had another baby. We were not pregnant because this baby does exist, Mansa. Because in Montpellier we decided to have Mansa. And I would like to speak about now 2 additional babies thanks to Mansa and with Mansa. Cinema and a place for Mansa. Because we wanted to do much more for cinema, because cinema is clearly something which is a strong link between the African continent and France. So this is why we decided to launch a series of initiatives. With this, the African Cinematheque, we will expand the current program to enlarge the access of all the portfolio of African cinema to a series of platforms. TV5 Monde, obviously, but other platforms. So we will expand the access to the cinema and the African Cinematheque. And I want to thank the team, thank all of you, because we will allow much more people to access clearly the catalogue of the African cinema. Together with other partners, Saudi Arabia, Luxembourg, Belgium, we have dozens of partners, and the Centre National de Cinéma, the CNC. We have €1 million program to invest on African cinema and creativity. And we will accompany as well a series of private initiatives like the Tresh one you mentioned right now, Abderrahman, with Ivory Coast. So we will have part of them, Ivory Coast and France, working together, Madame la Ministre, in order to follow up some programs, not just to have Cinematheque, but to train more people for cinema and to expand cinema on the African continent. So Ivory Coast and France together, but in order to expand more largely on the African continent. So we have a series of initiatives for the African continent through la Cinémathèque d'Afrique, this program with CNC, and private initiative as the one mentioned by Abderrahman and just reiterated. And my last announcement today is that in Montpellier we said, okay, we will launch une maison des arts africains et des cultures. It was transformed in Mansa. the house, the place. Mansa started to work, obviously, through Creation Africa and several places. And now we will launch a new phase. We will work hand in hand with the Mairie de Paris and our Ministère de la Culture in order to go and to promote in the most iconic places, the Théâtre de la Ville, Théâtre du Châtelet, Chaillot, Rond-Point de Paris, all the best places, clearly to promote the program of Mansa and to have French and African artists going together and being presented to the French public in the best possible place. But we wanted as well to have a very specific place, a true house, in order to go to create a place where people can gather. And I want to thank our minister, and I want to thank the teams. So, Ministère de la Culture, Ministère des Affaires étrangères, all the teams, they work closely together, and we found a place, Avenue d'Iéna, very close to the Eiffel Tower. It will be a unique place here. You can see where it is. So,
we have a short video.
A place where we were used to have a Franco-German presence, it will now be an African and European presence, and Mansa will establish there. And I want to, obviously, it will be the baby of Liz and her team, and I want to congratulate her because she's a fighter. Like Ngone, her sister, they are fighters. But it would not be possible without all the donors and the big mobilization. And the donors will be coordinated and co-chaired by Mr. Deo from Meridiam and Dr. Rabiu. So it's a Franco-Nigerian team, but a European and African team. And all of you, this is a call for action because we need your help, we need your money in order to make that possible and even bigger. So now Mansa has a place, and this is the beginning of a new phase and a new era. And we will never stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to take a quick picture with the four of you. The camera is here. Quick picture. Very quickly, please.
Hello. Yeah. Mr. President, this is such an honor, and it's so exciting. And Africa House is a project that I know all Africans will be looking forward to. And it will be a place, when completed, that we Africans can connect, collaborate and dialogue, and also build partnerships across culture, business, and innovation. So, Mr. President, let me thank you. Thank you for your leadership, your vision, and your love for Africa. Thank you so very much for everything that you've been doing and your commitment in establishing and strengthening the relationship between France and Africa. And I was just thinking while I was sitting before I came up that I've seen President Macron always in Africa, so I think we probably have visited Africa more than other continents. I don't know whether it is the case, and that is a reflection, of your commitment and your love for the continent. And I think it's about time, Mr. President, that we start giving you chieftaincy status in Africa. Chief President Macron. So let me thank you once again, and let me thank Liz.
Thank you.
And her team, for their efforts.
Thank you, everyone.
And on behalf of the African business community, Mr. President, you said it, this is such a huge and pivotal project for us. And we will do everything possible, to support it. And I'm sure the African business community, stands ready, committed, and we will mobilize all the necessary support to ensure its success. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Please, a picture quickly, and stay here, everybody, because we have one last very special guest. Please take the picture. get together, very, very quick, the picture, because we are going to welcome on stage our special guest, the brilliant Nomsebo, who will come and perform everybody's favorite song. And it's going to be very hard for you to stay still. On that one, you're allowed to emote, right? Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Mambo Nairobi! Chi, bonjour! Are you guys ready to dance? Chi. Jerusalema, ikayalami, ilonoloze, uhambe nami. Volume please! Zungangishilana, Jerusalema, ikayalami, ilonoloze, uhambe nami. Zungangishilana, ndawo yami ayikholana, mbuso wami awukholana. Ilonoloze, zuhambe nami. Can we sing together? Ndawo yami ayikholana, mbuso wami awukholana. Let's go! Ilonoloze, zuhambe nami. Ilonoloze. I can't hear you. Over there. Ilonoloze, zungangishila. I can't hear you this side. I can't hear you. Let's go. Over there. Zungangishilana, ndawo yami ayikholana, mbuso wami awukholana. Ilonoloze, zuhambe nami. Let's dance, come here. Ndawo yami ayikholana, mbuso wami awukholana. Can you go down? Ilonoloze, check. Zuhambe nami. Lonoloze, let's go. Lonoloze. I can't hear you. Lonoloze. Let's do this. Let's go down. Jerusalema, ikayalami. Go down. Uhambe nami. Thank you so much. Zungangishilana, Jerusalema, ikayalami. Let's go. I can't hear you. Uhambe nami. Zungangishilana, ndawo yami ayikholana, mbuso wami awukholana. Go down. Lonoloze, zuhambe. Thank you so much. Let's sing together. Lonoloze. Let's sing together. Let's go. Lonoloze. Let's go. I can't hear at the back. Let's sing. Lonoloze. Let's go. Over there. Zungangishila. Ilonoloze. Zungangishila. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Je vous aime. Thank you, Kenya. sio fit. Bongo Kongo na lingi yo, naingiza shilingi siringi. Oh oh yeah, wanataka more. Nashika mic na wakabako, always tighter than before. Nafanya loco international locomotion kila nation.
Akileta noma mina bonda yeye Afrika, Kenya, Kongo na ye shita jamu koma na ye kini genge mobimba bolinga na ye kuna kapari ye swaga makubali kuna party ye kala kasupa ndo ye kana ka chicken takakari ye kaikari ye minjo mgenge wa wadi so software super scary ladies wanna go with me but Google missing naga time. This one's so delicious. Mem for the Christmas. Zangu duni mos mos. Chika ganji na kuflos. Africa mobimba. Mokili mobimba. Kenya Congo mobimba. Commotion kwenye flow. Do you fresh a king of flow? Ladies, this how we go. Alekita, mata, kita, mata. Boss ina mata. I'm getting out of Delhi. Boss na kula mata. I'm wearing all my favorite brands. Give me some space for both my hands. You, cause it goes on and on and on. And it goes on and on and on. Yeah, I throw my hands up in the air sometimes, saying, ayo, gotta let go. I wanna celebrate and live my life, saying, ayo, baby, let's go. Cause we gon' rock this club, we gon' go all night, we gon' light it up like it's dynamite. Cause I told you once, now I told you twice, we gon' light it up like it's dynamite. I came to move. Get out the way of me and my crew. I'm in the club, so I'm gonna do just what the folk came here to do. Yeah, cause it goes on and on and on. And it goes on and on and on. Yeah, I throw my hands up.
Le sport inspire, rassemble, fédère. C'est un outil pour se construire, un investissement pour l'avenir. Le sport traverse les frontières. Sur le terrain, sur la piste de course, dans l'eau, il change des vies et des sociétés. Le sport, c'est aussi une économie, un moteur de développement qui crée des emplois, soutient l'entrepreneuriat local et dynamise les territoires. À l'échelle mondiale, il représente plus de 2% du PIB. En Afrique, seulement 0,5%. Le potentiel est immense. 2017. À Ouagadougou, la France et l'Afrique posent les bases d'une relation renouvelée en faveur notamment de la jeunesse. 2020. Lors du sommet Finance en commun, banques publiques et mouvements sportifs se mobilisent. Sport en commun est lancé, une plateforme panafricaine reliant porteurs de projets et financeurs. 2021. Au nouveau sommet Afrique-France, un programme phare est annoncé avec des fédérations sportives d'Afrique, tandis qu'un autre soutiendra 30 académies sportives. 2024, en préouverture des Jeux olympiques et paralympiques de Paris 2024, chefs d'État, de gouvernement et d'organisations internationales adoptent l'accord de Paris pour le sport et le développement durable, tandis que la coalition sport du mouvement Finance en commun s'engage à investir 10 milliards d'euros dans le secteur d'ici 2030. 2026, au sommet Africa Forward de Nairobi, le sport se positionne comme un secteur d'investissement et d'opportunité pour la jeunesse. Puis, avec les Jeux olympiques de la jeunesse à Dakar, un cap historique est franchi. Pour la première fois, un événement olympique se tient sur le sol africain. Depuis 2018, la France, via le groupe AFD, a engagé 500 millions d'euros en faveur du sport au service du développement durable. États, entreprises, sociétés civiles, organisations internationales et mouvements sportifs, ensemble, faisons du sport un investissement durable pour les générations futures.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I would kindly ask you all for your attention. Let's take our seats. We'll be starting very, very shortly, please. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Je vous demanderai, s'il vous plaît, de bien vouloir vous asseoir. On commence dans 30 secondes, avec ou sans vous. Top départ. Thank you. Jambo. Karibuni nyote. Good afternoon. Bonjour à tous. It's an absolute honor to welcome our excellencies, you all, including those of you who are following us online around the world, right here at the University of Nairobi. So they say that sports change the world, and we are actually here to prove it today. But before we proceed, I want to ask you please to make your way to your seats and also to pay attention to this program. We have some fantastic guests lined up for you. I'm Anne-Marie Diaz-Borges, and today we'll be diving right into the heart of sports economy to see how it can drive sustainable development for our beloved continent. So are you ready, guys? Is everyone ready? Yes. Fantastic. Lovely to see you. Well, what better way to start than by welcoming two African sports legends. So please, ladies and gentlemen, messieurs, dames, s'il vous plaît, everybody, let's pay attention. We are due now to receive on stage two top legends. All right. Jambo, everybody. Karibuni nyote. Are we ready to start now? Good afternoon. It's an absolute honor to welcome all of our excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll give you this time to sit down so that we can pay attention to what's coming up. Mesdames et messieurs, encore une fois, s'il vous plaît, je vous demanderai de vous asseoir et parce que le programme va commencer. Fantastic. Well, guys, look who's just joined us. We have Eliud Kipchoge, double Olympic marathon champion and former world record champion. And also we have a fantastic African woman champion as well, Perez Chapchirchir, Olympic marathon champion and world champion. Thank you so much for being with us today. It's such an honor. You really, really make our continent proud. So, ladies first, I'm going to go to you, Perez, because I'm going to start with you and ask you a question. So, you have really carried the Kenyan flag on the biggest stage around the world. You are such an inspiration, including for young women. So, what message do you have today for all the young people who are watching us?
All protocol observed. My name is Paris Chepchirchir, and I'm glad today to stand before you. And I am deeply honored to stand before you today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, we have here, right here, a world record holder. Can we please pay attention to what she has to share? Can we? Thank you very, very much.
My name is Paris Chepchirchir, Hoji W. And I'm deeply honored to stand before you today as a Kenyan athlete, Olympic champion, and world champion 2 times half marathon, and proud to represent to the power of sport to transform lives, inspire hopes, and unite people across the world. Representing Kenya to the global stage, including winning Olympic gold and major international marathon, has taught me the value of discipline, resilience, hard work, and belief in one's dream. Sport is more than a completion, believing in one dream. Sport is more than a completion or medal. It's power tool for unite, opportunities, youth empowerment, includes, and social information. And Africa, I speak to you with love, faith, and...
Thank you. Thank you. Well, don't worry. So we've got resilience, we've got tenacity. Thank you so much, and a beautiful smile as well. Let's go to you, Eliud, now, because Perez mentioned, resilience and never giving up. And one of your mantras is no human is limited. So can you tell us about what sports does for, discipline and resilience?
Hello. I want to ask a question. Are you listening to us?
I don't think you are you?
Are you listening to us? You are not listening because everybody is standing.
They are.
No.
Please proceed. So in a few words, Eliud, so what does sport teaches us about resilience?
When I was asked actually to speak about discipline and resilience, I smiled knowing these 2 qualities truly define my life and my career in athletics. You are probably familiar with my philosophy that only the disciplined ones are free in life. To be a little bit more specific, self-discipline has been my driver for the last 23 years, dating back to that evening in 2003 World Championships in Paris, where I became the youngest world champion, to then becoming a double champion and breaking multiple world records. But most importantly, running the marathon in under 2 hours, inspiring the world to push limits. I am delighted that 7 years since that audacious Ineos 159 challenge in Vienna, 2 athletes were able to go under 2 hours in race conditions.
Eliud, I'm really sorry. We have to leave it there. I'm really sorry. Because I want you now to do something with me. Come to the front, please, both of you. We are going to kickstart this meeting, all right? So 1, 2, 3, and we'll say Africa forward. Can we do that? 1, 2, 3, Africa forwards. All right, thank you so much for your contributions today. I'm really sorry you have to speed up, but thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention as well. Fantastic start to, with 2 champions right here. So, So right now, to help bridge the gap between dreams and investment, let's all welcome Mr. Mactar Diop, Executive Vice President of the World Bank Group. Round of applause, please, for Mr. Diop. Is Mr. Diop with us? Big round of applause, please, once again for Mr. Diop. So just as a reminder, Mr. Diop, you have 3 minutes for us today.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be back in Nairobi, a country that, a city that I know quite well. I've been living here. Are we ready to start? I just want to make sure. Okay. We are talking today about sports. For me, sports means a lot. I was lucky in my youth to represent the national team of my country. So I know what sports has done to me and has done to many people. So 10 years ago, when I was Vice President for Africa for the World Bank, I looked at sports and decided that it was a priority for us. I was joined in this exercise by my friend Rémi Rioux, who is an outgoing director for our AFD, and together we decided to push for sports in our development programs. Today we know that also my own country, Senegal, is organizing the Youth Olympic, and I have my brother, Mr. Dianya Diagne, who is the organizer of this event, and we'll tell you more about it, and I'm also a member of the IOC Development Toxicity Commission. So sport is very important for all of us. So when IFC was looking about what to do in sports, we wonder, what can we do? Should we finance teams? Should we finance federations? These are not our comparative advantage. So we decided to address a very important challenge in sports, which is infrastructure and the availability of facilities. So today, I can say that we are one of the largest, if not the largest, investors in infrastructure, in sports. We have, along with Proparco, invested $15 million in Helios Sport, which is a platform to finance facilities, sports facilities in Africa. We are also working with Suma, which is a Turkish company which have built a number of arenas across the continent. We are currently financing Zaria Group, or will be starting financing them. Zaria Group will be investing in Kenya and also part of the...
Thank you so much, Mr. Diop. Unfortunately, I have to be the bad referee today. We are really working against the clock.
I just want to say something about, which is quite important, is that
just 20 seconds, if that's possible, to play the game.
As we go in this area, it's important that conditions are made for investors to be able to come in this sector and be able to de-risk investment in that sector. So I will stop.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your flexibility as well. I would like also for us to welcome in the room Mr. Christophe Lecourtier, the new CEO of AFD. Here you are. A big round of applause as well. Thank you. You're one of the architects behind our meeting here today. So let's now proceed to see how we can turn those big sports dreams into real concrete potential for our youth. So let's now welcome a few game changers for our next panel. And we have Géraldine Yema-Robert. She's a former elite basketball player and special advisor to the presidency of Gabon. Please, Géraldine, join us. Round of applause, please. Let's also welcome Humphrey Kayanje, IOC member and the legendary face of Kenyan rugby. Finally, we are with Régis Charpentier, president of Win-Win Africa, key development of Agora. Thank you very much. You have 3 minutes each. I want to say we are talking about sports and this is quite a competition today. So there we go. And I'll start with you actually, Humphrey, first. Let's dive right in. How is How is IOC's vision for sustainable development actually translating into real opportunities for African athletes and their communities today?
Thank you very much, and I know we're pressed for time. So at the IOC, we've been able to see many initiatives around sport that support and grow sport across Africa. Thousands of young people across Africa have leveraged from IOC's programs in education, in skill development, in shaping the future, and we can see a real tangible effect that sport does work, and this even research has backed that every investment that goes into sport has able to generate 5 to 6 times the value in terms of social impact.
Thank you so much. So let me move to you, Geraldine, because you're really living proof of what can be achieved with football. So we can't rely on luck anymore. So coming from you now as your role, forging public policy, how do we move from isolated wins to creating a real system that fosters talent every single time?
Thank you. All protocol observed, Africa is at a decisive turning point right now. And sport is no longer about only competition. It's becoming a powerful driver of economic, social, and educational transformation. Allow me to begin with a personal story. I did not pursue a career in basketball in Europe because I was the most talented. It's just because I had people who believed in me. First of all, my parents, who really helped me achieve my dream. And also, and one very important point, I'm French and Gabonese. So my parents sent me to Europe very early. And I know it's not the case with a lot of talented African sports people. And the reality in sport in Africa is there. There's a lot of talent, there's a lot of ambition, but the problem is only because of the factor chance. There's no really great system put aside to help them achieve their goal. So right now in Gabon, under the great leadership of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Gabon, Mr. Brice Clotaire Oligui, the transition is on its way. So we're doing a lot of things in sport, and we are working to better structure federation, develop academies, and into a broader vision that connects education, culture, and the economy.
Thank you so much, Geraldine. And that's exactly what Agora is also aiming to do. So I'm sorry, Regis, we're going to be sharing everything here. Let me come closer to you. So tell us about how Agora actually builds all these young sportsmen from the ground up.
Yeah, exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start with a simple image. It's a late afternoon in Abidjan, and a group of young girls is playing football when students are having their sports class, family are gathering around, having a drink at the Maquis, and Donald has just finished his medical checkup at the infirmary when Marceline is entering the meeting room where she will be trained in new techniques, business techniques. In the same time, the staff are preparing the stage for tomorrow's concert, which will be attended by more than 5,000 people, free of charge, thanks to our many sponsors. Finally, just like every day, a lorry leaves with a ton of plastic that has been collected and recycled on site. This is not a fairy tale. This is not a sports complex. This is Agora. Agora was born from a simple idea that it can create opportunities, it can boost communities, it can change life. At the heart of the Agora project, we wanted to build accessible spaces, animate them with strong content, and ensure that they last through economic model.
Thank you so much. We have to leave it there. So let's go to Abidjan. We can eat in a Maquis, we can do some sports, and we can go to a concert, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we've got the invitation. Thank you so much, Regis, Geraldine, and Humphrey as well. Thank you very much. Thank you. Big round of applause. Like I said, today we're talking about sport, and this is very sporty. I'm so glad that we have athletes with us here today. So we've talked about the vision, we've talked about the ambitions. Let's now talk about the business of sports with our next panelists. Let's welcome now Faris Ayoub, Head of Helio Sports and Entertainment Group, Claire Akamanzi, CEO of NBA Africa, and Olivier Ginon, Chairman of GL Events. Be very welcome. Can we have a round of applause for them, please? Because this is not easy at all for anyone today. And in true sportsmanship, we are sharing everything today. And I want to start with you, Faris, please. What does it take to turn sport and entertainment in Africa into a scalable economic sector? And maybe you can tell us what's happened in the 2 years in Paris since the Sports Sustainable Development Summit.
Yeah, so 2 years ago in Paris, we spoke about investing in sports and entertainment across Africa, not only as a social priority, but as a real economic sector. Today, that commitment is no longer a statement of intent. It is becoming real platforms and assets and projects on the ground, supported by the AFD Group via Proparco, alongside the IFC and the Rwanda Social Security Board and other investors. At Helio Sports and Entertainment, we see sports as part of a broader ecosystem, where sport, music, live music, media, youth culture all come together across Africa. What has been missing is the infrastructure and commercial platforms that Mokhtar just spoke about that turn the demand into a sustainable industry, and this is where we focus.
So can you give us like a few concrete examples, actually, just so that we can picture exactly what you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, you can see it across our portfolio. In basketball, where I'm sure Claire will just touch upon, through the NBA ecosystem in Africa, we are seeing growing attendance, viewership, and pathways, as well as youth empowerment programs. In MMA with the PFL, we are helping professionals throughout the continent reach their targets. And in music, the events such as the Afro Nation bring together music platform in not only in the continent, but the diaspora. But critically in infrastructure, through our investment in Zaire Group, where, for example, in Rwanda, Zaire Group brings together venues and hospitalities engagement. And then this is important here in Nairobi, where Zaire Group recently signed an agreement with the support of His Excellency, the President William Ruto, to help to redevelop Nairobi Railway City through a new multi-purpose arena and integrated entertainment.
Thank you so much, Faris. Let me move to you now, Claire, because you are the blueprint at NBA Africa of exactly what Faris just mentioned. So how is basketball proving that sport can be a massive engine for jobs and visibility? And as BAL scales, what does this franchise-based model can actually unlock in Africa?
Thank you, Anne-Marie. First of all, thank you everyone here. I understand everyone here loves basketball and loves the NBA. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
We love you too. Now, I'll say three things. At the NBA, we have a fundamental belief that beyond basketball, we are an ecosystem of economic growth and opportunity on the continent. Beyond the court where we play basketball, we actually are a fundamental pillar for economic growth. And let me tell you three quick things of what we're seeing. One, we are seeing real momentum as NBA on the continent. We've been here for a number of years. Today, we contribute to jobs and we contribute to an economic ecosystem. In the first 4 years of BAL, we contributed $250 million to Africa's GDP, and we contributed nearly 40,000 jobs. Now, for the next 10 years, we expect that number to be $5.4 billion of Africa's GDP through basketball, as well as almost 650,000 jobs. So that is the momentum we're seeing, number one. Number two, we are developing basketball. But beyond basketball, we're building a value system. We're building a whole value chain. We are building talent. If you come from Kenya, you know Madina Okot, a young woman who was number 13 in the WNBA draft just the other day. We are building talent. But we are building infrastructure with partners such as Helios and such as IFC. We are also building jobs in media, technology, among others. So we are really building an ecosystem and the whole value chain. The last point I'll say is we're here for the long term. NBA is in the African continent for the long term. And now we're about to change, to your second question, from an open league of the BAL, the Basketball Africa League, to a semi-closed league where you can own a franchise in the BAL in perpetuity.
We are selling franchises, and teams can be owned by individuals in perpetuity, and that's the future that we are seeing. The last thing I'll say, and I want your attention for this. Remember the date, 22nd to 31st of May. We will be having finals and playoffs of BAL in Kigali. Book your ticket and come and enjoy some wonderful basketball and build that ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll be sending in my passports. Thank you very much. So can we say that Africa is the basketball's new home? We very often talk about football, but basketball is here to stay as well.
Basketball is a fast-growing sport on the continent, and basketball's key selling point is beyond sport, it's culture, it's entertainment, it's youthful. So please come and be youthful with us.
Okay, we'll be in Kigali. Thank you very much, Claire. Olivier, let me turn to you now. Because you have seen sport, I want to say, shift from just a cultural pastime to a major investment driver. So tell us a little bit more about GL events and how you are moving from just hosting events to really creating long-lasting impact for the communities.
Hello. Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a real pleasure to be here with you today to speak about sport in Africa and about what sport can bring for far beyond competition itself. In France, we believe that sport is much more than performance or entertainment. Sport can be a powerful driver of economic growth, jobs, education, tourism, health, inclusion, and international attractiveness. Over the years, we developed what we call a strong sport economic ecosystem, a partnership between public institutions, private companies, and working together with one common ambition, turning sport in a long-term force for development. This ecosystem brings together many areas of expertise, event organization, logistic infrastructures, communication, hospitality, and sustainability. But what makes this model special is the way we work. We work as a team front for sport. Government, local authorities, and private companies collaborate very early to prepare major events sporting, combining expertise and creating solutions together. The objective is not only to organize successful competition. The objective is also to create economic value, jobs, stronger cities, better infrastructures, and social benefits for local communities. On one side, sport as an economic engine. On the other side, sport as a common goal, promoting health, inclusion, education, and social connection. And we also believe that major sporting events must leave a positive legacy long after the final whistle for people, cities, and future generations. At GL Events, this idea of legacy is central to the way we work, especially in Africa. In South Africa, during the FIFA World Cup in 2010, we worked closely with local partners. Then this cooperation became so strong that we later invested in our local partner company, and today, more than 15 years later, we are still active in the country and bought the exhibition center. We have also contributed to several Africa Cup of Nations tournaments, including recently in Ivory Coast, where we delivered infrastructures for the Afghan village. We are in Africa for a long term, and in Abidjan now, we are managing the exhibition center.
Thank you so much, Olivier. Olivier Ginon, Claire Akamanzi, and Faris Ayoub. A big round of applause, please, for our experts here who came and shared so much today. And I'm waiting for that ticket, Claire. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, major events also need connection to become truly memorable. And they need fans, they need communities and shared experiences. And this is precisely where digital power meets the pitch. So to discuss the intersection between tech, sport and social impact, let's all join our hands to welcome the CEO of Orange, Christelle Heidemann, please. A big round of applause for Christelle.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Christelle.
It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm very humble. I think we had on stage some of the amazing champions, and I don't think they really got the attention from the audience that they deserve. So I'm really humble talking after them here. At Orange, we are really convinced that sports create emotions, and emotions is super important to do business. And we've been sponsor and technological partner of the African Football Confederation for many years now. And we continue, and we've been a technology partner of the Paris 2024 Olympics, and we now really look forward to Senegal with the Youth Olympic Games starting in November. Because yes, technology can do miracles, and emotions can be lived by billions of people during sports events. We love to sponsor teams. Football is a great sport, and we are actually sponsoring national teams, which puts the CEO of Orange in a very difficult situation when you know that France is going to play against Senegal during the next football World Cup, and we sponsor both teams. So I cannot choose. Despite the fact I'm French, I will not choose. The winner will be the best team. But again, very pleased to be here. Our teams in Orange are really passionate about sport. We love to run in the company because doing business is also about, you need mental health. And this is something we also do with sports association, because youth, when we think about connectivity, we are sponsoring what we call Digital for Good connections. And we train, working with sport association, what it's like for youth to really get educated on how to use mobile phones, not being addicted to it, but using it for the good, but also understanding what we should prevent as behaviors. That's what we call For Good Connections. So very excited to be here. It's about business, it's about emotions. In the end, it's about connections. Thank you
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Christelle. It's about emotions, absolutely. If there's something that sports really give us, it's strong, memorable emotions. Thank you so much. For my part, I'm a Blue Shark fan, being from Cabo Verde. All right. I think that, our two champions really do deserve another round of applause, please. Big round of applause. Again, for Perez and Eliud Kipchoge, who were with us earlier on, and I agree with Christelle, didn't give them what they deserved. So we have a little surprise for you now. Can we all pay attention to that side of the room, please? We have a great surprise for you. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, be ready to meet Louis Saha, French international football player, a legend of football. Let's all welcome Louis, please. Louis, enchanté. Alors, on nous avait promis que vous alliez dribbler. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé ?
Je sais pas, ça n'a pas été prévu
Vous vouliez que je
correctement.
me joigne à vous et ça n'a pas marché, c'est ça?
Oui, c'est exactement ça.
Alors Louis, on vous voit aujourd'hui en costard, j'ai envie de dire, mais pourtant pendant de nombreuses années, on vous a vu avec les crampons sur les plus grands, dans les plus grands matchs à travers le monde. And I'm going to switch to English. I'm so sorry. In fact, I'm just telling that Louis Saha, international French football player, it's actually interesting. It's nice to see him wearing a full suit because for so many years we've seen him around the world playing with football boots and everything. And I want you to tell us about that transition and the fantastic work that you do at Axistar to help young talents not only have a career in sport but beyond.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Yes, it's a very big passion that I have for this kind of transition where I managed to have a decent career. But
Louis, just 1 second, please, because what you are going to say is so important. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's pay attention to Louis Saha. There's so much wisdom coming out of all the people that we've had on stage. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, je vous demanderai juste de rester silencieux pour pouvoir entendre ce que nos experts ont à nous dire, et c'est vraiment, vraiment très important. Please continue.
yes, I was saying that it's extremely a privilege to be here after such a career on the football field. it's always difficult to transit because it's like a little deaf. So it's all about getting the right connection, the right people around. So that's why I built Axis Stars in a way to really support the transition, to really support the connection between players. They have good story to share, a lot of insight, but it's in an environment it's extremely toxic. So it does provide difficulty for trust, and this is a very big problem.
Exactly, because I was going to say, you know, you are really the embodiment of everything that's beautiful about sports and the chances that it opens, but it's very fragile, like you were saying. And so for all the young people watching us today, what advice can you give them to make sure that they don't fall into the wrong path?
Yeah, it's extremely difficult path. There is like a lot of elements. You will meet a lot of people, so you have to be, I think, in some way, your CEO of your own company, of your own brand, making sure that you understand that it's not only about talents. You have to really work hard and dedicate yourself to the, you know, daily pain of this sport. This is the main target. If you have the chance to be on that field, you have to represent not only the badge of your club, but you represent your name of your family. This is extremely important to have values, and this like lasts longer. It is more impact, and that's basically why I think after my career, I still have, let's say, opportunities to be there, to travel the world with Manchester United, because they consider me as an ambassador, because I think that I value extremely hard what I work for, and reputation is extremely important, and I think the transition to transmit to people, to young generation, is extremely important. That's why I'm here, and I'm very appreciative to be here with a lot of good brains, investors, entrepreneurs, and decision makers.
That's a good point, actually, because we are also here to network. So are you open to maybe having young people come and talk to you during this summit and ask you questions? Are you willing for that? I think it's a great opportunity for them.
Yes, of course. I think I travel to Africa because it's a booming economy. There is a lot of people who invent things. There are a lot of investors coming from Europe. There is like a lot of, I think, opportunities there, and I'm here to meet anyone who can bring something to the sport that I love. There is not only sport, there is definitely a need of integrity. And then I think, yeah, we all need that. Africa definitely have like a lot of talent, but talent is not enough. We need infrastructure. We need the desire to build things that make sense for everybody, and especially for the young generation.
Absolutely, because we need to remind everybody, and I guess people actually know, that we are the youngest continent. By 2050, 1 in 4 people on the planet will be African. They'll be young. They're so talented as well. So it is about, you know, capturing that talent and not leaving everything to luck anymore. So the other question that I had for you was that you have transitioned from an international career in Europe, essentially, and now you're working more with Africa. What advice do you have for those returnees, like we call them?
The advice is to not being scared to explore and not being scared to take risk. I love to approach the similar things that I've done in the sport, where I played striker, so I had to take risk to score goals. That was extremely important. So that's why that's my advice. It's to come and to not be scared to approach people. You know, it could be different industries, it could be a different background. It doesn't matter. It's just about like chasing the next idea, the next opportunity. There is investment all over the place, and I think you need to sometimes obviously have the right people around you to make the right choices.
Thank you so much, Louis. Saha, but next time I want to see you doing dribbles, yeah? Thank you. A big round of applause, please, for Louis Saha. Merci beaucoup. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you now to turn your attention to the screens, because we have a very important message from FIFA.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear friends, you know how close Africa is to my heart and how important your beautiful continent is to FIFA and the game of football. And I'm looking forward to seeing more and more African countries than ever represented at the FIFA World Cup. Through the FIFA Forward program, more than $1 billion American have been invested in growing football across the continent's 54 FIFA member associations to date, and that support will remain very strong. The FIFA Football for Schools program is giving young Africans the opportunity to play football and to learn from it, becoming better citizens as they become better footballers. FIFA is also delivering on the commitment made during the International Summit on Sport for Sustainable Development in Paris back in 2024. We pledged to build 1,000 mini pitches globally by 2031. In that respect, we launched the FIFA Arena project in May 2025. We expect that we will have passed a quarter of that target in the coming months, and this includes the construction or implementation of more than 100 mini pitches in Africa only. Thank you all and enjoy the summit. Bye-bye.
A big round of applause once again for the president of FIFA, Gianni Infantino. He couldn't be with us today, but he really wanted to contribute. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you again to pay attention to the screen because, but be very, very ready. We have an exclusive glimpse into the pulse, the passion, and the future of African excellence that will be the Dakar Summer Youth Olympic Games. Let's watch it, please.
L'Afrique accueille, Dakar célèbre. En cette année 2026, le Sénégal organise les Jeux Olympiques de la jeunesse, accédant ainsi de fort belle manière à la cour des plus grands et prouvant avec force que l'Afrique est la terre des possibles. Dakar 2026 se veut la célébration autant que la reconnaissance d'une jeunesse aux couleurs du monde. Faisons ensemble de ces Jeux un souvenir impérissable. Dakar vous attend.
L'Afrique, berceau de l'humanité, terre de croyance et de résilience, est prête à marquer l'histoire du sport. Autour des Jeux Olympiques de la jeunesse, le Sénégal est uni pour le sport et pour l'avenir. 14 jours de compétition où le monde entier va vibrer. 2700 athlètes des 4 coins du globe vont s'affronter, et toujours avec respect et humilité. Semble perdu, l'espoir lui demeure. L'Afrique va briller et parer d'or celles et ceux qui vont se démarquer. Toutes et tous, nous allons être fiers de ces jeunes athlètes, foulant le sol sénégalais, défendant les couleurs de leur pays. 25 sports de compétition, 10 sports d'engagement et de nombreuses festivités culturelles. Dakar, Diamniadio et Sali sont prêtes à vous accueillir pour honorer la relève. La jeunesse va vous faire rêver. Et si elle fléchit, le Sénégal, l'Afrique et le monde vont la soutenir. Du 31 octobre au 13 novembre 2026, l'Afrique accueille, Dakar célèbre. Maintenant, c'est à toi de jouer.
So you would have understood that Africa is the place to be when it comes to sports. I have a quick announcement. We are expecting very shortly the arrival of our heads of states. So please pay attention, stay seated. The protocol will do their job. Ladies and gentlemen. Can I please ask everybody to clear the corridor right here, right where I'm pointing, please, all the way down. Please clear that access. We have to make room for the arrival of our heads of states, please. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please clear out the area coming from the stairs. We are expecting the arrival of our heads of states very shortly.
C'est un outil pour se
And to you,
construire un investissement pour l'avenir. Le sport traverse les frontières. Le sport, c'est aussi une économie, un moteur de développement qui crée des emplois, soutient l'entrepreneuriat local et dynamise les territoires. À l'échelle mondiale, il représente plus de 2% du PIB. En Afrique, seulement 0,5%. Le potentiel est immense. 2017. À Ouagadougou, la France et l'Afrique posent les bases d'une relation renouvelée en faveur notamment de la jeunesse. 2020. Lors du sommet Finance en commun, banques publiques et mouvements sportifs se mobilisent. Sport en commun est lancé, une plateforme panafricaine reliant porteurs de projets et financeurs. 2021, au nouveau sommet Afrique-France, un programme phare est annoncé avec des fédérations sportives d'Afrique, tandis qu'un autre soutiendra 30 académies sportives. 2024, en préouverture des Jeux Olympiques et Paralympiques de Paris 2024, chefs d'État, de gouvernement et d'organisations internationales adoptent l'accord de Paris pour le sport et le développement durable, tandis que la coalition sport du mouvement Finance en commun s'engage à investir 10 milliards d'euros dans le secteur d'ici 2030. 2026, au sommet Africa Forward de Nairobi, le sport se positionne comme un secteur d'investissement et d'opportunité pour la jeunesse. Puis, avec les Jeux Olympiques de la jeunesse à Dakar, un cap historique est franchi. Pour la première fois, un événement olympique se tient sur le sol africain. Depuis 2018, la France, via le groupe AFD, a engagé 500 millions d'euros en faveur du sport au service du développement durable. États, entreprises, sociétés civiles, organisations internationales et mouvements sportifs, ensemble, faisons du sport un investissement durable pour les générations futures.
DJ, sound provider, the service provider kindly. Service provider kindly liaise with me at the dais. As I seek your indulgence, ladies and gentlemen, any moment from now we'll be joined by their excellencies, and I'm calling upon all of us kindly to clear the walkway. Let's clear the way. Those who are still at the back, may we kindly now observe silence as we invite and receive their excellencies any moment from now. I seek your indulgence, and once again, service provider, kindly liaise with us at the dais here. We are great as a country to host this global event, and today as we have our sports area. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, any moment from now, their excellencies, the presidents. Service provider kindly. Ladies and gentlemen, sure. 1, 2.
So anytime now we are going to have His Excellency the President of Kenya together with His Excellency the President of France joining us for the opening session of the Sports Sustainable Investment. Let us all rise. All rise. All rise. A warm clap for our excellencies. We also have the President of Botswana and Senegal joining us for this wonderful, auspicious occasion. A warm welcome to the presidents, please. Wonderful.
Check. Check.
Welcome, Your Excellencies. May I request that we kindly take our seats. Your Excellencies, welcome to this session, the opening session for Sports Sustainable Investment. And at this point, Your Excellency, all right, welcome Your Excellencies. Allow me to hand over to Anne-Marie, who's going to guide us on our next session. Let's give a round of applause to Anne-Marie. She's been doing a great job even as we had started earlier. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I have a wonderful co-host here. Thank you very much, Mr. Gutonga. Well, we saw earlier how we were speeding. It was a mad race, and we unfortunately had to speed through some of our keynote speeches. And it's my pleasure and honor now to call back on the stage Mr. Maktar Diop, please, representing the World Bank Group. A big round of applause, please, because this is not easy on his part. Merci. Dieu Jeff.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Habari. Mr. Sana. Asante Sana, Mr. President. It's a huge pleasure to be back in Kenya. For some of you who don't know, I lived in Kenya for 3 years. Made a lot of friends, and I consider it as a place which is central to the development of the continent. Let me say a few words, Mr. President, because sports means a lot to me. In my youth, I had the opportunity, Mr. President, excusez-moi de ne pas parler en français. Si vous permettez, je m'adresse à l'Assemblée en français. I had the opportunity in my youth to represent the national team of my own countries. So I learned what sports means. And at that time, you know, you will sleep in the camps in very bad conditions before going to competitions. In not the time of now that President Motsepe is helping athletes to get. But it brings to me the fact that sport is very important. And when 10 years ago we started looking at it, I called my friend Remy Rioux from AFD, and we decided to do something together on sports in the world and in Africa. We launched a certain number of initiatives. We could not finance teams. We could not finance other parts of the sports. But we knew that we can do something is finance infrastructure. Because when you don't have infrastructure for sports, kids cannot go to sports. So we decided to finance people who are financing arenas. So we put with Helios Sports a fund, and Proparco and IFC funded this Helios fund. And today they're deploying this resource to invest in infrastructure in Africa. Then we looked at another company, Suma, who is in a Turkish company, and we give them a loan also to finance large arena in Africa. And today, Mr. President, I know that you have been working with that company, Zaria. We are financing them, and we'll be signing very soon a loan to that company to finance infrastructure. That says that there is an interest in sports, and we need to harness more resources and bring them to finance sports. Botswana has shown that their champion in track and field are today enlightening the world, and we can do more by bringing it to the youth. Mr. President, thank you for the support that France is bringing to the Youth Olympic. AFD has financed a lot of refurbishing of infrastructure in Africa, and it's very well received. Moving forward, what we would like to do, Mr. President, is to continue to finance those infrastructure in sports, small, medium, and large infrastructures. Secondly, we would like also to have a push on education and sports. When I was growing, the sports, what they call in French, USU, was very important. Today, when you look at the countries, the sports at school is very, very weak. And we need to do more to give opportunity to people to use sports to grow. The third element, Mr. President, is to use skills. When you take kids in what they use into school in my country, Mr. President, les associations sportives et culturelles, les ASC, and you allow kids to learn skills while doing sports, you are reaching a lot of goals. So this is the kind of things that the World Bank Group and the IFC that we're trying to do to support the ecosystem of sports. And we are giving to the city today a lot of opportunities of interest of investors. And we found that this forum and the role that France has played in that context has been critical in developing sport in the continent and in the part of the world. We are working also with UNHCR and the IOC to be able to bring sport to the displaced people because it's an important way for them to be able to be reinserted in the society. I will not say more than that, but I would like to thank you for giving me that opportunity to say these few words because we've been able to put $50 million in Helios. We are financing Suma, we are financing Zaria, and this is just the beginning, and we continue doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maktar Diop. Thank you for your flexibility. And indeed, what you shared was extremely important, so thank you once again. Well, we've been talking about the power of sports. If there's something that sports create, is connections, of course, and emotion. And if there is one language, I want to say almost love language, that speaks to the heart of many Africans, and I hope that Claire from NBA Africa won't hate me for that, it's football. So please do take a look, pay attention to the screens.
To dream big. We've got to aim high. You see the power of football. The power of football to bring Africans together. The power of football to show the rest of the world that African football is in motion. African football is growing. We are honored and privileged to be part of that revolution. Champions of Africa again. The pathway to $1 billion in African football. The requirements of African football can only be achieved when all of us work together.
And well, to tell us more about what we've just seen, let's put our hands together to welcome now the President of the Confederation of African Football, Dr. Patrice Motsepe.
Our brother, President Ruto, thank you so much for hosting this very special occasion. Mon frère, President Macron, merci, good to see you. President Faye, bonjour. We are talking another language now that's very close to Swahili. Just a few points. We've always known that African football players are amongst the most talented in the world. They've played in the best leagues in France, in Europe, and have performed amongst the very best. But, you know, we as a family got involved in football essentially through philanthropy. We've invested hundreds of billions of our own money as part of giving to the continent, the continent that has made us what we are. What is very exciting is that the partnership, and that's why your presence, President Macron, is so important, because it's not just about sports. We meet in Davos every year, and there are billions and billions of dollars of partnership between France and Africa. Your country has got some of the most outstanding business companies in the world, and that's why to partner with President Ruto, to partner with Africa in business, in trade and investment, enormously important. But let's talk about football. 2.5 billion people watched the AFCON in Morocco. 6.2 billion digital views, which means billions of people worldwide were interacting and viewing what was going on in Morocco. 180 countries throughout the world were watching the AFCON in Morocco. The Moroccan economy benefited approximately $2 billion, according to Nielsen. Nielsen is one of the top research and marketing companies in the world. They are used by UEFA, they are used by FIFA. We asked them to make a study. They found that the economy of Morocco benefits to the value of $2 billion for the month during the AFCON. Next year, President Ruto will be hosting the world. He will be hosting the world, and we are going to host in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Uganda, the most successful AFCON in the history of this competition. We expect that the enormous contribution of business, of sports, of football, to job creation, to provision of skills and expertise, but also to pride and bringing people together. We will all be here, and President Macron will be here. I'll see President Macron in America when France plays Senegal. And there's going to be, and my brother is sitting there, and you know, we are all brothers. So I remember in Qatar, President Faye, when Morocco made us very, very proud. Qualified for the semi-finals for the first time in the history of the competition. But we lost to France. And I was told, President Macron, that I shouldn't be so miserable because there are so many beautiful French Africans. French Africans. They are French, but they are from Africa. So they say it's the most beautiful partnership in sports as well as what we can do in trade and investment. Just one final issue. Football unites people. We have used football to bring people together from different races, from different religious backgrounds, as well as from different ethnic and tribal backgrounds.
I know, right? It's scary. We've got big red numbers.
Okay, so
just a
all
few
I'm
seconds.
saying is that as I'm going to sit down, President Ruto, I'm told that when the cup comes next year, June, here, the Pamoja Cup, the AFCON Cup, Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya have said the trophy will not leave Pamoja. So wish you all of the best. You all make us proud. Every single president from Botswana, president from Senegal, you are a dependable partner, President Macron, trustworthy partner, and President Ruto. Thank you so much. The future looks bright. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Dr. Mutsepe. You actually put my language skill to shame. Merci beaucoup de votre contribution. Well, distinguished guests, excellencies, we've come to the final whistle, I want to say, of our journey today. Let's please all rise, put our hands together to welcome on stage our excellencies here today, please. A big round of applause for our presidents. Please come and join me on the stage. His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya. His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic. His Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, President of the Republic of Senegal. And His Excellency Duma Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana. Thank you all. Thank you all. You may sit, please. And I really want us to take just a few seconds to realize what's happening on the stage. We have not one, not two, but 4 heads of state here on the stage, pledging to make sports and football a real engine for the development of our beautiful continent. So allow me to start with you, Excellence Président Faye. Permettez-moi de me tourner vers vous à présent. And to everyone in the audience, the next question and segment will be in French, please. And of course, I would kindly ask you to remain silent, to pay attention to what our heads of state have to share with us today. Mesdames et messieurs, avant de procéder, je vous demanderai s'il vous plaît de bien vouloir rester silencieux afin qu'on puisse entendre ce que nos excellences ont à partager avec nous aujourd'hui. Alors,
je vais me tourner vers vous, Excellence Président Faye. Donc, dans quelques mois, on l'a vu notamment sur nos écrans, eh bien, les regards du monde entier se tourneront vers Dakar pour les Jeux Olympiques de la jeunesse. Le premier événement olympique jamais organisé, il faut le rappeler, sur le sol africain. Alors, on a vu dans cette vidéo que le Sénégal se prépare, et il se prépare bien, mais j'aimerais l'entendre directement de vous, s'il vous plaît. Qu'est-ce que cela signifie pour tout jeune Africain, pas seulement pour un jeune Sénégalais, mais pour tous nos jeunes frères et sœurs qui sont à travers le monde et qui voient donc les anneaux olympiques qui vont se hisser au-dessus de Dakar. Et au-delà de l'événement, qu'est-ce qui restera? Quel héritage durable êtes-vous en train de construire?
Merci beaucoup, madame. Je voudrais d'abord remercier le président Ruto pour son accueil et son hospitalité envers moi-même et ma délégation depuis notre arrivée. Le féliciter et féliciter le président Macron pour avoir initié ce panel autour du sport et du développement. Vous l'avez relevé, l'année 2026 a été pour le Sénégal une année spéciale. Nous l'avons quand même démarré avec un titre de champion d'Afrique. Que nous entendons. Merci beaucoup. Merci pour ce verdict qui est déjà rendu. Alors nous reviendrons ici l'année prochaine pour défendre notre titre qui restera intègre. Alors, je disais que c'est une année spéciale pour nous parce que c'est l'année de la deuxième étoile du Sénégal en football. C'est une année aussi au cours de laquelle nous avons fait des performances sportives majeures dans beaucoup de disciplines. Et cela, il faut le noter, est le fruit d'une politique sportive hardie et qui prend en compte toutes les dimensions du sport au niveau scolaire, au niveau universitaire, au niveau professionnel, au niveau amateur, pour les compétitions nationales comme pour les compétitions internationales. C'est une année aussi au cours de laquelle nous aurons l'honneur et le privilège d'accueillir les Jeux Olympiques de la jeunesse. C'est une première sur le continent africain et le Sénégal sera honoré d'être le premier pays à abriter une compétition d'une telle envergure. Bien évidemment, nous mesurons l'espoir qui pèse sur le Sénégal en tant que pays africain qui doit organiser un événement majeur de cette dimension, mais qui doit aussi l'accueillir. Dans notre démarche, nous disons que c'est l'Afrique qui accueille, mais c'est Dakar qui célèbre. Alors cette compétition, nous la voulons comme un cadre de partage des valeurs de l'olympisme qui sont faites autour de la fraternité, de la tolérance et de la paix. Et c'est ce que nous voulons partager au-delà de l'aspect sportif avec le monde. Évidemment, en termes d'impact, la compétition n'est pas encore arrivée, mais les investissements en matière de rénovation d'infrastructures sportives, de construction, et surtout par rapport à l'option que nous avons prise de les décentraliser au niveau des communes pour démocratiser la pratique sportive, va contribuer déjà à socialiser davantage, à renforcer la cohésion sociale et à permettre à ce que chacun puisse pratiquer le sport qu'il veut, où qu'il soit, à l'intérieur du pays. Donc sur le plan des impacts, nous pouvons déjà noter ça. Et aujourd'hui, les chantiers qui sont en train d'être menés, quand on prend les ouvriers, on prend ceux qui ont en charge l'encadrement, c'est près de 132 000 personnes qui sont déjà mobilisées. Et sur l'héritage, donc, on aura un héritage infrastructurel, mais aussi un héritage par rapport à un savoir-faire qui sera acquis en collaboration avec l'ensemble des partenariats que nous avons noués autour de l'organisation de cet événement. Et j'en profite pour remercier le président Macron pour leur parfaite collaboration dans l'organisation des JOJ sur le volet sécuritaire et sur d'autres plans. Alors, nous appelons toutes les populations africaines, particulièrement les jeunes et les femmes, à venir accueillir cet événement africain, le célébrer à Dakar. Et j'en profite aussi pour inviter tout le monde à cette fête sportive africaine, mais aussi mondiale, et dire que réaffirmer notre engagement à abriter le deuxième sommet, après celui de Paris en 2024, le sommet sur le financement durable du sport. Et ce sera à Dakar, en prélude des JOJ 2026.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence. Jeff. Tous les yeux seront rivés vers le pays de la Teranga. Merci beaucoup de votre contribution. Allow me to speak in English now again. To turn to you, Excellency President Boko. So you've stepped into leadership at a time when the world is looking at Botswana as a hub for innovation and stability. We know that sport is a massive soft power tool. And so can you tell us, how can your country use its success on the track, I want to say, to unlock new off-field opportunities as well for our youth and our communities?
Well, thank you very much. Let me begin by acknowledging His Excellency the President of Kenya and the host of the summit, recognize President Macron, co-host, recognize my good friend and brother, Diomaye Faye, President of the Republic of Senegal. How I wish this were a relay race, because then we would deploy the blistering pace, the vitality of the Republic of Botswana, the champions. But let me thank all of my colleagues here for being here, and thank President Ruto for his hospitality and generosity since we arrived here. Africa stands at a defining moment. We recognize across our continent that sport is no longer merely a recreational activity or entertainment platform. It is a unifying force, and more importantly, it's an investment opportunity that can unlock employment, tourism, infrastructure, development, youth empowerment, and regional integration. We've seen in Botswana fairly recently, a few days ago, you saw one of the most awesome spectacles of athletics leading to breaking records, personal bests, championship record times. All these took place in Botswana. You also saw, for the first time and in the most amazing fashion, that Botswana, the world's largest producer of diamonds by value, introduced something spectacularly different and embedded in the medals that were given to the successful athletes, the natural diamond. We made a statement with that. We signaled to the world, firstly, that the natural diamond carries stories, carries epic memories. It's about lives and livelihoods of real people. That infrastructure has been developed from this resource and will continue to be developed. And so sport has helped us to make plain to the world the spectacular achievements that can be made through sport and through proper utilization of the mineral wealth of any and every country. We are grateful that we are here today. We look forward to creating partnerships. We have President Motsepe here, who knows and who saw that towards the end of the contest that we held in Botswana, there were two vicious competitors, brothers, towards Botswana and South Africa. And they pushed each other hard, as we always do in sport. We support each other, we collaborate with each other, we challenge each other, we push each other hard to achieve the highest standards of excellence in the different sporting codes. And we saw that between Botswana and South Africa. They deployed their very best. They came ready to compete. They competed, and they did admirably. So we are grateful for all these, and we look forward to more, and we say to all of you, if you want world records to be broken, you want to feel the vibe, the funk of sport, and the unity that it brings, make sure most of your activities are held in Botswana. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Is that an invitation, Excellency, to Botswana? Is that an invitation, Excellency, President Boko, to Botswana? Oh, well. Is this an invitation to Botswana? Okay, it's well noted. Yeah, so we're going to we're going to Kigali, and now we're going to Botswana as well. Thank you so much. Excellence, Président Macron. Permettez-moi de me tourner vers vous à présent, parce que vous avez fait du sport un des piliers du renouvellement entre l'Afrique et la France. Alors aujourd'hui, nous voyons cette ambition se concrétiser à travers la mobilisation croissante du secteur privé. Quel message souhaitez-vous envoyer à l'ensemble des acteurs réunis aujourd'hui?
Merci beaucoup. Merci. Je veux remercier à nouveau le président William Ruto pour son accueil et mes chers amis et collègues, présidents du Sénégal et du Botswana, d'être avec nous aujourd'hui. Et merci Mokhtar et Patrice pour vos présentations à l'instant. Mais vous l'avez parfaitement dit, d'abord on est au bon moment, au bon endroit. Et c'est important de se le dire. Le Kenya est un grand pays de sport. Je crois que... C'est vrai. Kipchoge et Nsawe... C'est quand même le pays où on court le marathon en moins de 2 heures. C'est une bonne référence. Et grand pays donc à la fois de marathon, de courses d'endurance, mais aussi de football, de rugby à 7. Et le continent africain est un grand continent de sport. Et je crois que ça vient d'être rappelé, mais il faut avoir quand même à l'esprit que 2026, les Jeux olympiques de la jeunesse au Sénégal, 2028, la CAN, donc dans cette région Kenya, Tanzanie, Ouganda, ça a été rappelé. Et 2030, la Coupe du Monde en Méditerranée, avec le Maroc qui sera partie prenante. Il n'y a pas un continent qui est autant exposé à des grands événements sportifs que le continent africain dans les années à venir, et qui a d'ores et déjà autant d'athlètes, et ça a été dit, Patrice et Mokhtar l'ont rappelé tout à l'heure aussi, quand on parle des grands champions souvent européens, on parle de grands champions qui ont des racines, des origines qui sont partagées entre le continent africain et la France. Quand on parle des footballeurs, c'est extraordinaire, c'est une chance. Et on a même parfois exporté nos sélectionneurs sur le continent africain. Claude est là avec moi dans ce déplacement. Il a fait rêver pas mal de générations. Et le président tout à l'heure l'a honoré. Donc, moi ce que je veux dire, pourquoi c'est très important ce qu'on fait là? D'abord, ça a été rappelé, c'est une question d'éducation. Partout où on aide à développer le sport, au-delà des grandes compétitions, et c'est pour ça que nos Jeux olympiques de la jeunesse au Sénégal sont si importants, on donne de la capacité d'émancipation et d'éducation à nos jeunes. On l'a mis au cœur de notre stratégie en France, mais c'est ce qu'on veut pour le continent africain. Parce qu'on apprend à des jeunes les règles, la discipline d'un sport, on leur apprend à être ensemble, on leur donne de la confiance en eux, parce qu'on leur permet justement d'exploiter des talents. Un jeune qui est super bon en marathon ou en course, c'est des talents qui vont être reconnus. Il n'a pas forcément les mêmes talents sur le plan académique, mais ça élargit justement les choses, ça permet de reconnaître ses capacités, et nos universités après le reconnaissent. Et ça permet d'attirer beaucoup de jeunes qui s'écartaient de l'école vers l'école, puis des emplois. Et enfin, c'est un formidable levier en matière de santé. Il y aura une table ronde aussi en matière de santé demain au niveau des leaders. C'est-à-dire c'est la meilleure politique de prévention, le sport. Et aujourd'hui, un des fléaux, plutôt dans les pays les plus riches, qui rôdent, mais c'est vrai aussi dans plusieurs pays d'Africains en raison des modalités de nutrition, un des fléaux pour nos ados et nos jeunes adultes, c'est l'obésité. la meilleure prévention, ce n'est pas l'industrie pharmaceutique qui la donne, c'est le sport. Donc première chose, sport et jeunesse. Et c'est une politique d'investissement dont les retombées positives pour nos pays, nos sociétés sont énormes. La deuxième chose, c'est une politique d'infrastructure. Et ça a été très bien rappelé, c'est que si on veut développer le sport, au-delà de tout ce qui a été dit, il faut des infrastructures et donc c'est une politique de développement. On était ce matin, on parlait d'intelligence artificielle. Hier, on était avec le président, on parlait d'énergie, de transport. Le sport, pareil, c'est un domaine d'investissement en termes d'infrastructure. On ne peut pas réussir en sport, Magda l'a rappelé, s'il n'y a pas des terrains de basket, même de basket à 3, s'il n'y a pas un minimum de pistes d'athlétisme, s'il n'y a pas des terrains de foot, s'il n'y a pas des terrains de rugby. Et donc, c'est un formidable levier d'investissement pour le continent africain et ses partenaires, parce qu'il y a besoin de ces investissements-là et de le faire avec les grandes fédérations. Et donc, en effet, on a lancé, Magda l'a appelé il y a quelques années avec l'Agence française de développement, l'AFD, une grande politique d'investissement sportif. On a eu plus de 400 projets qui ont été développés par l'AFD dans 50 pays. On a notre nouveau patron de l'AFD qui est là à nos côtés, monsieur le courtier, et on le remercie. Et je veux rendre hommage aussi à son prédécesseur, Rémi Rioux, qui a porté cette politique pendant les 8 dernières années avec beaucoup de force, qu'il a fait avec Maktar et ses équipes et donc la Banque mondiale, et qu'il a fait aussi avec les grandes fédérations internationales. C'était assez innovant, et je me rappelle, il y a 8 ans, un peu après Ouagadougou, on s'est retrouvés à l'Élysée, avec la FIFA, avec la NBA, avec la FIBA, les grandes fédérations, surtout basket, foot, mais on avait aussi athlé, la NBA, et on a lancé ce programme. Et de Kigali à Libreville, à travers tout le continent, on a créé ces terrains. Et donc on a investi des centaines de millions d'euros dans ces infrastructures et ces programmes. On l'a fait avec le groupe Orange, Sonatel, Heliosport, Win-Win Afrique, etc., etc. Beaucoup de groupes, plus ceux que Maktar a rappelés, qui nous ont permis de développer tout ça et qu'on a accroché avec la formation justement de nos jeunes. Et on a pu engager beaucoup de jeunes dans ces programmes de formation par les infrastructures qui ont été construites à travers le continent. Et j'ai été très fier il y a quelques années d'être à Kigali pour la première compétition en lien avec la NBA de basket et de compétition de basket entre clubs. C'était un formidable moment là aussi d'émergence du sport sur le continent africain. Et évidemment, ce que fait la CAN, ce que fait la FIFA avec vous, est un formidable levier de développement. Donc, politique de jeunesse, politique d'infrastructure. Et puis, moi, je voudrais finir en disant, c'est un formidable levier de croissance et de création de richesse pour le continent. Et ça, c'est encore quelque chose qui est à saisir. Parce que quand on regarde ce que représente le sport et toutes les filières qui ont avec le sport, le marché mondial du sport, c'est 2% du PIB mondial. Quand on regarde sur le continent africain, c'est 0,5% de son PIB. Ça veut dire une chose très simple, qu'on connaît dans beaucoup de filières, on l'a évoqué ce matin, l'économie du sport n'est pas assez structurée sur le continent africain, elle est souvent encore trop informelle, premier problème, qu'on a dans plein de domaines, et souvent aussi, c'est que vous avez la matière première, mais elle est valorisée dans d'autres continents. Et pardon de faire un peu ce parallèle, mais vous avez parmi les plus beaux, les meilleurs sportifs du monde, comme vous avez les plus grandes terres rares et minerais critiques, et ils sont pris dans d'autres championnats, dans d'autres compétitions. C'est pas bon pour le continent africain. Et donc, ce que vous devez faire, ce que vous allez faire, ce qu'on veut faire avec vous, c'est de valoriser ce capital humain pour qu'il devienne de l'informel au formel, et pour que ce capital humain qui est sur le sol africain soit pleinement révélé et se révèle dans les clubs et les équipes africaines, et n'ait pas à s'exporter à l'autre bout du monde pour créer de la richesse. Et vous imaginez, si on fait croître, si on aide à croître le produit intérieur brut du continent africain, ce qu'on veut faire, ce que vous allez faire avec ces investissements conjoints, et si dans le même temps, on arrive à révéler ce que doit représenter le sport de 0,5% à 2% du PIB, c'est une vraie révolution qui est créatrice de richesse. Et là-dessus, nous, on est prêts à vous aider de manière toute particulière, d'abord par les investissements qu'on fait, qu'on veut faire, que vont faire l'AFD, nos partenaires avec nous et toutes nos entreprises, et par la structuration de cette filière sport. Il y a 10 ans, je n'étais pas président, et même 11 ans maintenant, j'étais ministre de l'économie. Et en France, on n'avait pas structuré cette filière. Et on a lancé, il y a 10 ans, on a fini cette feuille de route de la filière sport en France. Ce qui a permis de nous améliorer et d'exporter beaucoup plus. Olivier Ginon, qui est là aujourd'hui, qui était déjà patron de GL Events, a structuré cette filière pour nous. Il a fait ce travail avec tous les partenaires. Et en 10 ans de temps, on a créé beaucoup plus d'emplois dans notre pays. Et tous nos acteurs de la filière sport se sont exportés beaucoup mieux. Ce qu'on veut au fond faire, c'est faire un transfert d'expertise et se dire, on est prêt à vous dire comment on a fait pour vous aider à le faire. On a commencé les discussions avec le Sénégal, président, et je sais que ça a bien avancé. Donc, si on peut aider le Sénégal comme laboratoire, je connais mon frère William Ruto, il va me dire tout de suite si je dis avec le Sénégal, nous on veut le faire avec le Kenya. Et j'ai un autre frère là, le président Boko, qui va me dire, chiche, on le fait aussi avec le Botswana. Mais c'est au fond de se dire comment on vous aide à structurer ces filières pour créer beaucoup plus de richesse, de valeur et permettre à vos sportifs d'être pleinement reconnus, de mieux gagner leur vie et de la gagner sur le continent africain. Voilà ma conviction. Donc, au fond, le sport, c'est au croisement de l'éducation, de la santé et de la croissance. Donc, il faut y aller à fond.
On y va à fond. Le message est vraiment passé, and the time is absolutely now. So, like His Excellency President Macron just said, when we invest in sport, we invest in people. When we invest in people, we invest in our future. Thank you very much. And to conclude, allow me to now turn to you, Your Excellency President Ruto, because we've mentioned it, we are really, really standing in the home of sports legend. Earlier today, we had Eliud Kipchoge right here on the stage. We've seen, and I live in London, we've seen what Sebastian Sawe accomplished just a few days ago. But I want to say as well that your country breaks many records, notably in tech and finance. This is the home of M-Pesa as well. We've got equity, we've got KCB. They're helping millions of customers every year. So I want to ask you, Excellency, can we make sport as powerful an economic engine as tech and finance? And what is your commitment to making this transition a reality?
Thank you very much. President Macron, my good brother Boko, President of Botswana, President Faye, friends. Good afternoon, or is it good evening, and welcome to the Nairobi University. Just so that you know, Nairobi University is my alma mater. I came here first day, 14th of July 1987. I stepped in those grounds there and registered myself as a student here. I have been a student ever since. I did my undergrad here, I did my postgraduate here, I did my PhD here, and therefore this is home. So welcome home to all of you who are coming here. Secondly, I had Mokhtar. He said he played for his country. Mokhtar, I didn't make it to play for my country, but I was in the volleyball team of Nairobi University. So I tried. But I am greatly honored to join you for this very important dialogue on the commercialization of sports and its growing to drive economic transformation, innovation, and opportunity across our continent, not just in Kenya. Africa today is the youngest continent on earth. More than 1 billion Africans are below the age of 35. That is not simply a statistic. It is a historic opportunity. An opportunity to build one of the world's most dynamic sports economies. And I'm happy that we are discussing sports and money and economies. An opportunity to turn talent into enterprise, passion into prosperity, and potential into real power. Sports can no longer be viewed merely as a recreation or for competition purposes. Today, President Macron, in the morning, went for a competition with Eliud Kipchoge. He didn't.
I lost.
And by the way, I have heard Boko, and he has said correctly that if you want relay, please find your way to Botswana. And if you want good football, find your way to Senegal. But if you want real good, international, world-class athletics, this is the place where history is made. This is the place where the first man on earth has run marathon under 2 hours. Sebastian, we're very proud of Sebastian Sawe. I mean, a man who went to school in a school, primary school called Jaukta Primary School. Many of you will not know where Jaukta is, but he has made history. Today, sports is industry. Sports is infrastructure. Sports is investment. Sports is culture, diplomacy, technology, tourism, and of course, jobs. Across the world, sports generates billions of dollars every year through broadcasting, infrastructure, manufacturing, entertainment, tourism, technology, and talent development. Africa must not stand at the margins of this global industry. Africa must stand at its center. That is why Kenya has deliberately positioned sports as a pillar in our bottom-up economic transformation agenda, because we recognize that it can unlock enterprise, livelihoods, national competitiveness, and of course, hope amongst millions of our young people. As the gateway to East and Central Africa, Kenya brings together two very unique advantages. Number one, our globally celebrated identity as the home of champions. And I say that. And our internationally recognized high-altitude training environment, which continues to attract elite athletes and institutions from around the world. If you go to my hometown in Eldoret, you will find everybody running from every part of the world, but they never beat Kenyans. This advantage is strengthened by something even more powerful: a youthful, innovative, digitally connected generation that is positioning Kenya not only as a global talent incubator, but as an emerging hub for sports media, technology, wellness, tourism, entertainment, and high-performance industries. The home of M-Pesa is right here. We were told earlier today that 1.2 billion people in this continent and abroad use mobile money transfer. Invented where? In Kenya. From our experience, Africa's future lies in building integrated sports ecosystems supported by harmonized priorities and policies, private sector participation, regional partnerships, and sustainable financing. That's why my good friend Macron here comes through as a partner. The time has come not only to produce talent, but to build African-owned sports economies that create African prosperity. Across Africa, governments are increasingly recognizing that sports infrastructure must serve purposes beyond ceremonial use. A stadium, for example, cannot remain idle 6 days a week. An arena cannot survive on applause alone once in a while. A modern sports infrastructure must function as an integrated commercial ecosystem, bringing together sports, hospitality, retail, media production, conferencing, recreation, and digital broadcasting while generating revenue, attracting investment, creating jobs, and stimulating economies. it has to be an ecosystem. In Kenya, that future is already taking shape here in East Africa. In preparations for AFCON 2027, and you've heard President Motsepe say this, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, under the Pamoja Partnership, are making transformative investments in sports infrastructure. Right here in Nairobi, we are developing the Talanta Sports City, not stadium, city, anchored by the world-class Raila Odinga Sports Stadium, alongside state-of-the-art training facilities, hospitality, infrastructure, commercial spaces, including media production centers and smart mobility systems. And aside from this, we are also upgrading two other stadia, Kasarani and Nyayo International Stadium, while constructing county stadia, regional academies, and high-performance training centers across the country. My good friend Motsepe came to sign off on some of our infrastructure projects that we are developing to facilitate the hosting of AFCON. And apart from these three I have mentioned, we are building another 27 stadia across Kenya. And when I say stadia, I'm not talking about a running track. I am talking about a whole ecosystem. One that has entertainment joints, one that has recreational facility, one that has film studio, one that has creative economy spaces, one that has a whole ecosystem, ICT hubs, G2Me labs, where young people can access digital jobs. So we are building a whole ecosystem around sports because our ambition is not simply to host tournaments. Our ambition is to build an ecosystem. We are also positioning Nairobi as one of Africa's leading creative and entertainment capitals through investment in audiovisual infrastructure, film incentives, digital monetization systems, affordable creative studios, and partnerships that cement and connect African creatives to global markets. Let me conclude this by saying we are also advancing this vision. Kenya recently signed an agreement with Zaria Group, and Ujiri came to see me on this, a household name in global basketball and sports development to develop a modern arena and entertainment district within Nairobi Railway City, just a few minutes from here. We will be putting up an arena there. And today, in this conference, Your Excellency, we will also be signing a contract with another group to deal with another arena in the Bomas of Kenya so that we can build this as a hub for entertainment in our region. This is an investment of close to $130 million to support development of modern purpose indoor arenas across our nation. Together, these initiatives are expected to strengthen Nairobi's position as a regional MICE, creative and investment hub, while creating thousands of jobs and opening new opportunities for African youth. Let me conclude this. I know we are all pressed for time. To say how we appreciate my colleagues who are here. Thank you very much for finding time to share this moment with us in Nairobi. You can count on our support, you can count on our goodwill, and we are going to continue to build spaces that will make sure that we take this forward in the coming weeks. I was very impressed to see the numbers that Motsepe said. 2.5 billion people watched AFCON in Morocco. Did you mean Morocco or Kenya? So what do you estimate Kenya to be? So we are waiting. 6.9, 6.1 billion, 4.2 billion, digital followers. So we are looking forward to that next year, right here in Nairobi, as we share the moment with our sister countries, Tanzania and Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Excellency, President Ruto, Excellency, President Boko of Botswana, President Faye of Senegal, and President Macron of France. We've heard our Excellencies loud and clear. The time is now, the place is Africa. Thank you for your vision, your commitment to harness the power of sports to build a better future for our continent. Thank you all as well in the audience. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hello, yes, hello everyone, the main stage is going to continue, so please, could you leave or take a seat? Thank you. The main stage is going to continue, could you please take a seat or leave? Thank you. The main stage is going to continue, please take a seat or leave. the space. Ok. C'est pas grave, on va faire ça. Attends, il y a mon portable.
Ou pas?
Oui, il est parti.
C'est moi. First is them, and then it's for restitution. Okay. Thank you. Your mic. Parlez directement dans le micro et vous avez le timing. Ok. Ok. C'est ok?
It's already on. It's already on. It's already on.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's lovely to see you back here again. May I kindly ask you all to make your way to your seats, please. We'll be proceeding very, very shortly. We have two experts waiting to come on stage to share their knowledge and their commitment with you. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous prierai, s'il vous plaît, de bien vouloir prendre place, car nous allons recevoir dans quelques instants deux de nos prochains speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention, please? Well, let's welcome now Mrs. Sophie Sidos et Arnaud Lagesse, please. Can we have a big round of applause as well for Arnaud and Sophie, who are coming now? I leave them the stage.
The music is low. Can you ask them if they put it off? It's the same music.
Good afternoon to all. Yeah, can I have your attention, please? So may I introduce myself? I'm Arnaud Lagesse, Mauritian-born, 57, father of 3, and the group CEO of IBL. Just to introduce, IBL is a Mauritian-based company where we participate actually in the regional play. Our forte as IBL and in Mauritius is to actually link Mauritius to the neighboring islands, to link Mauritius to East Africa, and to link Mauritius to Europe. So we've got a real pivotal role to play, and I'm personally very, very enthusiastic about the fact that this pivotal role, bringing those countries together, is really something which can bring growth and will help, obviously, better infrastructure, create food security, help create employment, and after all, create wealth for all. And Sophie, what's your thinking about it?
Okay, my name is Sophie Sidos. I am the president of the French Trade Advisors of France, and I'm also the owner of Cement Company. I'm sure you all expected a man, but no, it's a woman. I'm the only French company of cement, and that's something really rare. Mostly in this kind of job, you will see men, but, well, as you know, I'm a mom of 5 kids, and very happy to have 3 of my kids working with me in my company. And it's going to be my oldest kid, Eleanor, which is going to take my place in 4 or 5 years. Okay, now, if I speak very quickly about my company, I am in 12 different countries. I have around 11,000 people working for me, and I'm in Senegal since 1999. Senegal, where I built the biggest plant in my company. Then after I've been in Mali and in Mauritania. I'm very proud to have made this big investment in Africa. Why in Africa? Because when you make investment in cement, it's not for one day, it's for a minimum of 100 years. Then when I make investments, it's not for me, it's not for my child, it's for my grandchildren. And I'm happy to be with Arnaud today, because both we are a family company. That means when we do something, it's because we trust on our people. And why we want to be in Africa? Arnaud, that's your turn. What you want to be in Africa? What about the economic today? The green economic? Are you doing some stuff about the green economic? What is the situation today?
Thank you, Sophie. Congrats for your expansion into Africa. What I would like to say today is that we are really in an ever-evolving environment. The only constants we have is change, actually. And leaders like us are really challenged every day by our customers, by our shareholders, actually by our governments, and last but not least, also by our employees. So we really need to reinvent ourselves. And I must say that if we want to create something great, we need to be in Africa. And I would just like to bring you to some, I would say, 4 letters that you've probably seen over the news on a daily basis. It's MAGA. But my MAGA to me is Make Africa Great Again. So, yeah, let's try and make this Africa great again, and use these 4 letters to capitalize on it. But to be able to do that, we need first and for all to make sure that our South-South relationship is growing, that we are banking on solid institutions, that we have strong and smart entrepreneur. And I think today we've seen a bunch of you guys here, very solid entrepreneur. And also all this is based on a very strong and growing market that I believe we can say we are in this environment. Secondly, we need to have trustworthy partners. And those partners can come obviously from neighboring countries, but also can come from Europe. And those countries from Europe are really sharing the same values as ours. And this is, for me, a good example of partnership. And also, to be able to succeed, we need a stable environment. I was talking about change earlier, but this stable environment we are looking at is more at a political and government level. So we really would like to see our governments being predictable partners, being stable partners, and we know that also there's some ups and downs in those democracy, but after all, I think we are evolving in a very conducive environment to be able to succeed. So this is where we want to be. To recap, to have a real partnership between our countries, to leverage on European partners, and to have a very solid government bringing us together.
In my company, as my minister Jean-Noël Barrot said, I want to be rich, I want to be famous. I'm not rich because my granddaddy invented cement in 1817, but he gave his invention to all over the planet. That's why you have also cement here. But I am famous because my name is on the Eiffel Tower. That's for the life. And now my new goal is to decarbonize a cement plant, and we are able to decarbonize. How we can do that? We have to do that all together with African people, because that's where we are going to have more people in the year coming. That's what we want to do, and we want to do with all of your company to help people to have a better air and to be able to have a quality, decarbonized cement. Also with the Conseiller du Commerce, the CCE, the French Trade Advisors of France, we represent 5,000 CEOs of different companies all over the world. And I'm very proud to have my president of Kenya here, Suliya Sumenan, which is here, stand up to say hi to everyone. And very proud to have 12 different presidents of committees from Africa. Here, she's here, sorry. To have 12 different presidents from all over the world, especially from Africa. What I want to do is I want you to exchange your cards, to know better who is your neighbor, and to work with different persons. We have to change the habitude and to work with French company, with African company, all together.
So, Sophie, I think this is exactly what we are all looking for here. I think when I sold to my board a couple of years ago why we should go outside Mauritius and why we should, try and conquer those markets, it was because on a small island like Mauritius, the market is small. Turning here is more than 250 million consumers. It's about being able to export, to find lots of talent, and obviously your idea of looking to your left and to your right and to try and contact and connect with your neighbor will only allow you to, I would say at worst, make a friend, and at best make a good business partner or commercial partner. So this is a unique opportunity during those summits to create a link, to create partnerships, and to try to move forward in a, I would say, simple and only goal is to create value for all the stakeholders. So thank you very much for your attention, and please, Sophie, for you to conclude.
Thank you, BPI, because now I know Arnaud, and we are going to make work together. And my last word for all of you will be Pamoja Twende Kazi. That means all work together right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't keep the Eiffel Tower. No. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So Morena and I will take some of your time to discuss about healthcare in Africa, giving you our perspectives. It will be more about prevention, not through sports, but I would say through prevention, through vaccines and diagnostic, because this is the field of activities that we are both leading. BioVac being an African vaccine company, bioMérieux being a company specialized in the field of clinical diagnostic of infectious disease, addressing potential risks such as viruses, parasites, bacteria, and hoping we stop there for the time being. So we are the two of us. So maybe fine with you, Morena, if I ask you to introduce and present the story, the success story, and the projects of BioVac.
Thank you, Alexander, and thank you for the invitation. I was just telling Alexander that I met his father many years ago, around 2008, so this is not the first time that one meets the Mérieux family, so thank you for introducing me. I'm Morena, I'm representing an African-based company called BioVac. We are an end-to-end vaccine manufacturer. We are based in Cape Town in South Africa, but our products aim to go all over the world. I think it's easy for me to now talk about vaccines now that many of you know about it post-COVID. But essentially, it's important that we bring such particular infrastructure not only to the south for where we are, but we need some in the east, and we need some also in the west, including the north of Africa. That's the company that I represent. But I want to turn back to Alexander and ask you, what is your work on the continent? What is bioMérieux doing on the continent?
Our priorities is to support Africa, the needs of Africa in terms of healthcare. Because as I mentioned, we're working with infectious disease. They travel everywhere, they don't go through customs, so it's important to have strong healthcare systems everywhere. And we believe diagnostic can be a key weapon, first to fight, to prepare against potential pandemic. And there is a big topic which is worldwide, but which has the potential to hit strong Africa, which is antimicrobial resistance, which, if nothing is done, can kill more than cancers in 2050. And also there we believe that diagnostic will be a key component of the solution to improve the continuum of care for the patient. And other topic for me, we are also here to learn through some African initiatives. I don't think some countries will need to reinvent some models who don't work, or can be bankrupt. So I believe there will be a lot of innovation coming from Africa and also coming from digital initiatives. And if I may, maybe it's my turn also to ask you. We talk about previous pandemic. We hope there won't be again. But tell me, maybe from an African BioVac perspective, the last pandemic, how has it changed the landscape and your ambition?
So when COVID-19 hit, only 1% of vaccines were produced on the continent. Today, unfortunately, still 1% is produced on the continent. But why is there a difference between then and now? So there's a lot of political momentum. We are gathering a lot of funding momentum. The regulators are coming, but the difference is that since COVID-19, we've been building the capability as African vaccine manufacturers. It takes a long time to build that capability before you actually see a product go through. But that's what we've been doing, Alexander. We've been building the actual infrastructure. We've been working with regulators to smooth the process. We've been working with the likes of UNICEF and Gavi to shape the market, to make it more favorable to the likes of Africa. And ultimately, you can't do anything without funding. This is quite important, and when I talk about it, it's not only from my perspective as BioVac, but this is what our counterparts all over the continent are trying to do by building this various capability so that we can be able to grow and learn and be quite big. But what is interesting me about this particular phenomenon, Alexander, is that you're in the diagnostic business, we are in the preventive business, we are in human health, but there's also another side that is not human. There was a One Health conference that was held in April. Do you mind telling me about it? What was happening there?
Yeah, it was happening in Lyon, city I like, under the presidency of President Macron. And in fact, One Health, it's the concept, but that's back to the basic, in fact. To protect ourselves, we need to protect the environment, we need to protect human health, animal health, through vaccines, through diagnostic, through cure. And I believe this is an old Pasteurian concept which makes a lot of sense today, since we are surrounded with risk of zoonosis, climate change, many, many things. And I think what plays a role is to make sure we have a holistic approach around public health, around One Health. And again, and maybe that will be the last question, it will be for you. What plays a key role in our space is innovation and technology. So maybe can you tell us what is cooking in your area? Because I know sometimes vaccine in some part of the world today, they are a bit challenged, but for me that's the best way to prevent infections and protect populations. So can you tell us a few words around innovation, what is cooking?
So, Alexander, when people talk about innovation and when people talk about biotechnology, they often look at the US, they look at Europe, they even look at China, and they say that's where innovation and biotechnology is. Africa is never associated with sophistication. It's never associated with biotechnology. One of the aims that we are trying to do in our company is to change that narrative so that biotechnology and innovation can take place on the continent. I'll give you one example. I have many examples, but I'll give you one example. So what we've been doing as a company, as we're building our capability, we're bringing in the raw material from overseas, and we were doing what is called fill finish. But we got an opportunity to actually develop a vaccine against cholera. And we had partners where we licensed technology, and that particular innovation was scaled up in our company from scratch. The product is now in clinical trials. This is a locally developed product that is locally tested, that will be locally licensed, and ultimately will be serving the world wherever cholera vaccines are needed. That is innovation biotechnology, and that is what we aim for on the
Thank you very much. I believe strongly that accessible technologies can have a strong impact, whether it's in diagnostic, vaccine, or cure. So with this, we end up on time as scheduled. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think it's still afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Russo. I stand here on behalf of KCB Group PLC as a group CEO. KCB is 129 years old, originating from Kenya. We now operate in 7 markets in Eastern Africa and are the largest financial services institution, especially on assets. Now, when I was asked to come in and say a few things, I thought about what should I say here. One, because the institution precedes many of us. And second is we're just agents of those institutions for the period that we serve. But as a leader, I thought about a few things to say here. One, when you have 35 million customers, you're operating in 7 markets, you've got a duty to do a lot more than just lending. And that's who KCB is. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you want a financial partner across Eastern Africa, you don't need to look elsewhere. However, in operating in those 7 markets, we've learned that we are actually living in very interesting times. The world is obviously, and we've heard this before, increasingly interconnected, complex, and rapidly evolving. The economic, political, technological, and social developments are giving us immediate implications across markets and industries. I think many a times we never saw the impact of the Middle East conflict, but now we are feeling it. But I have a challenge for every single individual that is here. Are you a builder or are you a breaker? Are you a partner or an opponent? Are you a solo ranger or a collaborator? Are you an individual or you work in a collective? Are you of short-termism or are you of long-term sustainability? It isn't about institutions, but those of us in leadership positions must be able to answer those questions. As a leader, as I lead this institution, I long made a decision that I'm going to play for the long term and I'm going to enable our customers. I believe that the private sector must do more, and I believe that governments must give more space to the private sector to take lead. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to state that the world is undergoing one of the most significant economic and geopolitical realignments. As I said earlier on, some of us who operate in various markets know. Some of us have had more than 15 or so branches not opening for the last 24 months in Eastern DRC. It does affect all of us. For business leaders gathered here, these moments calls for courage, ambition, and long-term thinking. We have an opportunity to shape a new era of collaboration by investing boldly, partnering strategically, and building institutions that can withstand uncertainties while creating a sustainable impact for future generations. Leveraging on our strong balance sheet, regional scale, and presence, KCB is well positioned to facilitate these ambitions, working with other like-minded institutions and governments. I invite you to engage us. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am Joseph Sieme Japong, Executive Chairman of Japong Group. I never developed or grew up in the boardroom. I grew up on the street of Accra, selling on the street, selling around stations, lorry stations, until God helped me. My mother gave me $3 as a seed capital, and today we have grown up to become a subsidiary of 76, now just one group of companies. 60% people in the world, around the world, think that health is better than consumer price. And what are they talking about? They are talking about the environment in the world. All of us here individually generate 0.6 kilograms of waste a day. Now we went for lunch, we ate breakfast. We never thought of where this waste have been going. Back 20 years in Ghana, there were floods, there were waste, there were issues around Accra. And what Jospon came around was to develop a concept that will have a sustainable financing in waste management. What Africa is lacking is sustainable financing in waste management. In Ghana, the government received $1.2 billion from the World Bank for waste management, but it yielded nothing because there was sustainable financing. What Jospon have developed is that we have developed a sustainable financing, an architecture that is very free from sovereign guarantees and other things from financing agencies. And that is what we have now unleashed to Africa. We are now operating in 29 countries. We can solve wastewater, solid waste, hazardous waste, medical waste, and we are one of the biggest waste management company in Africa. We humbly want to invite all partners to join us to solve this Africa issue of sanitation and waste management. Environmental issue is now an issue. There are climate, there are flooding, there are issues. Now, in Africa, Africa generates 244 million tons of waste daily, but only 4% is recycled. What is it talking about? It's talking about an opportunity. It's talking about opportunity in this space. And that is what we, Jospon, have developed equipment and a system. We have about 40 to 50 plants including recycling, composting, solid waste, hazardous waste, in every form of waste. We have an academy that we train staff. We have a developmental system that we are developing people to see how best we support municipal governments. Municipal governments in Africa has this challenge of waste management. All over Africa, you go, you see of refuse and all other things that have become a challenge. Jospon has developed a system to solve this issue. And that's why we are here to discuss. We are humbly appealing to financial institutions here, development partners, say that let us all join to develop an African solution to African problem. The question is, why does Africa always look at having financing from development partners with a straight kind of adherence and compliance and issues attached to it? It becomes difficult. Now, when a country is looking for funding, you need sovereign guarantee. What Jospon developed, we don't need a sovereign guarantee. We will come in, see how best will help you. And so we are inviting all our neighbor African countries that what I believe as an African and as for this African forward is that Africa must define its solutions in its own terms, not in the terms of another person. Africa must define its solutions in its own terms. And we have African solution to African forward. So the African forward means that let us all come and co-invest as partners. Let us all see how best we can solve problems. And let us all see how best we can reignite ideas, innovation, and creativity. Now to the youth of Africa, this is your time. This is your time that you have to rise up, build, strengthen yourself, challenge yourself that Africa has natural resources abundant and there are more opportunity for you to develop. Thank you very much for attention.
Very good. The story we are just about to tell you is about value addition and demystifying value addition. The date was 13th of June when there was a Muranga Investment Conference Center. And we asked the president whether he could give us permission to create an industrial park based on the produce of Muranga so that it could answer to the investment. On 4th of July, the Equity Board and myself, we were in Champagne, learning how we could add value to the produce of Muranga. And he hosted us on 4th July. What had we come to do?
Yeah, what a great moment. And actually, this meeting was an eye-opening moment. At that occasion, James wanted to know how champagne could be sustainable and wealthy. And I shared with him a couple of the principles that had been created by the Champenois more than 100 years ago, not only to make money, but to share value among the producers and the traders.
We quickly understood when we visited Champagne that there is knowledge and technical aspects of it. So instead of coming back to Kenya, we went to CILAD and said we want to understand the story of Champagne and how it was developed. So we had now understood we needed to put GI or geographical indicators for the Muranga products. And CILAD then said it all starts with research. But we then were introduced to validity and we went to see the tea produce of Muranga, how it could be converted into a high premium indexed product other than a commodity. And then we came back and started the journey. Today, 8 months later, we have been able to create a legal framework for GI in country. And that legal framework is built on the same basis that CIRAD devised. We have been able to do research and broken the country into 8 geographical regions so that you can create 8 GIs for tea. And we have been able to now produce the tea of Kenyan grade that meets the same prerequisites that we had been taught in Champagne. And tonight, State House in the State Dinner have chosen to match the offering with tea infusions from Kenya. And that tea at the moment is trading at 20 to 30 times the ordinary price of Kenyan tea. So those are the lessons we learned, but what were the conditions?
Yeah, one of the conditions is, and it's not very easy, this is almost the contrary to what you learn in business schools. The Champenois, they share a name, Champagne, they share a territory, a region, they share a destiny, but they are competitors on the market. And beside that, they have decided to be partners in the Champagne region. They have decided to cooperate. They have decided to cooperate in order to organize their industry, in order to create the conditions to invest to prepare the future. And preparing the future today, with climate change in particular, is really a challenge.
From the insights, the lessons we learned was that it's all about the farmer. The farmer must own the bread. They must protect the quality of their bread. The second one is that geographical indication is important and needs to be protected globally, such that nobody can ever be able to use that identity. So there must be traceability to where the produce is. And the easiest one we saw was that it is the process that is important in building value, not the technical manufacturing process. So today, we have 2 products we would like to display. The tea fusion we have created of Muranga tea from Gataga Tea Factory, and the champagne that we went to see. And when you look at the trading of the two, tea has then converted from a commodity to high premium luxury product for celebrating life. And that transition is purely a question of branding, is a question of quality and targeting for brand positioning in the market. Is there anything we missed?
No, I don't think so. One thing is very important. The value shall stay in the region. The region is a beautiful place. The region has people who have a specific know-how, and this region must convey the value that is produced by this specific product. The other thing which is very important, and Kenya is making a sublime demonstration, is there might be geographical indications everywhere, in every place where the territory has something unique to offer.
And lastly, is that it is not enough to produce, you must get a market. So the next phase was to try and get, where would this premium tea be sold? And we ended up with Paledete. Paledete is the largest tea distributor in France and Europe, and they helped us to make that 16 brands of Kenyan tea and become the first one to introduce them to the market. So now we want to share with you one of the tea brands that we built that competes with champagne when it comes to matching food with the drinks. Over to you.
Yeah, we wanted to say that be it champagne from France or be it Muranga tea from Kenya or eventually Siriki tea from Kenya, we have gold in our hands. We tell beautiful stories to our consumers. We convey value to our territories. And finally, and probably most importantly, we do not only produce fine drinks, but we create dreams.
So let's watch him as he opens the champagne high premium product. And very good. This is Moranga high premium brand that is now competing with champagne, and we cheer and exchange. And that is how manufacturing can be done. That's how value addition can be done and value unlocked.
Long life to our products.
Long live to our products. Beautiful. Now is the point. The punching shot.
The what?
The punching shot of what you wanted to the tossing word.
Yeah, I said it.
We thank you most sincerely for giving us such a chance to demystify value addition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
No, everyone is a product of either the environment or the things that have shaped them. When I think of who I am today, I think of the environment I grew up in. And this is my alma mater. But I grew up in an environment that is very similar to this, a university environment. And I watched professors, including my father, shape students to what they became today. And I watched them dedicate their lives of service to these students. That changed how I looked at life. I come also from a family that believes in unity. And today, when I work at KEPSA, my work is to unify the private sector to participate in public policy, but also because I saw partnership in the university being done, innovations being created. So when I do my work, I create platforms for partnerships. Partnerships with government so that they can create the enabling business environment. But partnerships for women empowerment, partnerships for SME development. And so far, we've developed about 500 and supported 500,000 SMEs in this country on financial inclusion, market access, capacity building, and growth. Also, youth and jobs. Our young people are looking for jobs in this continent, being the youngest continent. So our work has traversed to placements, but also in the age of technology, developing digital and digitally enabled jobs. There are about 2.4 million Kenyans today are employed in digital work. We also get involved in climate change, because before the word climate change became a buzz, I saw those professors then talk about climate change and innovate around climate change and agriculture. So our work is about to build partnerships for businesses to be able to move to green manufacturing, create green jobs, and circular economy. And so my life has been about building people, building institutions, and building trust, and increasingly believing in building systems for Africa development. I think of, and I'm influenced by when I think about what Africa can be, the potential of Africa. And I'm convicted that Africa in the global transition cannot just participate, but has to become part of the leader. And I think, James, you believe the same.
No, thank you very much, Carol. I am an African business builder, and I run an equity company called Centum PLC. And I believe that for us to reduce the risk premium of this country and the continent, we need to be able to demonstrate we can deliver good returns. To date, we've delivered about 13 times on our capital. And we are currently focusing on building platforms that will enable those who are industrializing and those who are adding value to plug in an effective manner. The challenge of this continent is that we don't have integrated platforms. So if James Mwangi there wants to put up his industry, he has to go and look for land, look for an SEZ, look for a facility. And the work we've been doing at Centum is putting these platforms together, both for industry and for services, because the industrialization of this continent is urgent. Yesterday I met some of you in the dinner, and I was telling them I'm your stage 2. When you decide to invest in Africa through Kenya, come and see me and I'll provide you a platform where you can set up your business. Over to you, Carol.
Thank you very much. And as I talked about KEPSA, many people see KEPSA as just an advocacy organization. But we've transformed from just being an advocacy organization to one of the greatest and biggest private sector organizations that is creating platforms for partnerships. Some of the partnerships that we've created is, one day, over 10 years ago, MEDEF, which is my counterpart, knocked on our doors. And when I look back at that partnership, and the partnerships with French Chamber of Commerce and others, almost 210 companies or related French companies are now based in Kenya. And I can talk about that over different associations and chambers of commerces. Our own industries are venturing deeper into Africa and to other parts of the world. But we are going through a global transition. Economic power is changing and shifting very fast, faster than I can pronounce my name. Global supply chains are getting redesigned. Technology is designing manufacturing. And so Africa has to move faster into industrialization. It's no longer potential. It's no longer a thought. But industrialization is a foundation of sovereignty, of security, of jobs, and dignity to our people. But we are fragmented, James.
No, it's true, we are fragmented. And the role of industrializing Africa is not just for governments, it's also for private sector. And I just want to give 3 examples of what we are doing in terms of supporting investors coming into this country at scale. One example is we've created a large industrial platform at the coast called Vipingo Special Economic Zone. It sits on more than 6,000 acres. It is integrated with a port, with power, and that therefore reduces your setup time if you want to come in and set up in a location for export. The second thing we are doing is around creating platforms to export human capital digitally, trade in services. Many companies that are involved in trade and services are capital light. They don't want to come and buy land and buy buildings. So we've created the first dedicated special economic zone for services in Kenya. And so far, we launched last year, the enterprises that are there have created more than 7,000 jobs. The third thing we are doing is around the baseload generation of power. We are working on a geothermal power project, which may be connected to some of these zones as captive, so that we can help reduce the cost of power. This just illustrates what the role of private sector and local investors in particular in creating platforms to enable you come in and set up quickly. Over to you, Carol.
Thank you. So those industrial zones as to change what we do today. And I think James has demonstrated that we must process what we produce. We must manufacture what we consume. We must value add what we export. Africa can no longer export jobs. We must build industries for our young people to be here. Our own value chains, we having to integrate the regional value chains so that we are no longer fragmented and become economic powerhouses. And so, James, as we wind up, what is our call to action for our audience?
I think the call to action to our audience is all have a role to play. Private sector has a role to play. Government has a role to play. The area where private sector cannot participate are several areas. One is policy predictability and stability. The third is just connecting our markets and our supply chain in terms of goods. One of the industries that is setting up in our zone wants to process minerals. And you won't believe it, we just don't have enough minerals to process. The call to action is that we need to come together to transform and build this continent.
And so history will judge as harshly as this nation because we are going through a global transition. History has two types of people, those who watch it happening and those who participate in it. Will we in this room be part of the participants of the global transition, or will we watch and become the Africa that was named a long time ago, the dark continent, the Africa with potential? Or will we be leading, especially in green industrialization, in digital jobs and entrepreneurship? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was good. Well.
Thank you all for having me. I would like to start today with a confession. For many years, I watched the brightest minds in the country where I live, Egypt and Africa, leave to go chase their fortunes outside. They didn't not love their families and their countries. We just didn't set up the right environment for them to stay. And that has motivated me over the last few years. I'm Ahmed Al-Alfi, the co-founder of Sawadi Ventures, Flat Six Labs, which are investment vehicles that invest throughout the Middle East and Africa. I also set up a chain of campuses for co-working spaces, about 70,000 square meters through Egypt. And I think really what we need to solve for is, what are we doing wrong, right? What's missing to support our young people that they feel that they have the opportunity and they should stay? So I've observed three different things. One of them is our minerals and natural resources get extracted, our best people get extracted, and the silent killer is the upside of the ones who remain get extracted by being put in back office jobs, servicing companies overseas. Those are jobs that are being replaced by AI and robots faster than we can imagine. And if we don't figure out how to switch from extractive to creative, we're going to be left with nothing. Here's what gives me hope. I'm going to give you two examples of two companies. There's a company in Egypt called Cyware. They make semiconductors. They design semiconductors, the best in the world. Their chips can allow robots to taste and smell. Their top 6 PhDs all went to France, got their PhDs and came back to Egypt. They didn't stay, but they could have. That company ranked #1 on the Global Innovation Index in Egypt and put Cairo on the Global Innovation Cluster Map globally on the World UN program, the UN analysis. Cairo ranked 96 2 years ago, 83rd last year, all because of one company. One company tilted the balance for a city and a country. Imagine if we had one of those in every capital, or if we had several of them in every capital. Another company is a company called Proteinia. A bunch of kids in Egypt. They developed the best protein design language model. And they went to a biocluster in France called Genopole. They didn't stay. They came back. And they took that knowledge, and they're currently building the first novel biopharmaceutical drug ever developed in Africa, ever. They're also doing some research, following up research with France, but the idea is what we want to fight is brain drain. These are examples of brain circulation. And that's really the change, is brain circulation with extraordinary companies. These companies made it, but that's not the norm. They're the exception. They found their way to France, to global knowledge, and eventually global markets. Not because we had developed a system to support them, but in spite of the absence of one. So if this can happen by accident, imagine what can happen by design if we all work together. I'm here to propose a partnership that's a little different. It's built on strategic interests. Unlike partnerships, there's one model going on right now, and it's built on infrastructure, loans, commodity extraction, dependency, and it offers roads and bridges in exchange for resources and labor and brains. It's efficient and it works. I'm proposing a different partnership. I'm proposing a brain circulation partnership where African scientists, engineers, entrepreneurs interact with European scientists, institutions, and eventually investors, gaining knowledge, credibility, and capital. I guess you're cutting me off. Okay, well, the last thing I want to say is what we need from governments is to play a very simple role, and the role is to be the connector of all these startups to Europe, okay? And these companies happened in spite of a lack of a resource.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Antoine de Saint-Afrique. I'm the CEO of Danone. So I was wondering why the hell I've been invited to speak on that stage. And I first thought it was because of my name. It has Afrique in there. And then I thought, no, probably not. It's because I've got lots of friends around, starting with Bagoé. That's probably more true. I mean, the reality is because I'm running a company that is extremely relevant to Africa. And has been in Africa for a very, very long time. Danone is a company with one mission, which is providing health through food to as many people as possible. And this applies enormously to Africa. It's a company that does it through science that is applied into everyday product. It is also a company that has the strong belief that performance and sustainability go absolutely hand in hand. We are the largest B Corp in the world. We are a company that works deep into the field with farmers. We are a company that believes that if your ecosystem is not working, your company will not be working. So that's probably why, next to being a friend to Bagoé, I'm on this stage. Bagoé.
Yeah, thank you, Antoine. So I'm Senegalese. I come from Senegal. I'm a veterinarian, and I'm now leading a business in Senegal. I launched it 20 years ago. Why does a veterinarian launch a business? Because, you know, there is no reason why to grow the production of the cattle if there is no value chain, okay? If nobody purchases the milk, there is no reason why to produce more milk. And in West Africa, in Senegal, but in all the countries in West Africa, yes, there is a lot of consumption of fresh dairy products in the market, you know, these growing markets in the cities in Africa. But we import the powder. So, you know, all the dynamism of the market doesn't benefit to the upstream. So this was a tension I couldn't stand. So I revealed myself to be an entrepreneur, finally. I tried to launch the business. Let's build a factory and make a bridge between the small herders and the market. So to do that, as a veterinarian, I had to learn many, many things. This is why I got into partnership, to go faster, you know? So I'm so proud to link the small herders with Danone. In fact, to link a small company with a crazy veterinarian CEO, with one of the biggest companies in the world. So I define myself really as a bridge builder. And Antoine, what do you think about that?
Well, we are building bridge together. I mean, we are building bridge with a number of pillars. I mean, science is a pillar, and everything around nutrition is absolutely critical to what Bagoé and I do. But the other pillar is the farmers. And this is something that we are doing together. Putting ourselves at farmers' level, so doing things when we grow the milk, when we grow the supply of milk, that are down into the field at farmers' level. doing it in a way that is farmers relevant. And farmers relevant means enabled by technology, enabled by financing, enabled by, well, IT systems, and you have incredible IT system, enabled by learning and teaching. You created a Milk Academy, we created at global level a Milk Academy. So really making things relevant and impactful at farmers level. The second thing, or the third thing, is do it for the long run. So we have been together for 20 years, almost. When you grow a cow, it will take a certain time for it to give milk. When you teach the next generation farmers, it will take time. So it is about investing in the people. It is about investing in the long run and bridging together science and technology, nutrition, and farmers' impact is what we do for a living, isn't it?
20 years, 20 years. 20 years, yes. And so in this world, you know, it's tough to talk this way, you know. So for me, there is a proverb I love a lot in West Africa. They say that the world is an harmony of tensions, okay? And, you know, I've been experiencing that because I told you about the tension between the herders that didn't have access to the markets and the booming markets in the cities in Africa. This was for me a big, big tension. And this is something I think that can be scary. You know, today the tensions are making so many bad noise in the world, and the world is so unsafe because of all these tensions. But also, these tensions are the raw material for some entrepreneurs. You know, they find ideas, they find bridges to build, you know, to fix on the long run, sustainability, in a sustainable way, these tensions. So this is what we've done with La Laiterie du Berger, and I want to add something here. You know, personally, I am very sensitive to my mother is French and my father is Senegalese. So I've been, you know, used to deal with differences. You know, once again, I want to talk about that. And we're in Kenya. And this team of how do we collaborate together, you know, not like the collaboration between a horse and the rider, as, you know, the President Kenyatta said, founding the Kenya. You know, a partnership where everybody is at the same level. We can call it horizontal partnership. I think this is very key. And once again, this is something we have been doing at La Laiterie du Berger. Otherwise, we couldn't have been succeeding in making such a grounded, you know, brand and a grounded company while being so deeply involved with the partnership with Danone. So, Antoine, you gave a lot of room, you know, to this kind of innovation. And we know that Africa needs that, needs room to express its way of saying things, of doing things. We've seen it with the cultural activity earlier in the day. So what do you think about giving room?
The room is incredible. I think it is now time to make Africa a food superpower. It has 60% of arable land. It still imports massive amounts of food. The first thing is there is no time left. I mean, climate is impacting. Young people are craving for jobs, are craving for food. So there is no time left. I think the second thing, and we've proven it with Bagore, is there is no excuse. I mean, there is no excuse. You can create models that work. You can create models that are impacting. I mean, we work across Africa with over 40,000 smallholder farmers, developing them, making them more impactful. They are technological solutions. They are product solutions. So the name of the game is, I mean, there is no time. There is no excuse. The only thing that is missing is the will to do it together, because no company will do it by its own and by itself. That's what we have been doing with you, Bagore.
Yes. So, you know, as a takeaway, I think, as an entrepreneur, what I want to share here, because as I told, it was a company that had a mission to build a local value chain, etc., which really works. In the same time, it's a big business success. You know, today we are something like 50 million euros, and we are growing. We will become a regional company. So to my peer entrepreneurs, my peer entrepreneurs, you know, to go big, be open to partnership. Once again, a partnership in an horizontal way. It's not a way of losing your liberty, your freedom, or your sovereignty. It is a way to grow at the level we need to really build a sustainable Africa.
And it works. We do it with you in Senegal. We do it in Tunisia with Delis. We do it here with Brookside. It works, so just do it. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rodolphe Saadé. I'm the CEO of CMA CGM. It's difficult for me to talk about my company without referring to my family, because CMA CGM is, first of all, a family story. I am of Lebanese origin. My father left Lebanon during the war in the late 70s to come to France. He invested 50,000 French francs in a company. There were 4 employees in 25 square meters. Today, the CMA CGM group is $55 billion, 171,000 employees. We operate 700 container ships across the world. We are in 160 countries and developing and growing. What is important about our company is we believe very much in our family values. What does family values mean? Means that we are agile, we are nimble, we do trust from time to time our instinct, and when we move full steam ahead. What I like about the African continent is what you have managed to do with it in the last few years. We have invested very heavily in Ivory Coast. We have invested in Kenya, and I will say a few words about the investment. But what I like is the people that I have been meeting with in my latest trips to Africa. I found people that are very well educated, would like to develop their countries and how to develop and grow it. In Ivory Coast, we have decided to set up our regional office. Instead of being in France or in the UAE, we've decided to set it up in Abidjan, where we have our shipping and logistic division. Yesterday night at the State House, we have announced a major investment in a terminal in Mombasa. We can invest anywhere we want in the world, but we believe that Kenya offers a great potential. And I think that what we have decided to accomplish yesterday by investing quite a lot of money in a greenfield project is because we believe very much in the potential of Kenya and all the growth that you are developing. Maybe as I know that we have to rush, I would like to refer to a little story that happened to me when I met with a gentleman who is the CEO of a startup. He started his company a couple of months ago with a couple of friends, and they have invested a little bit of money. They needed more investors. I met with them a few days ago, and I said, why should I invest in your company? And he said, we're trying to do something a little bit like you, on a smaller scale. We just need a push, somebody who is going to help us, because we have a lot of ideas. We believe very much in what we're doing. And at the end of the day, before coming to see you in this very noisy place, we were able to shake hands and invest in his startup to buy it. What is interesting about this small story is that you need to believe in what you're doing. If you don't, if you think that everything is going to happen no matter what, this is maybe not the right way of looking at it. And I believe that if you are agile, if you are nimble, if you believe in everything you're willing to move, then you should definitely move ahead and trust your own judgment. I think that, look, the African continent is happening now. That is why we are so willing to invest and develop our business. Thank you very much.
Check. Kindly, may we clear the walkway? Let's clear this way now. His Excellency, the President, is joining us.
So kindly, we're requesting that we clear the way, please. We'll have His Excellency President Dr. William Ruto, together with President Macron, joining us shortly. So I'm requesting all of us in the pathway here, please, let's clear. Kindly, let's clear. They'll be walking in shortly. Then we can have the closing ceremony. But also just to let you know, there is still a very, very good panel that is going to be done even after they have finished. So please don't leave. When the Excellency Presidents leave, kindly stay. We still have a number of panels that are going to be handled and held. And we've left the best for last. So please make sure you stay around. Meanwhile, we'll be having them walk in very shortly, and we'll go straight into their statements. After their statements, we have a panel discussion where we have Dr. James Mwangi, we have the likes of Aliko Dangote, who will also be speaking. Let us... And Lee Goladufon. I hope I pronounced it correctly. CEO of PPI will also be speaking. So let us all rise. Kindly, let's all rise. All rise. His Excellency President Dr. William Samoei Ruto and His Excellency President Emmanuel Macron. Wonderful.
Check.
And again, just a reminder that after the presidential closing ceremony, please remain behind. We still have some exciting panels that are going to be taking place. Let us kindly we may take our seats, please. Your Excellencies, welcome to the closing of the official closing ceremony of the Business Forum, where we've had quite a number of engagements, and they will continue. So Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, and Your Excellency, Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic, welcome to the official closing ceremony of the Business Forum. We'll get right into it, and allow me, Your Excellencies, to start off with His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, to come on stage to make his remarks. Let's give him a warm, warm clap as he's coming on stage. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Okay. Your Excellency, my good brother, Emmanuel Macron, President of the Republic of France and co-chair of the Africa Forward Summit 2026. Excellencies, heads of state and government, honorable ministers, captains of industry, distinguished delegates, business people, entrepreneurs, innovators, ladies and gentlemen, we gather here in Nairobi at a very defining moment for this continent of ours and for the future of global partnership. On behalf of the government and people of Kenya, I warmly welcome all of you to this city of Nairobi. Welcome. This city builds very strong foundations established by what was successfully done by Inspire and Connect Business Forum that was the precursor for this meeting we are having here today. Throughout today, engagements here, I am told, have been witnessed more productive business engagements and deliberations. We have witnessed connections. We have witnessed exchange. We have witnessed the power of culture, sports, enterprise, and people-to-people engagement coming together to reflect the growing dynamism of Africa-France cooperation. These interactions have reaffirmed our shared commitment to deepen economic collaboration, expand trade and investment, strengthen cultural ties, and advance a partnership grounded in mutual respect, shared prosperity, and common ambition. This forum has renewed the spirit of engagement between Africa and France and strengthened the foundation upon which a new era of strategic cooperation can now be effectively built. As business leaders, investors, innovators, and policymakers from Africa, France, and beyond gather here today, the depth of today's conversation and the quality of engagement have demonstrated one thing very, very clearly. The opportunities for collaboration between Africa and France are immense, diverse, and transformational. Africa continues to consolidate its position as one of the world's most attractive investment destinations, supported by improving macroeconomic fundamentals and sustained economic growth. In 2025, the continent recorded economic growth of 4.2%, up from 3.5% in 2024. This progress is being driven by stronger macroeconomic stability, expanding domestic demand, infrastructure development, increasing investment flows, demographic strength that we have in our young people, and the continued diversification of Africa's natural and economic resources. Together, these factors are enhancing the continent's competitiveness and reinforcing Africa's emergence as a strategic frontier for global business, industrial expansion, and long-term growth. This morning, my brother, President Macron, and I were in a youth summit right here in this compound. And I remember one young person saying, look, it's no longer looking west or looking east, it's looking forward. And forward is actually looking south. That's what I was told this morning. And I guess that's why we are in this great city of Nairobi, one of the diplomatic hubs in the global south. The success of Africa's continental integration agenda, as envisioned under Africa's continental free trade area, will depend on quality infrastructure, strategic investment, strengthened partnership, and joint ventures, expanding trade, and meaningful technology transfer capable of accelerating intra-Africa commerce and, of course, economic transformation. Regional economic blocs, including the East African Community, COMESA, and SADC, under the tripartite framework, present extraordinary opportunities for investment, industrial expansion, and regional value chain development. Together, these regional frameworks represent a combined market of more than 800 million people across 29 countries and account for 60% of Africa's gross domestic product. This is not only a market of scale, it is a market of momentum. Excellencies, the global economy is undergoing profound realignment. Supply chains are shifting. Capital is repositioning itself. Nations and industries alike are seeking resilience, sustainability, efficiency, and stability. Africa, and indeed Kenya, stands at the center of this transformation. Our strategic location, vibrant private sector, improving a macroeconomic environment, youthful and innovative workforce, and expanding green energy infrastructure continue to strengthen Africa's integration into global value chains and support regional industrialization. Kenya in particular has made significant progress in expanding export processing zones and special economic zones that continue to provide attractive incentives for investors and an enabling environment for business. We have also liberalized our foreign exchange regime, enabling investors to repatriate 100% of their profits while advancing innovative financing that is available for all our investors. Infrastructure fund that we have just established, National Infrastructure Fund. And I was having a conversation with President Macron on how we are going to raise resources in our continent. We have discussed, we will be having a serious meeting tomorrow on matters to do with international financial architecture. While it is okay, and we are having a big conversation on how to make the Bretton-Woods institutions more representative, how to enhance the voice of our continent, how to leverage on our shareholding, we also must do something as a region and a continent. And I have asked my good brother to support us as we push for the new Africa financial architecture, which we will be proposing as we go to the G7. We remain a strategic gateway to both regional and continental markets of nearly 1.6 billion people in this continent. We now look ahead to the next phase of this engagement. Our task is clear: to translate the commitments and conversations emerging from this forum into tangible outcomes that deliver measurable impact in trade, investment, infrastructure, innovation, manufacturing, and sustainable development. Our geography, ladies and gentlemen, and our history, our culture, our shared aspirations for inclusive prosperity provide a powerful foundation for deeper and more enduring cooperation under the Africa Forward framework. That partnership has deepened in recent years. And I want to thank my good friend, President Macron, for having the courage to recalibrate the relationship between France and Africa. You know, and I want to tell President Macron that what you have done is the right thing to recalibrate our relationship. You understand very well that this is a continent of tremendous opportunity, resources, and wealth. And what we are doing as leaders in this continent is not to look for aid anymore. It's not to look for loans anymore. We want to have a balanced conversation. We want to have a mutually beneficial conversation. And this conversation is going to be about investment. We have ideas, we have resources, we have assets, we have our human resource, and we are ready to engage in a manner that is beneficial to France and is beneficial to us. We no longer want a relationship that is one-sided. And this is why this France-Africa Summit in Nairobi is different. We are shifting. The reason why it is being held in an Anglophone country is because we want inclusivity. We want those of us who are Anglophone to feel as part of this relationship as those who are Francophone, because we are one continent and we are one people. And we want that relationship to be a relationship of shared responsibility. We too have responsibilities, the same way our partners and friends have responsibilities. So we must appropriate our responsibilities. We must do our part as everybody else does their part. So congratulations, my good friend Macron. We will be going to the G7. And I will be asking my brother, as the leader of the G7 from June this year, to help us position this continent appropriately. We want two very important things. Number one, we want a functioning, representative, fair international financial architecture. One that recognizes our opportunities, one that does not unfairly judge African economies. We want a fair credit rating mechanism that does not disadvantage our economies. And we will prosecute our case and do so efficiently. Number two, we want to make sure that the global financial architecture respects the voice of 1.4 billion people living in this continent. For far too long, we were part of others. We do not want to be part of others. We are a people, we are nations, and I know that President Macron is going to stand with us. I normally tease him, and I normally tell him, when he speaks, he's the only person in the G7 who speaks the language of Africans. And Mr. President, I say this without fear of any contradiction, because I have engaged with you and I know where you stand. So I want to say to all of you, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen in this room. Now listen, the business people. You guys have a lot of money. You know? You guys are stranded with a lot of money, and we are stranded as in government with a lot of projects. We must find the mechanism that leverages on private sector resources, on pension funds, and on money that's available in our insurance companies to drive programs and projects of transformation in our continent. We have huge resources. I want you to listen to me. We have huge resources in our pensions, running into trillions. We have huge resources with our insurance companies, running into trillions, but they fear to invest in public projects because they think it is risky. Now listen to me. We are developing a mechanism together with the Africa Development Bank, Afrexim Bank, Trade and Development Bank, Africa Finance Corporation, RTD, and I remember discussing this with President Macron yesterday, so that we can have a mechanism that will de-risk our public projects and enable you, private sector, pension funds, and insurance companies to invest in public projects. That is how we are going to grow this continent. Continuing to depend on the resources of others and expecting that they will make them available at concessional rates will be a waiting game in vain. So we need to think. That is why in Kenya, we have already established the National Infrastructure Fund. We already have the first $1 billion in the National Infrastructure Fund. And this is a fund that we established 4 months ago. In another few months, maybe a month or two, we will have another $2 billion. And we want to leverage the $3 billion that we are going to put in that fund to raise $30 billion to run our infrastructure programs. That is how transformation is going to be undertaken in this continent. You know, we're not going to be waiting for resources from others. And finally, let me say this. As we work with the private sector, we want the private sector to develop confidence. We now have an opportunity, and I want to talk to the private sector people who are sitting here. I hope my good friend Aliko Dangote is in the room, or right there. We have an infrastructure project for the development of an East African refinery. Dangote tells me that it's going to cost anywhere between $16 billion and $20 billion. That East African facility, East African refinery facility, is an investment that the government of Kenya, the government of Uganda, the government of Tanzania, we have agreed that we want to develop a facility that is going to assist us with our fuel products. We do not want to be held hostage anymore by the Strait of Hormuz. We do not want to be held hostage by wars that are started by other people. We have our own resources here, and we are saying we are going to use our African resources to industrialize our region. And that is why we have asked Aliko Dangote here to do a research. We have the port of Tanga, we have the port of Mombasa, we have the port of Lamu, and the rest in between. Wherever they will find the most suitable location. From our perspective, because the crude pipeline was going to Tanga, we thought that is the best location. But we will not dictate to Aliko Dangote and the investors. But I want to also tell Aliko and all the other guys, you are not going to invest alone. Governments are also going to invest. So that when you make the money, we also make the money. Right? And we are going to invest so that we can de-risk that investment. I am going to use resources from my National Infrastructure Fund to invest in the refinery so that we can share in the profits that come and we can assist our private sector to de-risk the investments they are going to put in these projects and make those projects viable and make them cost-effective. Let me give you another opportunity. We are building a new airport in Nairobi. It's going to cost us around $1.5 billion. There is an opportunity for investment. Are there any business people in this room? Or these are tourists? They are right here. Yes, I can see them here. So there is an opportunity for you to invest with us. Government of Kenya is going to put in 20%, bring the rest of the money. Let's build the airport. So this is how we want to take things forward. That is how we are going to build public infrastructure. That is how we are going to use private-public partnership to drive African transformation. And that is what we are going to do going forward. Let me conclude this by saying that we need to mobilize domestic resources. I will give you an example. We have mobilized in the last 3 years $4 billion and built a whole housing ecosystem without borrowing a cent from any bank, not from the World Bank, not from IMF, not from anybody. There is opportunity for us to mobilize domestic resources. And we want to work with the private sector to see how we can do that in a way that benefits everybody. I run the risk of doing a lecture because I'm at the Nairobi University, where I spend all my time reading. But let me stop there and say thank you very much and welcome to Nairobi. Great. Now it's my moment to invite my good friend and brother, the President of France, Emmanuel Macron.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear William, Mr. Prime Minister, ministers, please. Ministers, ambassadors, business leaders, I'm extremely happy to be here and thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President, not just for welcoming us and hosting this very important meeting, a premiere, but co-chairing as well this Africa Forward Summit. I will switch in French. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames, Messieurs, nous sommes très heureux avec le Président de pouvoir conclure, même si je sais qu'il y a encore beaucoup de prises de parole. Aliko et plusieurs de ses collègues devaient ici aussi prendre la parole et évoquer la suite, et tout ça va se poursuivre. Mais je voulais ici dire quelques mots, quelques convictions dans la continuité, le droit fil du président Ruto, mais déjà que vous puissiez mesurer collectivement ce que représente ce sommet. Normalement, quand il y avait un sommet Afrique-France, ça s'appelait comme ça s'appelait pas Africa Forward, et on commençait par les chefs d'État et de gouvernement. Il y avait marginalement l'implication des décideurs économiques. On pouvait faire des forums d'affaires peut-être à part, mais c'était essentiellement dans la main des dirigeants. Et de manière un peu préécrite. Ce sommet Africa Forward, tel qu'il a été conçu, a mis d'abord la jeunesse au cœur. On était ce matin avec le président Ruto auprès des jeunes, et on a parlé jeunesse, culture et créativité, sport, énergie, santé, digital, agriculture. Et vous avez tenu tout aujourd'hui un business forum inédit qui, autour de Inspire and Connect Africa Forward, a permis des rencontres d'affaires, je vais y revenir, mais de porter aussi la remercier, mobiliser nos organisations professionnelles, le MEDEF, les CCI France Internationale, les CCEF, le CIAN ou encore Alpha, tous pour leur mobilisation, nos volontaires aussi, pour avoir permis cette journée avec vous et permettre aussi la journée de demain et toute la suite. Un grand merci à toutes et tous. Africa Forward, Inspire and Connect, ce sont, et c'est pour ça que ce lieu est presque débordant d'énergie, on attendait 2000, 2500 personnes au début. Vous êtes près de 7000, ça ne s'est jamais vu. Il n'y a jamais eu un tel forum d'affaires à ce niveau-là, avec autant de participants. C'est une formidable mobilisation avec des grands témoins issus du monde économique, de l'entrepreneuriat, de la société civile, avec des experts de tous horizons qui ont nourri les 32 panels organisés autour de 4 agoras, Build, Produce, Trust, Innovate, et 6 sessions qui se sont tenues à huis clos. Près de 7000 participants, plus de 700 rencontres d'affaires organisées. C'est ça le résultat de ce moment inédit, avec là aussi des résultats absolument uniques qui sont en train de changer les choses. Alors vous l'avez dit, Président, et je crois qu'on se retrouve ici ensemble tous les deux parce que nous portons la même vision. Le partenariat entre la France et l'Afrique, il a des fondations solides. Beaucoup d'entreprises les portent ici. 64 milliards d'euros d'échanges commerciaux annuels, 50 milliards d'euros d'investissements directs français en Afrique, auxquels s'ajoutent des investissements africains en croissance constante en France, 1 million d'emplois créés par les entreprises françaises sur le continent, 5 milliards d'euros de transferts annuels de la diaspora, ne jamais les oublier. Et depuis 10 ans, notre relation s'est profondément transformée, sur la base justement de ce que le Président a pu évoquer et de ce en quoi nous croyons très profondément. Et au fond, il y a un regard qui a changé, le Président l'a dit très bien, qu'on est en train de changer, que les entreprises françaises sont en train de changer, il faut encore accélérer. Que dans les commentaires en France, je ne sens pas toujours assez et je n'entends pas assez, que parfois, dans certains pays francophones d'Afrique, je n'entends pas assez. On dit la France est en train de disparaître, elle se désintéresse de l'Afrique. Non, pas du tout. Mais la relation change, et heureusement. La France, depuis 25 ans, elle est bousculée en Afrique. Et c'est normal, et c'est très bien. Et c'est très bien. Et elle est bousculée, pourquoi ? Parce que pendant trop longtemps, trop de monde, il faut le dire, dans les grandes entreprises comme dans les administrations, pensait qu'il y avait un précaré. Non, on est français, tout nous est ouvert. Là, fini. Les Chinois sont arrivés, les Turcs, les Américains, beaucoup d'autres, et beaucoup d'autres Africains, et on dit on est plus compétitifs que vous, on est meilleurs que vous, et ils ont pris des parts de marché. Et des pays qui se sont développés ont donné ces parts de marché à des gens qui étaient plus compétitifs que nous. Et alors ? L'Afrique se développe de manière inédite. C'est le continent le plus dynamique au monde. L'année dernière, plus de croissance que l'Asie du Sud-Est. C'est un continent où il y a plus d'1 milliard de jeunes de moins de 30 ans. Il faut juste que nous, et c'est ce qu'on fait ces dernières années, Français et Européens, on se réveille. Et on s'est réveillé. L'AFD s'est remobilisée avec elle dans ce partenariat avec BPI France, tout ce qu'on a fait ces dernières années. Les Choose Africa, Digital Africa, nos passeports talents, tout ce qu'on a fait pour que la jeunesse, nos diasporas aillent beaucoup plus vite, beaucoup plus fort. Et puis on s'est réveillé, on a dit on veut reconquérir des parts de marché dans l'Afrique francophone, mais on veut aussi en conquérir dans l'Afrique lusophone, anglophone, parce que l'Afrique n'est qu'un continent. Mais pas parce que c'est un droit, parce qu'on veut être les meilleurs. Et on doit changer la logique. Et le président Ruto l'a dit formidablement. Ce que demande le continent africain, ce n'est pas qu'on vienne donner de l'aide. Ils veulent qu'on vienne investir. Ils ne veulent pas qu'on vienne expliquer ici ce qui est bon et qui correspond à notre offre, parce qu'on aurait, nous, on est très bon dans tel et tel domaine, on va vous expliquer, vous en avez besoin, vous ne l'aviez pas compris, on arrive. Ça ne marche plus. Il faut co-construire avec le continent africain et dire où est-ce que le business veut se développer, dans l'énergie, dans les infrastructures, dans l'éducation, dans l'agriculture, dans la santé, et ensemble, on co-investit, on coproduit. Cette révolution conceptuelle, c'est celle qu'on a mis en marche ces dernières années. Quand il y a eu le Covid, tout de suite on s'est engagé. J'ai appelé le président c'était Moussa Faki à l'époque, de la Commission de l'Union africaine. On a fait ensemble un bureau de l'Union africaine et on a lancé une plateforme pour produire en Afrique des diagnostics, des tests et commencer à produire des vaccins. William s'en souvient, on a lancé des projets ici, on en a lancé au Rwanda, on en a lancé en Afrique du Sud, chez notre frère Cyril, et des entreprises africaines et européennes ont développé ensemble des productions. Parce que le continent africain en avait marre juste de recevoir nos médicaments produits ailleurs, parce que la réalité était la suivante, l'Afrique c'était 20% des besoins de vaccins, 1% de la production de vaccins. Et c'est ça qu'on est en train de bouger. Et de la même manière, quand on a lancé au Nigeria avec mes frères chefs d'entreprise que je vois ici, des initiatives nouvelles dans les industries culturelles et créatrices, dans l'énergie, dans le digital. On l'a fait en coproduction. Parce que les Nigérians nous ont dit, c'est bon, nous, on sait faire. Mais venez nous aider pour mieux intégrer et être mieux intégrés dans la CEDEAO. Parce que être en partenariat avec des entreprises du monde francophone comme les vôtres, c'est intelligent pour nous, pour mieux travailler avec la Côte d'Ivoire, avec le Sénégal et aller plus loin dans l'intégration régionale. Et donc, toute la stratégie qu'on mène depuis 10 ans, c'est une stratégie de réveil, de changement de regard, de respect, de partenariat mutuel, qui dit, 1, nos diasporas en France sont une chance. On a des millions de jeunes qui ont des origines africaines, on veut qu'elles se démultiplient ici. 2, on veut que nos entreprises françaises les emploient, les embauchent pour être en quelque sorte des accélérateurs de croissance sur le continent. 3, ce continent a toutes les clés en main. On veut l'aider, on veut co-investir avec lui et sortir de la logique verticale pour être dans une logique d'égalité partenariale, de co-investissement. Et 4, on veut bâtir ensemble ces solutions d'avenir. Parce que les solutions d'avenir se feront pour ce continent avec sa jeunesse. Et on l'a vu ce matin, le président le rappelait, le mobile payment, il a été inventé ici, s'est développé beaucoup plus vite en Afrique que sur le continent européen. Et nos amis kenyans le savent, comme nos amis marocains le savent formidablement, eux aussi. Tout ça, c'est ce qui est au cœur de Africa Forward. C'est un changement de regard et un changement de logique. Et donc, je voulais simplement vous annoncer aujourd'hui que, à travers cette mobilisation, tout ce qui a été fait, il y a des résultats très concrets pour le continent africain. Aujourd'hui, par votre mobilisation et ce qui a été fait, ce sont 23 milliards d'euros d'investissement annoncés pour le continent africain. 23 milliards d'euros. Ces 23 milliards d'euros, c'est 14 milliards d'euros d'entreprises françaises qui sont là, des grands groupes, des ETI, des PME, qui investissent 14 milliards d'euros sur le continent, et je salue tous leurs dirigeants qui sont là présents, qui investissent 14 milliards d'euros, évidemment au Kenya, mais dans tous les pays ici présents, ici, et qui vont créer plus de 250 000 emplois directs en France et en Afrique. Et à côté de ça, c'est 9 milliards d'euros d'investissement d'entrepreneurs et d'investisseurs africains en Afrique qui se sont mobilisés. C'est inédit et c'est exactement la plateforme de mobilisation dont nous avions besoin, dont on a besoin et qu'on veut accélérer. Donc, immense applaudissement pour vous tous ici, pour ce résultat extraordinaire. Et moi, je veux remercier vraiment les entreprises françaises qui se sont mobilisées, qui sont là. On a beaucoup parlé d'Orange, on a vu tout à l'heure Canal+, on a vu Biomérieux, on a les entreprises qui sont dans le secteur, en effet, aussi de la santé, Castel et d'autres, Sidovica. Et dans tous les secteurs, on a des entreprises, je ne veux pas faire de jaloux, on a des entreprises familiales, on a des groupes cotés, on a des PME, vous avez joué le jeu de manière extraordinaire. On a des entreprises de tous les territoires qui sont là, qui se sont développées. Mais je suis très heureux que vous soyez là, aux côtés de grands dirigeants, malgaches, béninois, sénégalais, nigérians, marocains, et qu'ensemble vous construisiez des projets. Parce que c'est exactement ça l'avenir. Et je voulais vous dire que tout ça, je le conçois aussi dans un rapport totalement réciproque. Avec Boger le sait, on a fondé avec Jean, quelques autres, Tony était là aussi, on pense à Gilbert, à Mike, on a tous les amis qui sont là, le professeur Abiou était avec nous ce matin pour la Villa et Aliko aussi. On a fondé ce conseil africain franco-nigérian. Le Nigeria était au cœur de Choose France. Il y a 2 ans, 3 ans, 4 ans, il le sera encore. Et ce que je voulais vous dire dans le rapport bilatéral, c'est que je veux qu'il y ait plus d'investisseurs africains en France aussi. On n'est pas juste là pour venir investir sur le continent africain à vos côtés, mais on a besoin que les grands leaders d'entreprises africains viennent investir en France. Et c'est ça aussi qui fonde cette relation, maintenant totalement décomplexée. Parce que c'est aussi un changement du regard, c'est aussi une réalité il y a aujourd'hui des investisseurs, des entrepreneurs sur le continent africain extraordinairement innovants, extraordinairement ambitieux, qui nous aident à changer la France et qui nous aident à créer des emplois industriels dans notre pays. C'est une immense fierté et c'est la clé de ce partenariat réciproque, juste, dont William a parlé il y a un instant. Et donc vraiment un immense bravo pour ces investissements, ce qui a été fait. Et je voudrais finir en répondant au président Ruto pour ce qu'il a dit et ce qu'on va faire demain et à Évian. Vous avez à la clé ces dizaines de milliards d'investissements, ce changement de la perspective qu'on a su faire durant ces 10 dernières années ensemble, mais on veut aller plus loin. Et si on est honnête, quels sont les défis aujourd'hui pour que l'Afrique soit au rendez-vous de sa réussite entrepreneuriale? On les connaît. 1, l'éducation. Franchement, ce qu'a fait le Maroc, c'est une révolution incroyable. Je le dis ici, Monsieur le Premier ministre, mais ce que vous avez fait sous l'autorité de Sa Majesté le Roi est un modèle pour le continent. Formation primaire, secondaire et universitaire, avec des résultats, c'est là qu'on voit les choses, c'est parmi les meilleurs résultats dans notre école polytechnique, les jeunes qui sortent de chez vous. Et donc, c'est un modèle extraordinaire. Le Kenya est en train de faire des choses absolument formidables. Le Nigeria est en train de faire des choses formidables, on le voit ici. Et c'est d'ailleurs pour ça qu'on a commencé la journée avec le président, avec un investissement de l'Agence française de développement dans l'ingénierie, l'IA, avec sa clé, avec l'AFD, dans cet alma mater du président Ruto. L'éducation, l'éducation, l'éducation. 2, l'énergie. Vous avez cette bataille. On a besoin que le continent africain transforme son énergie. Et il y a des trésors extraordinaires. Des trésors d'hydroélectricité. Je pense à la République démocratique du Congo, avec des entrepreneurs qui sont là, des grands projets qui sont en train de se bâtir, en RDC et au Congo-Brazza. Je pense aussi aux grands hydrocarbures. L'Algérie a un potentiel de développement extraordinaire, avec là aussi des investisseurs, des entrepreneurs qui peuvent faire de l'Algérie l'un des Eldorado de demain pour les transitions par le gaz, pas simplement pour le continent africain, mais toute la Méditerranée. Et vous avez dans beaucoup de vos pays la volonté de développer le nucléaire civil, et on veut être des partenaires de cela. Et donc l'énergie, c'est un formidable levier de transformation. Vous avez des grands entrepreneurs de l'énergie ici, on veut être des partenaires de ce développement. La troisième chose, ce sont les infrastructures. Ça a été très bien dit. Des infrastructures du numérique, les infrastructures de transport, les infrastructures d'énergie, le grid là aussi. C'est une clé pour développer l'économie de vos pays. C'est une clé pour la souveraineté du continent africain. Et c'est là d'ailleurs où nous avons exactement le même défi. On a commencé la journée comme ça avec le président. C'est que nous aussi, on veut notre propre souveraineté sur nos infrastructures comme vous. Éducation, énergie, infrastructure, structuration de l'économie. C'est le 4e défi. L'un des grands défis de l'Afrique, on le sait, c'est qu'il y a énormément d'emplois qui se créent, mais beaucoup trop dans l'économie informelle. Et donc, il faut aider les entreprises du continent africain à structurer, en améliorant la gouvernance, en permettant de grandir, en permettant, ce faisant, de payer de meilleurs salaires, d'intégrer le système bancaire et le financement pour permettre à plus de ménages en Afrique, jeunes ou moins jeunes, d'accéder à un logement durable, aux services primaires que sont l'éducation et à la santé et au bon développement. La capacité à faire de l'économie africaine une économie plus formelle, elle est clé. Et c'est là où on doit aider vos gouvernements, les accompagner dans la structuration de ces stratégies. Et le 5e et dernier, et je suis sans doute incomplet, mais c'est les 5 auxquels je tenais, c'est pour réussir ça, il faut de l'investissement massif. Massif, public et privé. Et cette stratégie d'investissement, c'est celle qu'on est en train de mener. Et donc vous avez en quelque sorte fait votre part avec les annonces d'aujourd'hui, les 23 milliards d'euros d'investissement venant de la France, du continent africain pour l'Afrique. Mais ce qu'on veut faire demain et au G7, c'est de structurer un cadre d'investissement pour le continent africain. Il n'y a aucune raison aujourd'hui pour qu'il y ait si peu d'investissements privés qui viennent sur un continent plein d'énergie et de jeunesse comme le vôtre. Et donc dans ce continent, si on veut réussir à monter la chaîne de valeur, qui est le cœur des défis si on veut réussir la montée dans l'économie formelle, L'Afrique est un continent où on ne doit pas simplement extraire les matières et les minerais, on doit les transformer, on doit créer de l'industrie, on doit avoir une agriculture intelligente pour la structurer et avoir toutes ces opportunités. Si on veut ça, il faut de l'investissement massif. Pour ça, il faut qu'on arrive à résoudre la question du rating des pays et de beaucoup des entreprises et de la notation. Et il faut qu'on arrive à résoudre le traitement du risque pour les investisseurs, souvent non africains, et parfois certains investisseurs africains. Il y a 6 ans ensemble, on a lancé à Paris, 5 ans, c'était le sommet pour le financement des économies africaines, on a bâti une stratégie d'émission des droits de tirage spéciaux du FMI pour les réallouer en Afrique. On a réussi notre pari, plus de 100 milliards de droits de tirage spéciaux ont été réalloués sur le continent africain. Initiative franco-africaine. Ça a permis avec le FMI de faire quoi? De développer des projets aux côtés des États de manière clé. Il y a eu une dizaine de programmes. C'était une première étape. Deuxième étape, à Paris, juillet 2023, William était là. On s'est battu, beaucoup de dirigeants étaient là. Le pacte de Paris pour les peuples et la planète. Et là, on a dit, il faut plus de leviers. Et on était tous les deux à une table ronde avec le président de la Banque mondiale, la directrice générale du FMI. On a dit, on augmente le levier pour que quand on met de l'argent du FMI et de la Banque mondiale, ça déclenche à chaque fois le même argent du privé. On a complètement transformé l'effet de levier. Il y a beaucoup plus d'argent privé qui est venu en déclenchement. Il reste un problème qu'on n'a pas résolu. Et on doit le résoudre entre demain et Evian. C'est qu'aujourd'hui, on n'a pas de vrais mécanismes qui garantissent les premières pertes. Et donc, on doit réussir à traiter la question de la notation de beaucoup d'États africains qui sont souvent sous B-, parce que le programme MIGA de la Banque mondiale a permis de rendre éligibles à des garanties jusqu'à B-, en dessous, fini. Donc, il n'y a qu'une quinzaine d'États africains éligibles. Mais on doit réussir surtout à avoir des vrais mécanismes de première perte. Il y a beaucoup de mécanismes aujourd'hui qui prennent les deuxièmes pertes. Mais ça ne suffit pas. Ce qui fait qu'on a énormément de banques, de fonds d'investissement, d'entrepreneurs, parfois africains, mais surtout non africains, qui ne viennent pas investir ici. La solution existe, et elle existe ici au Kenya, c'est Atidi. Et le président de la BAD est venu me voir il y a quelques semaines, m'a dit, il faut qu'on regarde avec ça, ça marche, c'est de la première perte. Donc nous, Français, on va co-investir à vos côtés, rentrer au capital d'Atidi, pour se mettre aux côtés de nos frères africains et de quelques autres. Mais on va surtout structurer ensemble, demain avec nos frères africains et William, le tour de piste qui va nous permettre de faire d'Atidi la vraie plateforme, le vrai mécanisme de garantie sur les premières pertes pour le continent africain. Et on va ensemble, tous les deux, aller à Evian à la mi-juin pour convaincre le G7 d'endosser cela et que toutes les économies les plus riches nous accompagnent pour mettre cette sécurité derrière. Voilà mes amis, je ne serai pas plus long, je vais arrêter là. En tout cas, on a senti toute la journée beaucoup d'énergie. Et je voulais vous dire combien on est fiers avec le président Ruto d'être à vos côtés. Et au fond de vous dire, l'avenir, c'est vous qui allez l'écrire. Les plus jeunes comme les moins jeunes, mais ceux qui portent l'avenir de ce continent, que vous soyez entrepreneuses, entrepreneurs, artistes, académiques, chercheurs ou chercheuses, journalistes, sportifs. Et avec ce forum, vous avez, je crois, ouvert une ère nouvelle. Mais avec ces 23 milliards d'euros d'investissement annoncés aujourd'hui, et tout ce qu'on va lancer, c'est une ère nouvelle qui s'ouvre. Et elle s'ouvre aujourd'hui à Nairobi, dans votre alma mater, Monsieur le Président, mon cher William, et il n'y aura plus de retour en arrière. On va ensemble coproduire, co-investir, co-inventer, parce que c'est le sens de la nouvelle relation entre la France, l'Europe, entre nous et le Kenya et tout le continent africain. Merci beaucoup.
A round of applause to His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto and His Excellency Emmanuel Macron. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Your Excellencies.
C'est toujours un pour le savoir, deux pour le progrès. On fait les choses parce
Thank you. So for the benefit of the businessmen in the room, kindly note that we still have a panel discussion, and we have Aliko Dangote from Dangote Group, Dr. James Mwangi, Equity Bank Kenya, and Nazat Hayat from the Kingdom of Morocco in Mohammed VI Fund, who are going to be taking the stage shortly after this. So please don't go, don't leave the businessmen in the room. Kindly don't leave, as we are still going to have a panel discussion. And like I've mentioned, we have Aliko Dangote, Dr. James Mwangi, and Nazat Hayat, who are going to be taking the stage shortly after this. So I kindly request that we all maintain our positions as I call on Caro, who is going to be running and heading that session, which is going to take place very, very shortly. So please, let's maintain our positions. Thank you.
It's actually not a panel. Okay, correct it. Okay, they're just calling to give the final. Okay, I know you want to leave. We want to hear these final leaders of Dangote, James Mwangi, Tony Elumulu, and if the presidents are not in a hurry, they can hear the last word from the business sector. If I can have them up on the stage. Nazer, Samad, yeah. There's so much, but we can't do it all today. So we'll have the final words from, I know the presidents are trying to walk out, but they could listen to the final word if they're not in a hurry. But let me have James Mwangi, Dangote, Samad, CD, Christophe, Nicolas, Nicolas Dufour,
and
Christopher Lacoute, Agiboji. Sorry if I pronounce your word badly. Okay.
Yeah? Okay. Christophe est là.
It's too loud.
Christophe le courtier en fait.
Okay, Christophe. Okay, just waiting for the music to die down. Okay, if we could have a moment of silence, please. You'll hear the last word from the business leaders and you don't want to miss this word.
Yes, I was told that you enter.
So let me start at the very end with Tony Elumulu. Just tell us, what has the day meant? What are you doing? What should Africa do?
I think the presidents are, my name is Tony Elumelu. I'm the founder of Ezodins. Ezodins, we invest in banking, oil and gas, hospitality, real estate. But for me, the presidents have said it all. I came here with one goal, to forge partnership with our friends from France. Why is it important? We need massive private global capital in Africa. And when the president of a G7 country moves, he moves the policymaker, he moves the entrepreneurs, investors, I'd like to see us address the infrastructure deficit we have in Africa. Improving access to electricity will help us fix unemployment and will help us address poverty in Africa. These things, poverty alleviation, youth empowerment, very critical for the development of Africa in the 21st century. And so for me, a forum like this offers that collaboration and opportunity for us to partner with our friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just go in line, so because of the time.
Later on, me. No, first, yeah, business.
What's your question?
No,
No, we have a session.
Okay.
Three of
you have a
us.
session.
I can
Go ahead. Okay. So, Nicolas?
1 minute.
Wait.
Just your
No,
final word.
I just wanted to, yes, my words are about the many projects that have been presented since this morning, and that we already have everything to succeed in what is for us, I mean, the most important endeavor, which is the Euro-African co-industrialization. But what we see, or what I've heard, is that we have the ideas, we have the financing, we have the leaders, we see ecosystems and value chains beginning to emerge. We see also public policies taking shape. But my conviction, I'll be very short, is that to succeed, there's only one solution, is to join forces, but more than that, invent a new way of working between the public and the private sector, between financiers and project leaders, between startups and multinationals, between stakeholders on both sides of the Mediterranean. You can count on AFD to fully commit to this endeavor. And as it's my first day here as CEO of AFD, you can sure I'll do everything I can to go in that direction.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that commitment. I'll leave these three, will be my last three, so I'll go to these three. What's your last word? Do you have a commitment, or what's the last word you'd like to tell the business community this evening?
My last word is that Africa doesn't lack resources. Africa doesn't lack ambition. Africa is ready for business, for co-invention, co-creation, co-investment, co-industrialization, and we welcome working with Team France, Team Europe.
Thank you very much.
My last word is humility, in the sense that we always need to remember that our North Star for us businessmen and bankers is the entrepreneur. And we never must forget that the life of entrepreneurs is tough, very, very tough. So we need to put ourselves at the level of women and men who have been brave enough to dive in the river, which is not always our case, but we have the power and we need to help them.
Thank you. My name is Aigoje Aigi Mokwede. I chair Access Holdings, amongst other institutions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on this dais, both from Europe and from Africa, is well over $500 billion of capital and trillions of dollars of balance sheet strength. Why do I mention this? We have spoken, we have agreed. With this type of resources, only action can follow. The time for action is now. Africa forward. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Aliko Dangote, you once said that local investments will lead the way, and only then will foreign investments follow. Is that statement still true today?
Yes, my name is Aliko Dangote. I work for Dangote Group. Yes, they pay me my salary, so let me. So it's true, we have actually made a lot of mistakes before, where we were depending on foreign people to come and actually, make our continent great. But today we've seen that, no, that's not the case. We must lead. What attracts foreign investment is domestic investment. And that's why we are investing heavily. Not that we are only investing heavily. We are actually trying to make sure we provide whatever Africa needs. And then I'm sure the foreigners will follow. We have committed now from 2026 to 2030, $45 billion in new investments.
Amen.
Yes, and Mr. President talked about the East African refinery. It will happen, it will start this year.
Thank you. Thank you for that commitment. And Naza, will sovereign funds transform Africa? Kenya is in the process of one. Will that be the solution for Africa?
Well, thank you. My first message is that if we exist today, the Mohammed VI Investment Fund, it's thanks to a vision, the vision of our leader. He had really a double vision. The first one, it was in 2014 in a speech in Ivory Coast when he called Africa to trust Africa and also to rather go for mutually benefited partnership rather than assistance. The second vision he had during COVID, he announced the launch of the Mohammed VI Investment Fund. And what we're doing today and achieving in less than 3 years since the official creation of is amazing. We are catalyzing, we are supporting big private-public projects, infrastructure, energy transition, digital transformation. And on the other hand, we are the catalyst to not only invest, but also crowd in capital to support and to accelerate the growth of our companies in different sectors and in all, and how shall I say, and ensure a continuum of financing. And so these are my words in a very short time.
Thank you very much. James, I've heard you say before that Africa must move from potential to results. Is that finally happening? And are we seeing also the partnerships that we need?
I think what we saw today is leadership stepping up, and Africa and Europe, and specifically France, providing global leadership. That has been a missing point. The team in front here, we have organized ourselves under the chairmanship and leadership of Dangote and called ourselves the African Renaissance Group. We wanted to lead. And that is why you find Dangote is making the commitment he's making. If you look at equity, we have named the 4 countries that we shall be in the next couple of months, why we must lead the transformation, unless everybody will follow. We are lucky that the movement is right. The world is resetting. And in that resetting, Africa has proven to be very relevant and an indispensable partner to the global reset. And as a result, we could say there is a tailwind. The endowment of Africa with a wonderful demographic structure, natural resources, particularly energy potential, raw materials, then positions Africa that what it has been waiting for is capital. Today what we have seen is the coming together of French and African capital to unlock that opportunity. Africa is ceasing to be the risky continent to the land of opportunity, and not of the potential, but of wealth creation.
Thank you. I think you've all said what's happening. And what we've heard, I think, from these leaders representing all of us is that something is happening in Africa. And what we need to do is scale up and push it further, because Africa will only be developed by us and with the partners. And actually wore this French dress today and accessorized with a Kenyan necklace to show the partnership we can have together as Africa, as a symbol of our partnerships together and what has been demonstrated by our presidents, but also by our private sector. They're all working together. I think James was here earlier showing what can happen to tea to be exactly like champagne. You know, those are the partnerships we are looking for. But Dangote and others are saying we are also moving deeper into Africa and expanding. And that's what we're going to look up to. So thank you, everyone.
And Carlo, if you allowed me to say,
yes,
that is because of collaboration.
Collaboration.
It is Muranga as a producer, it's Equity as a facilitator, is Champagne as a knowledge partner, is CILAD as a research partner, and of course, access to market using an established marketing network in France. It takes a village to bring a child. It will take the world to unlock the opportunities in Africa.
Thank you very much. And Africa must have the opportunity to choose its partners. And thank you very much. Have a good evening and hope you've had a great day. Sorry we couldn't do everything because of the day became short, but I think you've had an excellent day and great partnerships.
From the African Union,
Yes. Oh là là, you're so great. No, but I didn't. Il a fallu que je trouve une autre. How was it?
I always look for you. Give an opportunity.
No, did you like
Do a big thing like this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
We always do it together. This is incredible.